Welcome back, everybody, to the second round of the Champions of the Future America Series. We're live from Winchester, California on Main Event Sunday. As always, my name is Caleb Vieska. Alongside me this weekend in the booth, the one and only Nate Dean, and down on pit lane, Jackson Lambros. We'll be hearing a lot from him. But from these two drivers here, just behind our starting grid order, getting together early in this one. Looks like they'll get them unstuck and get ready to get going here for the last of the qualifying heat race, qualifying heat number 3 on the schedule here. And we go back to the same starting order that we've seen for the entirety of the weekend after the qualifying session. Matthew Piccioli starting on the pole position alongside Forrest Blair, driver who was able to take a win after the qualifying heat race number 1. Maddox Carlucci starting back in third. He was able to take a win at the end of the day yesterday to win the second qualifying heat of the day, and he's starting on that second row with Kendall West. Young lady having an impressive weekend up to this point. No green flag just yet with the issues and incidents on the exit of the pit lane. Nonetheless, so Nate, good morning to you. Welcome back to another great day and another great weekend of racing here for the second round of the Champions of the Future America Series.
Yeah, good morning to you as well, Caleb. Round 2, Sunday, going to be giving out trophies later on, but qualifying Heat 3 Super Heat still to come before then. A lot of action on track to unfold. Of course, these Mini and U10 Minis have been exciting to watch all weekend long. Forrest Blair, of course, has been the favorite in the races, but the likes of Max Carlucci, Kendall West, and others like Bazanski, who's starting a little further back than they would have anticipated outside that top 10, also showed pace to be up front this weekend as well. Definitely looking forward to the day we have in front of us.
Yeah, of course, one of the biggest differences that we're seeing in this mini class is just new faces, right? And a good number of drivers last time out for round number 1. We didn't have, I think, above 10. Now with 20 plus of mini U10s and mini drivers joining us here this weekend. Great to see the number of new faces joining us. And again, if you're from the West Coast, still, again, in those colder states, come out to Winchester, California, be a part of something special this first year of the Champions of the Future America Series, providing some great racing action at one of the best, if not the best facility in all of North America. Really, and I would put it up there with some of the best in the world. K1 Circuit has really provided some great racing action with beautiful, beautiful views just here in the middle of the mountains here in Winchester. That being said, we're getting ready to go racing. Green flag flies. We're underway in Mini.
Couple drivers off there. That's Forrest Blair. A bad start for him. All the way down to the final 5 or so karts on the grid. That's not going to be good for heat points, Caleb. So they make their way through the first chicane. Apart from that start, everyone getting through nice and clean, but you can see the Lando Norris painted helmet with the GFC driver, Forrest Blair, way out of position.
Yeah, and he's stuck in a battle with just about 3 drivers right in the midfield. That's probably even outside of the top 10. But a great start for Maddox Carlucci as he's getting ready to work his way into the infield section just as he exits turn number 11. We head our way up to turn number 13. We've seen a lot of passes here, a lot of crossover moves. That'll be the story of the day as well, with a lot of drag races to the finish line. Lap number 1 completed. A couple more in the background off. Carlucci going to lead to Carson Bishop, Lucas Tarango, Matthew Piccioli, and Ryan McPhail. Your top 5 here as they stand. Forrest Blair again, a little wide there on the exit of turn number 1, but with again a lot of work to do to get himself up the order. He's down in 12th, Nate, with 11 spots lost after starting on the pole, and it looked like he just kind of moved up to the outside, wanted to take a wide arc, and everybody who was just right behind him was able to just go in on the inside. Maddox Carlucci, one of those, and you saw him emerge in the lead. So a great start for the 205. To get this one underway. And again, you talk about the weekend Carlucci's had up to this point. Great way to kick things off or to close things out yesterday in qualifying Heat 2. And he just came short to Forrest Blair at the end of the first qualifying Heat race. So it's going to be close. And again, when you talk about starting on the pole position for that Super Heat, Carlucci's doing the best of his ability to start there on the inside line later on today.
Yeah, absolutely. Head down, building a bit of a gap to the driver in second, Bishop, Tarango. Those guys not really making a lot of headway towards Carlucci this early phase of the race. Of course, once they start to find their pace and maybe shuffle around a little bit like Tarango now is, moving up into second, so he'll spearhead that group and that charge towards Carlucci. Of course, battling here, Caleb loses a ton of time, so they have to be precise with their passes, know when they want to go on each other. Tarango, taking that opportunity, is going to lead the charge to the leader.
Again, we're keeping an eye here on this battle just for second on back. Carson Bishop leading to Tarango. The Peculi right behind him in fourth, and McPhail to round up your top five. Couple movers, Benjamin Tavi getting himself up to sixth. Kendall West down in seventh. And again, if you look back to the end of round number one, Kendall West, she was able to finish on the podium in second, right behind Forrest Blair. And Maddox Carlucci finished third at the end of round number one. In the Super Heat, back at the opening weekend, Carlucci was able to win. And then again, just Forrest Blair having a great result to close off the weekend. It's gonna be a tall ask for Forrest, right? Down in 12th, having to make up this many spots with Maddox kind of just by himself on his lonesome, able to stretch his legs and push away from the rest of the field. And it seems like at the moment Tarango doesn't really have an answer. He's about a 10th better, and with a push from behind with Carson Bishop, but their gap's still at just under a second. It's starting to close now, looking a little bit closer here. And that's another 2/10, I should say, out of the gap. 57.7 for Tarango, 57.9 for Carlucci. So the gap's closing down here, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. And, at this pace, once they're in that 7.5 tenths gap, then you're really feeling the effect of the slipstream of the Kart in front of you. So I wouldn't be surprised to see if Tarango takes out 2-3 tenths on Carlucci this lap. Down through the S's they go. Seems like Tarango struggling to keep that Kart on the racing line, going a little bit wide in places, losing a little bit of time to Carlucci, just not being as consistent as the National Motorsports machine leading the way here. We'll get a better indication of what the times look like when they come across the timing and scoring line yet again. Just a few moments here. 2 to go. It's really go time for Tarango, Bishop, and Peculi behind. The time is still 7.5-ish tenths there, Caleb. It's kind of do or die at this stage.
Yeah, very well said. Just 2 laps to go, and they got to do everything in their power to try and close down that gap to Maddox Carlucci to try to deny a maximum points finish at the end of the qualifying heats before we head into the Super Heat. But we got some fighting on our hands. Peculi looking on the inside, looking to get 2 for 1. We're going to go side by side on the exit. Is now Tarango able to just open up a little bit. Carson Bishop stuck in the battle there. But they're back in a single file line, and again, that little bit of time they were gaining to Carlucci now opens back up here, Nate.
Yeah, and with 1 to go this time, and with mistakes from Tarango and other drivers not able to get by, it's looking like Carlucci will go into the Super Heat with a good points advantage over the rest of the field. Just been so consistent throughout today, but of course still a mile to go for Carlucci and that National Motorsports machine. If he makes a mistake or two, then yeah, Tarango will be right there, but he's also been a hard driver to get around this weekend.
Yeah, very, very consistent so far this weekend, right? And you talk about learning from that opening round, falling just short, 2 spots short really in that main event. Definitely going to be hungry to get one here this weekend. Doing a good job in qualifying heat race number 3, like he has been for the entirety of this weekend. 1 as well to close off the day yesterday on Saturday. Looking to get another one to his name. Last couple corners for Maddox Carlucci. The rest of the pack with Tarango, Bishop, Peculi, McPhail. None of them close enough. None of them able to challenge in the end. Maddox Carlucci across the line. Your winner and on the pole position later on today in the Super Heat in the mini class. Across the line in second, Lucas Tarango, Carson Bishop, your top three.
And further down, Forrest Blair, P9 for the GFC pilot. It's going to put him well down in the qualifying heat points. Still in second, but a big gap between himself and Carlucci. But Caleb, like we were talking about yesterday, as long as you're fairly consistent throughout the heat races, yeah, you can make a mistake in one and still be okay when it comes to the final. But starting P2 is still just fine. Could probably afford another one if he has another unfortunate super heat and still be in with the mix here. I mean, he's shown so much pace throughout this weekend. There you can see him at the tail end of this line. But just because he has this one bad qualifying heat race, don't count out Forrest Blair.
Yeah, definitely not. Nate, last night, I saw you were able to put in a couple laps on the simulator. What did you see? What did you notice, right? It's obviously not going to be a perfect reference like it would be maybe doing rentals after the sessions, but what did you kind of notice, right? Driving the track, seeing it out there. This is, again, one of the biggest tracks that we have, one of the longest ones. What were some of the big key takeaways that you noticed from driving K1 circuit last night?
Yeah, obviously the sim and driving in IRL are two very different things. Haven't been able to get out to K1 circuit yet, but hopping on the Kart sim was the best way for me to be able to do that. I think the big thing for me is the undulation and the changes that you see on track. Obviously, going up the hill through Rocky Moran Corner, it's a little blind at times. It does get very flat towards the exit of the corner. Going down into 8, another sort of blind-ish apex going down into that bowl section. And other parts of the track that we're not using this weekend, what would be turn 9, a huge uphill there. But yeah, a really good experience to be able to hop on Kart Sim. If you're not familiar with that, they have so many North American and European tracks on that service. If you're interested, you can go to their website, use code CHASER20 for 20% off Kart Sim North America software. I highly recommend that you go do that. Has tracks like K1 Circuit here in Winchester, K1 Circuit Whiteland, Newcastle, Trackhouse, the biggest kart tracks in North America and Europe. You name it, Kart Sim has it.
Well, there you go. And again, one of the biggest things I think as well, right, learning from that, and especially looking and driving it, probably momentum, I think, is one of the biggest things, how making a mistake could ruin the rest of the lap, even putting a tire wrong. We saw it yesterday throughout the Heritage divisions. Nonetheless, so you guys heard from Kart Sim. Why don't we hear from them on this side of the commercial break? We'll step aside for a moment when we return. The rest of qualifying Heat 3, Super Heats, and main events on the docket here today for the second round of the Champions of the Future America Series. We'll be right back after the break.
Empire Karts, your trusted trackside parts specialist, proudly supporting champions of the Future America Series, West Coast karting teams, and racers. Empire Karts, your trackside solution.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayKara.com. At ShopPayKara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayKara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with two classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
One thing that is really nice about the Micro 6 is with this new IMU platform, now they put an embedded channel with the steering wheel angle. This channel is really nice to use if you're trying to understand how the drivers are behaving through the corners, if it's oversteering, understeering. But you need to be careful. Because we're measuring this at 100 times per second, when you look on the data, it's very, very noisy. So when you look on the data, we have here the steering wheel angle raw output in blue, and then we have to apply a filter to treat this data, and then that's the filter in red.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on my website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
KA Jr Qualifying Heat race number 3 hits the racetrack now. Let's run you down your starting lineup with Sebastian Hauser and Cameron Johnson, two of the drivers that have been up at the front for the majority of the weekend. Get ready to start on that first row. Troy Ferguson needing to recover here after an up-and-down day yesterday on the Saturday. Really needs a good result here, starting off in third with Bronson Kustis alongside him. Braden Wagner, very successful opening round, able to win the main event the first time out. He starts alongside Mason Moses. Back on row 3, Wes Witt, Brandon Eng, Keegan Ellsworth, Hudson Hidalgo, Luis Martinez, Nixon Ellsworth as well, needing a good day here today, recovering after what was, again, an unfortunate first qualifying heat race for Nixon. He's starting down just on the edge of the top 10. Outside of it, Alejandro Gonzalez, Sebastian Johnson, Diesel Bazanski, a great move around the outside to come across the line in third. We'll keep an eye on Diesel and see what he can do here today, if he can have another great recovery drive like he did yesterday. Aaron Spears, further back, Tyron Scott, Jet Whipple, Enzo Siddiqui, Case Reth, Henry Escalante, Max Martosian, and more getting ready to take the green flag. Hauser on the inside, Johnson on the outside. We're racing in KA Jr.
And a good start for Sebastian Hauser, and he needed it. Through Rocky Moran for the first time. Troy Ferguson, also a driver that is in desperate need of some good points to get himself into the mix going into the main event later on today. A fairly clean start, Caleb, for these KA Juniors. We've seen some elbows out racing in the opening couple of corners yesterday, but glad to see most of these drivers, apart from a couple in the back who went for a half spin, making it through the opening part of the lap clean.
Yeah, and this is, again, we talked a lot about Troy Ferguson and needing a good result. This is one of the better starts that he's had. He's going to lose a spot there to Cameron Johnson in the final corner. They're going to shuffle a little bit as they go side by side. Wagner looking on the inside. Out from Bronson Kustis behind on the inside of turn number 1. And Ferguson stuck on the outside, going to lose 2, almost 3 in the process. Johnson's clear up to second. Wagner is there in third, as well as Wes Witt. Looks like the driver right behind his teammate and Wagner that was able to go through, but Ferguson looking to pick up some more spots, able to go by on Wes Witt as they cleared turn number 6. And up front, Sebastian Hauser, best case scenario from one lap in, looking to extend his gap, but with Cameron Johnson and company now finding each other and pushing each other up, this gap should close in about a lap and a half time, almost even, I think might even be less than that. Maybe at the end of the next lap, Nate, might see a battle for the lead here as Hauser looking over the shoulder, moves Ferguson to the bottom, looking to go on Wagner. Wes Witt going to push him along. They're clear, and Wagner going to lose 2 spots. So from third back to 5th for Braden Wagner. Might be even more as they're side by side heading into the Rocky Moran corner. Kustis able to go by.
Yeah, and Wagner dropping down the order there. I know the GFC and Formula Works team will be talking to those drivers, just making sure they know the point scenario and just the mindset you have to have in these races to not get too upset if you lose a spot or 2. There's so many opportunities to gain points for that final later on today that, I mean, he's in a place where he can afford to lose a couple. Putting a pause on that point, Cameron Johnson, like you said, Caleb, is caught up to the back end of Sebastian Hauser, and the defending is already started, and the rest of the field going with them as well. Hard block into turn 1. Hauser goes way wide, continues to hold that lead over Cameron Johnson. Troy Ferguson in an angry pack of KA Juniors right behind him, probably 10, 12 of them right there. Tyron Scott goes purple all the way down in 11th, but still HRT and Sebastian Hauser holding on to the lead, Caleb, but for how long?
Yeah, we'll see how long he can hold off. Almost 20 of the best drivers in the West Coast here in the KA100 Junior division. He's going to put it to the bottom again. Johnson's going to follow. Ferguson looking to go even lower than Johnson, side by side. On the exit of turn number 11, Ferguson is clear. Now Johnson, with Bronson Kustis right behind him, pushing and shoving all the way through as The rest of the top 10 comes. Kiesel Bazanski's on his way as well. He's up a good number of spots. It was 5. He's now only gained 1 with how this field is shuffled at the front. One driver way wide on the exit of turn number 1 as they work their way up to Rocky Moran. Ferguson now in second with Wes Witt third. And then further back with Bronson Kustas, Braden Wagner as Ferguson taking on the bottom. Johnson looking on the inside on Witt. Here comes Kustas looking across them both up. And Sebastian Hauser going to run away with it here halfway through this race, Nate.
Yeah, that's a hard gap to try and close down, even if you are Troy Ferguson, Cameron Johnson. I think they might have a shot if they're able to stay in line and work together. We'll see what the gap is next time across the stripe. Obviously, we've seen gaps close down like this before, and I think, Caleb, with how even a lot of these drivers are up front, putting a pause on that, Troy Ferguson, that's not what you want to do right now, especially for a driver who's so low in the points tally for overall weekend points. Really ruffling the feathers of the drivers behind when you need a solid result might not be the smartest move, but obviously Troy having the pace to back it up, and Cameron Johnson going to P2 is going to bring Wes Witt along with him. That's going to demote Ferguson down into 5th, and now Cameron Johnson will lead the charge towards Sebastian Hauser.
Yeah, well, you got to think about yesterday as well for Troy Ferguson, right? It seemed like time and time again, tried to play it smart, kept himself at the high side of the racetrack, and as easy as that, right? Drivers just going on the inside, shuffling backwards, and even, a DNF in that first qualifying heat race. Now, today on the Sunday, it seems like he's got his head on a swivel, just looking at hold on a position, and like you said, right, needing a good points result, and he's going to want to fight for it. So I also see it, from the Kartnik driver's perspective of wanting to hold on to points. And again, that defense in turn 6, maybe wasn't enough because Johnson was able to go by Wes Witt as well as Wagner looking to go on a teammate into turn 6. And he's clear, so Wagner up to 3rd, and they're starting to close in on Hauser again. So they're just reeling him back in. And you see how easy it is, right? Any other track, you'll see this gap just too far gone. And that draft just being so prominent here with likes of Johnson and Wagner closing in, and you see them just 2 tires into the dirt for Wagner, picking up a little bit. Going to be some dirt on those left side tires, but white flag in the air, and it's going to be close as we race our way to the end. Hauser still leads as we exit turn number 1.
Yeah, Braden Wagner pointing forward to Cameron Johnson, and it's worked. Just half a lap later, they are on the race leader, Sebastian Hauser. He's probably going to have to go defensive into turn 6 if he wants to hold this. Cameron Johnson has been late on the brakes, going to do it again into turn 6. Can Braden Wagner get him side by side? And now Cameron Johnson to the lead.
Yeah, and that was about to be an all-time move. They're out of Braden Wagner. Look to get 2 for 1. Looking to cross him up. Not going to happen as we race our way into turn number 11. Johnson at the bottom. Wagner follows side by side with Wes Witt. Sebastian Hauser. Witt going to drop 2 tires into the dirt. Ferguson's there. Cameron Johnson. Braden Wagner up front. Drag race all the way to the line, but it's Cam Johnson. He won qualifying heat race number 2, and he wins the 3rd one as well. What a drive to the end for Cam Johnson. Hauser falls all the way down to 6th in the end. And again, one of the most favored drivers here this weekend fell short 2 weeks ago. And he's down in 6th before heading into the Super Heat. Cameron Johnson, what a way to end the qualifying heat races as we head into the Super Heat. Wagner across the line in 2nd. And you talk about Troy Ferguson fighting for position, doing everything he can to come away with a decent points finish. He's finally got it to come across the line in 3rd. Bronson Kustas right behind him, teammate in the Kartnik machine in 4th. And Keegan Ellsworth, a good drive up the field, 4 spots gained to finish inside of the top 5. And you talk about drivers needing good results. Nixon Ellsworth as well, up 5 spots to finish inside of the top 10, coming across the line in 7th. Tyron Scott as well, 9 spots gained. I think might be the biggest mover in that qualifying heat race to finish 8th. Alejandro Gonzalez there in 9th. And rounding up your top 10, Mason Moses to come across the line in 10th. Well, that was it there for KA100 Jr. Cameron Johnson, the winner at the end of it, and back-to-back wins to close off the qualifying heat races. He won qualifying heat race number 2. He starts the day off on Sunday. Start off with another win to his name. Cameron Johnson hitting by with our very own Jackson Lambros.
Well, Cameron Johnson, only your second week here, back-to-back, I should say, at Winchester. You pointed to me earlier. You said, "I told you so." Talk to me about that conversation we had before, what you felt like you needed to get on pole for the pre-final here.
Well, he said, do you have a race partner for the race? And I just said, no, I'm going to win. I can win by myself. And then I saw an opening over there, and then I went for it. And then I blocked the rest of the lap, and then I won.
Second place, not an easy spot to be in, especially at that point in the race. How hard is it for you to stay focused on the guy in front of you, especially when you have a whole beehive trying to pass you behind you?
You just have to just try and get up there, but you also have to worry about them behind you, so you have to worry about like blocking and getting up to the other person, so it's kind of hard.
You were here obviously last weekend for Challenge. You've been building this confidence with Rock in Florida. Where is the confidence level at here for the remainder of the day?
Really good, actually. My kart's really fast. My coach and my mechanics are hooking me up with a really good kart. I feel really good.
Good stuff. So Cameron Johnson looking to get on finals for the first time. This could be a huge win for the kid from Wisconsin, Caleb.
Yeah, thank you, Jackson. And it could be the rookie moving up, coming up next. KA seniors get ready to hit the racetrack.
like what you see and you want to join the grid, get ready as Champions of the Future America Series is heading towards round 3 on March 21st through the 22nd at K1 Circuit for the first ever reverse race. You're going to climb uphill through the S's, plunge downhill on the Bank Rocky Moran corner, and you'll challenge yourself to a racing experience that none of these drivers will have ever done before. Visit championskartingamerica.com to learn more and get ready to join the grid.
Empire Karts, your trusted trackside parts specialist. Proudly supporting champions of the Future America Series, West Coast karting teams, and racers. Empire Karts, your trackside solution.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
McCrow Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at mccrowmotorsports.net.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit, your coverage will resume shortly.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America, use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Qualifying Heat A versus D for KA Senior. And for the first time this weekend, Jackson Menchu and Frankie Mossman are going to meet on the racetrack. Johnny Stamps, John Michael Dunnigan on row number 2 with Kalani and Naya, and Steven Eisert on row 3. Jacob Capel, Henry Falls Hand back on row number 4 with Caden O'Connor and Spencer Kempton on row 5. Ethan Williams, Maximilian Bowie, Max Campbell, Brandon Chu, Grayson Hall, Peyton Anderson, young lady, the biggest mover yesterday on her Nash Motorsports machine. She was able to get herself inside of the top 10. Her first weekend in the senior ranks with Theo Huang, Vivian Teeter, Luis Lugo, Jasmine Buckley, and Preston Mena. The drivers that we have here in this last qualifying heat race for groups A and D, and this will be before they work their way into the super heat later on today. But Jackson Menchu, talk about the driver catching the field by surprise out of the second group and getting himself on the pole position. He's getting ready to go. Although he has been the fastest driver on one lap pace, has been up inside of the top 3 for all of his qualifying heats. He hasn't yet won a heat race. Johnny Stamps, Mossman's got one. He's got 2, I should say. Jackson Menchu does have a qualifying heat race. My apologies. A versus D was the one that he was able to win, the first one of the day for himself. But we're getting ready to go green. It's Menchu on the inside and Frankie Mossman on the outside to kick off the day for the KA100 Senior drivers. We're into the tram lines. Good pace. Green flag flies, and we're racing in Senior.
Front half of the field getting through turn 1 nice and clean. A couple of changes for position further back, but out in front, Jackson Menchu, Frankie Mossman, Johnny Stamps getting the jump they needed on the pack. Steven Eisert in 4th there as well. Archer Eversman further back than he would have wanted to be starting this after a not so great qualifying. Excuse me, that's not Archer Eversman. That's a different Access Kart Sport driver. My apologies, but out of turn 10 they come. It'll be interesting to see, Caleb, if we have too much battling at the start and the midpoint of this race. Already one of the HRT drivers, I believe, going to work, and Frankie Mossman thinking about it on Jackson Menchu through turn 13, unable to get that job done, but the fighting's already started on lap 1.
They're already kicking things off here for Frankie Mossman, Jackson Menchu, and Johnny Stamps. The drivers that have been the quickest on the weekend, as Mossman now looking to go in a Rocky Moran. Frankie Mossman's clear, up to the lead. But Johnny Stamps looking to follow, couldn't get through. Steven Eisert's also right there in 4th. Haven't talked a lot about Steven. Been a quieter weekend from this time out. Is now going on the inside as Stamps. Eisert's going to follow through, up to 3rd. Like we were mentioning, right, for Steven Eisert, this weekend hasn't been as smooth sailing as maybe the last. The pace wasn't the same after putting it on the pole, and a couple of outside moves for Steven Eisert as well to make some noise on the opening round, the opening weekend. This time he finds himself in 3rd, looking to claw his way back and looking to get himself into the conversation. Luckily for him, more drivers looking to shuffle back. Jackson Menchu, who's just back in 4th now. Henry Falls Hand right behind him. John Michael Dunnigan's right there with Spencer Kempton, Caden O'Connor, Big Capel, and Ethan Williams, a top 10, all in frame as we start lap number 3, Nate.
Yeah, front 4 starting to work together now. Down on the ground, Jackson Lambro says Johnny Stamps has a send. Jackson, what do you got for us?
And guys, a brand new track format for a lot of these guys, even for some of our full-time individuals. This is a new format. The chicane missing that triangle at the end, and I think that's catching out Steven Eisert. He thought that was something that's maybe been a little bit of a growing pain for him when turning laps here for the first time Thursday night, Friday morning. And again, Speed Sense and Eisert, both based in Sacramento, more used to running Prairie City, Blue Max. They aren't like the teams GFC, Access Kart Sport, running 4 or 5 days a week here. So that's making things a little bit more challenging. And for a lot of the guys, especially coming from the Northwest, from San Francisco, the Bay Area, that is adding a lot of excitement for a couple months when we're heading to Vegas.
Yeah, very good point. Thank you there, Jackson. So that's one of the biggest things, right? And like I was mentioning, this has been a weekend where kind of Steven hasn't made as much noise, and very good point there out of Jackson, a new layout for Steven Eisert, right? Those chicanes, it's something that maybe some of these drivers haven't seen, a layout that they haven't driven on yet. So again, being from Sacramento, just a couple of hours down the road, it's something to get used to, and it looks like Speed Sense and Steven Eisert are finally kind of starting to get that, and it could be a variety of things, right? You talk about gearing, that's going to change. It's not going to be the same as it was maybe a couple weekends ago with those extra hairpins and getting out of the corners. Now it's just trying to roll speed through the chicane, and that's been one of the biggest things. It's a different track essentially than what we saw at round number 1. And now with moves like this will bring Steven right back into the mix as Frankie looking to cross up Johnny Stamps. He's going to do so before Rocky Moran. Up and over the hill, Stamps in second. Menchu back in the battle in third with Eisert closing in. The same for John Michael Dunnigan, who's right there in fifth. Move on the inside, Stamps looking to go. Menchu on the inside, side by side with Mossman as well. And Mossman's going to hold on, but the top 5, bumper to bumper, nose to tail, as we work our way into the S's up the hill to turn number 11.
Surprised with all this battling, Caleb, is contact between Stamps and Mossman there going into the 11-12 chicane. I was going to say surprised with the amount of battling that's been going on, more drivers in that second group that is starting to loom behind this front pack. Haven't caught up already. Frankie Mossman just pointing towards Johnny Stamps in front, pointing forward, saying, let's just go. Let's quit while we're ahead at this point. The halfway stage of the race, 5 out of 10. Big off there, Caleb.
Oh, big off. One driver up and into the dirt. Hope he's all right, but the battle up front starting to kick off. Frankie Mossman, Johnny Stamps side by side down the hill. Menchu's right there. He's going to steal second from Mossman. Yellow flags waving in a Rocky Moran. That was one of the Nash Motorsports machines that was working their way through. I'm not sure who exactly it was. Peyton Anderson was right there as well in the 8th spot. We're side by side up front and into the chicane. Menchu going to steal the lead from Johnny Stamps. And now Mossman looking for a move into the final corner. He slots back in the line in third. But we're working our way into turn number 1. Menchu asking for a push, not going to get it. Stamps looks to the bottom. Eisert going to open up to the high side. We're 2 wide into 1. Menchu in the lead of the race with Stamps. Back to Mossman, back to Eisert in that second group. Far back, no passes with the yellow flags waving.
Yeah, so no passing through Rocky Moran or on that front straight, but through here, gloves are off. Stamps another send, and Frankie Mossman going to take advantage of Stamps going a little wide and a little sideways through turn 6, but unable to get the lead. He'll hold on to P2 and move himself up 1 position, and Jackson Menchu down another spot. I have to give kudos to Steven Eisert. He's been playing this thing smart, sitting 4th, thinking, I don't really want to part in this, and what those top 3 are throwing down at this point. Stamps will lead another lap. 1 lap Kart will get out of the way so we don't have to deal with that, but still more white lining and defending from the GFC pilot. Mossman and Menchu will follow. And again, Caleb, Steven Eisert just chilling there in 4th, and the pack in 5th already pointing forward, saying we can catch the leaders at this point.
And here's a quick update there for the drivers that did find themselves not able to conclude this race and into the pits early. You saw Peyton Anderson, scary incident for the young lady. She is sitting there on the barriers, is all right, able to get up. She is out of this race early. Maximilian Bowie, another one that's out. Ethan Williams dove into the pits there early. And it looked like James Capel maybe one of the ones involved. Caden O'Connor as well. They're down a good number of spots after it. But we focus up front. Johnny Stamps holding off Frankie Mossman. The same for Jackson Menchu and Steven Eisert, the top 4. Right there in frame with 2 laps to go. Stamps going to take him out of the bottom of the racetrack. And the rest of the pack starting to close in. Kalani Anaya right there as we're side by side up front. Stamps holds on. Over under from Frankie Mossman into Rocky Moran. He's clear even before getting to turn number 2. Mossman to the point.
And Anaya, at this point, Caleb, might be looking for her race win. Mossman still going defensive with just a couple laps to go. And at this point, he knows the game that these KA Senior drivers are playing. They're not going to work together. You can point forward as much as you want. It means nothing. So we see a replay here. We're going to get that ready for you guys. But back to the action still. Frankie Mossman leading the way. Johnny Stamps behind, trying to open up the corner a little bit through 11 and 12 to try and get a run on the Kartnik driver. Menchu looking for a position. Stamps will take it. White flag in the air, and Johnny Stamps is going to see it first, Caleb.
White flag flies, and Frankie Mossman just left to the wayside. Menchu through the AstroTurf to the lead. A little wide on the exit. Isert goes wide as well. Johnny Stamps holds on, and out of nowhere, Kalani Anaya up to second from fifth in the matter of a lap, in the matter of a corner. Anaya up to second, and now battling for the lead. Nate, you said it earlier, fighting for a win potentially as Mossman deep on the brakes, locks it up sideways into the hairpin of turn number 6. And up front, Johnny Stamps with half a lap to go as we're into the S's and exiting turn number 10 up to turn 11. Stamps just has to hold on here in what could be the best points average heading into the Super Heats. Stamps out of the chicane. 5, 8 drivers almost in this front pack. Out of the final corner, Johnny Stamps. They challenged him into turn number 1. Holds on, elbows out. Johnny Stamps wins the final qualifying heat race in groups A and D. What a race. What a finish. But Stamps, through it all, capitalizes in the end.
Crazy one for sure there, Caleb. Holding on for dear life, it seemed like. Johnny Stamps taking the win there. Talk about Anaya as well. That's huge points for the 467 CRG going into the Super Heat and main event later today. Obviously getting caught out in that turn 1 melee, that scary, turns 2, 3, and 4 melee we saw at the midpoint of this race with a couple of drivers going off and into each other. So hopefully all of them doing well. You can see there. Unofficial results from KA Senior Qualifying Heat A and D. Still got another round of KA Senior coming your way.
Hectic, chaotic even, but Johnny Stamps through it all. We spoke to him yesterday. Said this weekend's been a lot better than round number 1, and you're seeing it here. Driver to keep an eye on here already with 2 qualifying heats to his name and the Super Heat. All that he has left separating him to stay inside of the top 5. Maybe a smoother sailing main event on the docket for Johnny Stamps. See if we can catch up with some of our drivers. But Johnny Stamps, victorious to end the qualifying heats heading into the Super.
Every time I block, you just blast me. Every time I block, you just pull me out the way.
Jackson, come here. Frankie. Come here. Frankie. What? Bro.
Well, what a race, and you see it there. Frankie Mossman and Johnny Stamps just having a little word after the final qualifying heat race. And again, just elbows out racing from start to finish there. Drivers going to the bottom, defending. Again, Frankie just that end of the race not going his way, coming across the line in 11th, 9 spots lost. So to close things off, we'll see what we got as the day and the weekend continues. Let's take a look back at the action with a Coastal Link recap. And that start was a little better for the front. Jackson Menchu was able to get a clean start up at the front, and this contact right here with one of the Axis Motorsports machines, another one of the Speed Sense, and Peyton Anderson just up into the air, gets thrown out of the cart, and she was okay. But that battle to the end was something to keep an eye on here. And here's another look at that start. Just side by side, everybody going wide. Isert was one of the ones there that just got sent wide up and over the curb for one of the Precision Works machines into the side. And there's Anderson. That incident again with a couple more getting collected. And this right here, Jackson Menchu all the way to the bottom looking to go by. Isert there as well. Stamps kept it all 4 on the asphalt. Able to come away with the win in the end. And then you see Frankie there crossing the line down in 11th. A race that was very, very up and down for a couple and a couple of others. But nonetheless, stamps. Good way to close things out as this day continues. We'll see all these drivers later on today in the Super Heat. They'll be split in two as well. But again, for those of you at home, if you haven't had enough of KA Sr for the day, we still have B versus C that's getting set to come your way next.
Shop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Welcome back to Kart Chasers live coverage of the Champions of the Future America Series. We're back for qualifying heats B versus C for the KA100 Senior Division. Spencer Smith from Forward Direction Motorsports get ready to lead this field to green, starting alongside Gerardo Peralta. On row number 2, Archer Eversman and Matthew Cagle on that second row. Aiden Aquino and Rocky Moran back on row 3 with Theo Ciccotti and Luis Perez on row 4. Cash Lettieri and Talon Brown to round up your top 5 rows, your top 10 starters. Maxi Saga back to Josh Leslie, Chris Tokunaga, Connor Carpenter, Steven Searock, Kurt Harnish, Max Barron, Ethan Liu, Joseph Hewitt, Nolan Bishop, and Dylan Lee Hallmark. The drivers that we have getting the green flag as we're underway in KA Senior.
Spencer Smith with a good start there, Caleb, up through 2, 3, 4 of Rocky Moran for the first time in anger today for this group of KA100 Senior drivers. Already, though, Archer Eversman thought about a move there into turn 6. Top 3 getting away, which is fairly common from what we've seen so far this weekend, Caleb, with that front pack always getting a good jump, but as time goes on, that second pack able to reel in the drivers in front, and already Peralta, again, thought about a move, thinking better of it. Behind them, Theo Ciccotti leading the second train towards the leaders. Back onto the front stretch now. You can see the gap between the lead group and the second group, about 0.4 of a second. More drivers going wide through turn 1. It'll be interesting to see what Ciccotti can do to try and close in this gap to Spencer Smith. Eversman, who now takes the lead, and he's going to bring Peralta with him. So the Pantano driver down to third there, Caleb, and you can already see the likes of Theo Ciccotti and Luis Perez closing into this lead group.
Yeah, and dropping 2 tires in the process there for Spencer Smith on the exit of turn number 6. Not going to help him out for next couple corners, especially the S's there, but nonetheless able to get back going with Peralta right there in second. Theo Ciccotti now in fourth. The rest of the pack on their way. Luis Perez, the first of the Mike Manning karting machines. Back there in the 5th spot is now a change for the lead. Gerardo Peralta on the inside of turn number 1. Able to get himself clear. Eversman under fire from Smith and Ciccotti side by side in a Rocky Moran. Eversman stuck on the outside. 3 spots lost for Archer Eversman. Now down to 5th with Ciccotti. Fastest lap of the race. With a good head of steam getting himself forward. Eversman looking to stop the bleeding up to 4th. Perez back another spot. For the top 3, changing just a little bit. Peralta in the lead is Spencer Smith and Ciccotti, your top 3 now, Nate.
Yeah, those 3 are going to try and do what no KA pack has been able to do so far this weekend and break away. It's going to be a tough order. Theo Ciccotti more interested in getting by Spencer Smith. Bit of a half move there at the apex, and that's going to bring Archer Eversman and the likes of more drivers outside that top 5 into the battle. Here is Spencer Smith getting all out of shape. Have to go on to the runoff to keep it on track and in the right direction, Caleb. So for a driver who was P1 and leading at one point to now be multiple seconds behind the lead, it's not how Pantano driver would want to be looking at this race so far.
And this weekend, more than last, I think we've seen so many drivers just kind of 2 tires into the dirt there, just on the outside of turn number 1, trying to open up. And again, Spencer Smith, again, we talked about the exit of turn 6. We talk about going into turn 1, 2 tires into the dirt, out of shape, and you see how much that can affect. It's even one corner, and that could make or break your race. Perez, right on the outside, 2 tires into the dirt as well. And he didn't lose much time at all there, Nate, going off the racetrack. As further back, more moves. Aiden Aquino right there, Talon Brown, Steven Searock, the Cash Lettieri, and Josh Leslie, the drivers on the edge of the top 10. Matthew Cagle, you saw him set the fastest lap of the race. And Cagle's down in 21st after an unfortunate stop. 17 spots lost from where he started. Searock having a good drive, on the other hand, up 8 spots, up to 8th. That's a good drive. Nonetheless, Ciccotti as well, 5 spots gain to get himself to 2nd. And this race has been a little tamer than what we saw just a couple of minutes ago. And important to note, right, for all these drivers, this would be a different winner in the qualifying heat race because all the winners were in that last qualifying heat race number 3. This is going to be a new name hitting themselves with a maximum points finish before you head into the super heats.
Yeah, absolutely, Caleb. I think that last heat race was more of a indicator of what the final will look like because we had all the drivers that were winning races getting max points. This looks much more like a qualifying heat race that you would expect. A lot more working together, being on the same page for most of these drivers, for the HRT development pilots going at it further back in the pack. But to put the point on Matthew Cagle, whatever happened, it happened the lap that you mentioned. He ran a 57-second lap time, so he lost 5 seconds somewhere and lost those positions. Obviously still having pace in that GFC, so unfortunate for him. It was a driver that obviously started on the back foot in qualifying and maybe not had the results he wanted in the qualifying heats yesterday, but obviously knows this track has GFC behind him, would have been a contender going into the main event. Needs a strong super heat to get some points back and bring himself into contention for the final.
And you got to think about that kid's, opening weekend here at Champions of the Future, where he was impressive. I think making some great moves, driving with, very high class and maturity, if you will, for one of the rookies in this field. And again, even one of the drivers that we talked about in our meetings leading up to this weekend, just one of the most consistent, and you just can't catch a break. For one reason or another, the luck just hasn't been there for Matthew Cagle. It was the same thing to note in the super heat, a pushback bumper throughout the qualifying heats, consistently having to work his way through these fields. And it's the same story here in round 2, and I think it might even be a taller ask this time around, Nate.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for him. And it seems like this layout has brought more drivers into contention this weekend. Could also be more drivers having experience on these pressed tires and more time here at K1 circuit as well. But out in front, the Mike Manning karting driver of Theo Kakati still looking left and right on Peralta, trying to find a way by Archer Eversman on the Axis Kart Sport machine. Been patient so far, but once I think we see those 2 sticks in the air and the white flag, Caleb, we might have some battling up front, and that could bring Spencer Smith, who is the fastest driver on the track, into race-winning contention.
And Spencer Smith just right there in 4th, kind of lurking behind. You got to wonder, Theo Kakati, any second now, look to go for the lead of the race as we put the 2.6 in the air, 2 laps to go into Rocky Moran. And Peralta holds on with Kakati right behind him. Eversman sitting patient in 3rd. And these 3 drivers just quiet up front. And now Kakati looking for the move in turn 6. He's clear. Eversman looking to follow through. We're side by side there and through for 2nd for Archer Eversman. And that's exactly what Spencer Smith needed to get himself right into the mix and right up to the rear bumper of Peralta, now sits in 3rd. And you see it there on your screen. Matthew Cagle continuing to set personal best lap times in the fastest laps of the race, but unfortunately from down in 17, making up a couple more. Is now Eversman looking, turn 13 on the exit. Kakati going to lead, heading into the final lap. White flag waves, 1 lap to go as Kakati takes him to the bottom.
Yeah, Kakati hasn't been in this position where he has to defend the lead on the final lap or defend the lead at all for Theo Kakati. Up through Rocky Moran, into the 5 chicane, and then the hard braking zone of turn 6. He's looking left and right over his shoulders to try and keep Eversman behind here, Caleb. He's doing it so far, but still half a lap to go.
The rest of the pack on its way as well. Aiden Aquino right there, Cash Lettieri right there. They're back in 6th and 5th, starting to close into the top 4. A couple corners to go. We head into the chicane, turn 11. Kakati takes him to the bottom. Eversman looking to go by Peralta there, side by side for a second. Who's clear? Eversman way off the racetrack into the dirt. Spencer Smith out of nowhere through for a second. And to the line, Theo Kakati, first weekend on the national scene in single speed. And like he's been here all year round. Theo Kakati, your winner to start things off. What a drive for Theo. Spencer Smith as well. What a recovery to get himself on the pole to start things off. and then through for second in the end, just picking up the leftovers with Peralta across the line in third, Aquino in fourth, Lethierry back in fifth, Archer Eversman off the racetrack, all four tires almost up the hill, through the dirt, able to hold on for sixth. Steven Searock, Josh Leslie, Luis Perez, and Chris Tokunaga, your top 10. Matthew Cagle, what a last couple laps for Cagle as well, to get himself up to 14th after being down in what looked to be 21st, I believe, at one stage of this race there, Nate. That's a great way to recover for that rookie, and it'll be exciting to see him have to work his way through the field once again in the Super Heat as well in the main event. Just looking for some good luck for Matthew Cagle here, unfortunately. And that being said, Theo Kakati, last time we saw him in a KA100 package was, I believe, back at the Super Nationals, Nate, in Las Vegas. And again, you look back to that weekend, up and down, he was actually up and over, not right side up, but he flipped the kart over, got himself back going, got back into the race, and that just shows you the character out of Kakati. And this weekend in his first start in 2026 in KA100, looking to get a good weekend under his belt. We'll be looking to hear from him. We'll be looking to hear from a couple of others as well from the KA Senior class.
Where'd you end up? Where'd you end up?
Well, let's take a look back to how Theo Kakati came across with the win with the Coastal Link recap. And again, the start of the race, a little quieter, a little tamer, if you will, than the previous one. And Archer Eversman got himself into the lead early, and that all changed. Peralta was right there. Kakati was there as well. And that end, that final lap, Eversman 4 tires off, able to come across the line in 6th. But Kakati to get himself to the lead before Rocky Moran was a good way to do it. Good way to start off the year in KA100 Sr. He's standing by with our very own Jackson Lambros.
Here in the States, Caleb Viesca put it phenomenally. It wasn't just an up and down, it was an up and over Super Nationals for you. You restart in 2026. It's been a smooth Saturday and Sunday for you so far.
Yeah, it's been a mix of emotions, like a roller coaster, ups and downs, unfortunately. But I'm super happy to be back on the track this weekend, back in the saddle. Massive thanks to MMK for getting me in the seat. Great heat race. We needed this heat race for the Super Quali. We didn't have a good Heat 1, so happy that we were able to get the second yesterday and then the first today to make up for that P9 that we got. And the kart's feeling good. I mean, the power's great, and the competition's very tight here. It's very close. It's just a chess game. It's not checkers, you know? So, yeah, that's how the weekend's going so far.
We've been talking about it for KA100 this entire weekend. Everybody within a tenth of one another. Where do you feel like you and Mike have been able to find just that little extra bit to get to the front?
We just honestly, I was typical driver, thinking that the engine was the issue, and then what we did is drop that sprocket down one and loosen up the rear bit so we can get a bit more out the corner, and that just did the job after Heat 1. So that's where we found our pace, and the power is great, and yeah, massive thanks to him, of course.
Good stuff. Thanks, Theo.
No worries. Shout out to my mom.
Shout out mom and dad at home in the Middle East, but potentially win number 1 on deck for Theo Kakati.
Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarskrek Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarskrek, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarskrekRacing.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month. Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing? Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Legacies aren't built overnight. They're built 1 second at a time. Never taking a lap off, and always pushing the limits. K1, helping you build your legacy from the beginning.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Cool features that Race Studio 3 has that people normally don't know about it. The track map on the background. So
KA100 Heritage hits the racetrack for the last of their qualifying heat races. And Paul Bonilla, after an unfortunate end to the day yesterday with a DNF for himself, now starts again on the pole position with Joshua Daly alongside him on row number 1, Tony Gomez on row number 3 with Shane Hawkins alongside him on row 2. Ryan Kasner back on row number 3 with Craig Vasquez, Kyle Armstrong, Long Lin, and Johnny Wang. Our 9 drivers in this KA100 Heritage Division as we get ready to go racing here once again. Paul Bonilla, DNF for himself yesterday. Joshua Daly, Shane Hawkins not happy with each other when the checkered flag flew. And through it all, Ryan Kasner able to come away with a win. And they've been slowly figuring out this press attire and slowly figuring out their setup. Green flag flies. We're underway in KA Heritage.
I think for the first time this weekend, Caleb, inside lying in a really bad getaway. Paul Bonilla just not getting the jump that the outside line got and demoting him down to that 3rd spot early on here. So really interesting to see if that was just the outside line going a bit early or if Bonilla just got bogged down on that start. But either way, it's allowed Joshua Daly on the National Motorsports machine to rocket his way up into the lead with a couple tenths margin to the pack behind.
Yeah, this group has definitely opened up just a little bit. Paul Bonilla right there now looking to get to work on Shane Hawkins. They're side by side as we exit turn number 13. And nothing coming out of it for Bonilla on the exit of turn number 1. Further back, Tony Gomez in 4th. With Craig Vasquez right behind him and Ryan Kasner, yesterday's qualifying heat race number 2 winner, hasn't made too much headway. Down in 6th, Kyle Armstrong and Long Lin and Johnny Wang not joining us here to start off the Sunday. That being said, up front, good getaway for Joshua Daly, and that's starting to close in. Shane Hawkins now right behind him.
Yeah, closing in. When they get through the chicane in the final section of this track, it'll be interesting to see what the gaps are. It was just over half a second last time, and already, Caleb, you can see that gap has diminished completely. Daly looking over his shoulder, and he'll see Shane Hawkins within 2 tenths, and now within less than a kart length between them, as Bonilla almost looking to try and get by Hawkins there out of turn 1. Probably a less than ideal exit for the GFC pilot sitting in 2. There you can see Tony Gomez, the 505, going fastest overall, and Paul Bonilla the inside for 2nd and almost for 1st there. Don't know what happened to Joshua Daly through there, Caleb. Just a poor exit, not going too hard into the corner or what have you, but Paul Bonilla almost went from 3rd to 1st there.
And Bonilla, whenever you think about it, should have a slight, very, very slight tire advantage over the rest of the field with, again, not able to close out the day yesterday. So you see that kind of working his way through and just a little bit of a better exit, a little bit more traction, if you will, on the exit of that corner. Now we're side by side for the lead. Bonilla on the inside, and that's going to be a move done. Daly wide on the exit, and himself and Shane Hawkins now, they trade positions with Ryan Kasner finally making some headway up to 4th. And you see that fastest lap of the race now starting to come to life here for the best kart for Kasner Racing Development. 53.345 for the 516. With Craig Vasquez still right there, Kyle Armstrong. So this field, this is the closest I think we've had them so far this weekend. Well, I stand corrected. Yesterday, turn 11, we saw how close they kind of got to each other. A little too close for comfort of you, Nate, as they work their way to turn number 12 now, out of the chicane. And Shane Hawkins right behind Paul Bonilla, who's been the driver that everybody's been chasing this weekend. Outside of the second qualifying heat race, he's just had that little bit more pace than the rest of the field. He's going to be drafted upon with Hawkins right behind him, Daly right there as well. As we exit first corner, Bonilla on the work, on the needles, as we work our way up the hill.
Yeah, Bonilla leading the way. Top 3 seem to all be wanting to work together at this point. It's been a lot more of a calm race than what we saw with the KA100 seniors or boots on the ground. Jackson Lambros has a report on that.
Yeah, Nate, I can confirm it has still been, fortunately, a very calm morning for our EMS on site. You rewind the clock to what we saw at Rocky Moran Corner, Paraformula Works GFCs, and then that one Nash Motorsports EOS. That was Ethan Williams who was able to keep going, but did wheel it in a couple corners after with a bent axle. Peyton Anderson and Max Bowie both needing a lift back, but fortunately neither needing any medical attention, but still plenty of frustration, especially for both Peyton and Maximilian. Nate, I think very much what we saw as well for Heat 2 for your Heritage guys on track. Just the fangs coming out a little bit too early, and you know when you expect for at the very earliest pre-finals to see maybe some chassis wadded up, you've got a lot of people going to the jig a lot earlier than initially intended.
Yeah, very well said there for Jackson. Right, just a little too early yesterday, and then today, big 180 from what we saw there. And unfortunately for Daly, he is under investigation at the moment for an incident on the racetrack, and I believe that's probably for just pushing the track limits just a little bit on the exit turn number one a couple times where he did find himself out on the outside. So just getting confirmation here on the timing and scoring that indeed Joshua Daly under investigation. He's down in fifth, so this race kind of going backwards here for Daly nonetheless. For Kazner, talk about a recovery and, you know, looking to get yourself a couple spots higher on the starting grid. That's perfect for Ryan Kazner. Up to third, 2 spots gained. Craig Vasquez, same can be said for him, up to fourth. And Shane Hawkins and Paul Bonilla, right? The two of them right there in lockstep. And you can tell Bonilla just has that little bit more. Almost a tenth, couple hundredths maybe. Got some of the corners, better exits, able to keep them at an arm's length. But Hawkins still right there. Both of them toe-to-toe. As we get closer and closer to the end here, we're about to start. We're about to complete lap number 7. So we're getting closer to the end here, Nate. 3 laps to go left in this third and final qualifying heat race. It must be said also, thank you very much there for Jackson. You're going to get confirmation that Peyton Anderson was all right. The same for Max Bowie and the rest of the drivers involved. And again, going to be very busy, right? Getting those carts on the frame table and trying to get them straightened out for the super heat later on today.
Yeah, and talking more about that KA100 Sr crash. Crazy to see that, and thankfully everyone is okay. I believe we might have replay of that coming, so we'll get that for you guys. Still, you can see Bonilla and Hawkins, big gap out in front, and talk about how big this is for Kastner too in the closing laps of this race. He's up into second now with points, all things considered, with Daly obviously being under investigation, falling through the field, and it looks like the rear of that cart is stepping out so much for him on the midpoint of that corner at the apex. They're going to have a lot of work to do for the Nash Motorsports, but big day so far for Shane Hawkins.
Yeah, big day for Shane, big day for Ryan Kazner, right, to get himself right there in third and to come away with a good result. For Bonilla as well, this is a great bounce back, right? If you're not, finishing races where you probably should be, like we saw in qualifying heat race number 2 with the DNF, but to come back in the third qualifying heat race and to get yourself up the front, to be in the lead of it, to keep a guy like Shane Hawkins who had so much pace yesterday at bay, this is a great way to kind of turn around after a day, of bad luck, quote unquote, if you will, with that incident that we just missed, the flat tire. But this is a great way to bounce back. And again, still not over. Long way from done. Still a mile to go. 1 lap to go. 13 corners to be exact for Paul Bonilla and Shane Hawkins to try and decide who's going to win this final qualifying heat race, who's going to have the best points average heading into the super heat later on today. And you saw Hawkins there a little wide on the exit of 1, just dancing on the line, dancing with track limits here with 2 tires into blue paint. But unfortunately, they lost a little bit of time as we work our way down the S's. One more time around for Paul Bonilla to try and come away the qualifying heat race victory.
Yeah, Bonilla looks like he should have this one in the bag. Hawkins doesn't really have it for the LN Kart driver. Through the final couple of corners, Hawkins is right there, but it's not going to be enough. Paul Bonilla, consistency will pay off for the qualifying heats. He'll take another race win and will be the leader going into the super heats on points. Hawkins in second, Kastner in third, Joshua Daly losing 2 spots. Not ideal for his qualifying Heat 3 finish, and Tony Gomez running out your top 5.
Well, you can't really call it a comeback because Paul Bonilla's only really lost one session that he wasn't able to finish due to a mechanical issue and a punctured tire, if you will, after an incident on the racetrack. But picking right up where he left off yesterday, he was fastest in qualifying. He was lights out in qualifying heat race number 1. Qualifying heat 2 didn't go his way. Qualifying heat race number 3, business as usual for Paul Bonilla, who comes across the line to win. Hawkins to Kazner to Daly, who, again, just a qualifying heat race to forget for himself. Tony Gomez, Craig Vasquez, Kyle Armstrong, your 7 drivers coming across the line to close this one off.
Nice with a new rim done. What's that? Nice with a new rim done. There you go.
And finally, Paul Bonilla, it's been a roller coaster weekend so far for you. This one's been a couple days coming, but talk to me about how confident finally you are now behind the wheel of this LN kart.
Yeah, had a little problem there in the last heat yesterday with a tire. Second time tires come off. Well, it didn't actually come off, just went low. So we're not sure exactly, valve stem or whatever. But I think we're rolling now. Kart feels good. Phil's got me tuned pretty well in the data. So, yeah, just hopefully can start from pole if we do good the next on the Super Final for the main. And then we'll see how it goes. We have a pretty tight group. People are catching up. And, Shane hung with me pretty good there.
Tight group, but obviously you've been one of the front runners since round number 1. What's it going to take to turn this into a victory here for round 2?
Honestly, just driving clean, don't make mistakes, and just try to control the race, basically.
Appreciate it, Paul. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jackson.
Guys.
Well, calm, cool, and collected for Paul Bonilla on the Phil Giebler Racing LN kart. Just got to do what he's got to do to come away with a main event victory later on today, and he seems very, very confident in the piece they have under them here this weekend. But wait, more races coming your way later on today. We'll be right back.
Your computer to the internet, you can come up here and click on this Google Earth icon, and it will pull the background from the Google Earth into your GPS data.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on my website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm gonna give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now, this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
The day is ours and we seize it. Haters, man, they got reasons. Grab the moment, we freeze it. Go to the touch, oh, what a rush. Follow your heart, homie, go where the love. Let it rain, let it flow, let it flood. Swimming in good vibrations, it's a celebration. It's the liberation of everything we are. Every time you in the clouds, they gon' try to bring you down. Do not let them try, go ahead and get it, get it, get it, get it.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Empire Karts, your trusted trackside parts specialist, proudly supporting champions of the Future America Series, West Coast karting teams, and racers. Empire Karts, your trackside solution.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go.
Pro X30 hits the racetrack with Jake Drew getting ready to lead this field to green. Eric Doan starting alongside him on row number 1, looking for a little bit better luck than what he had to end the day yesterday at the end of qualifying heat race number 2. Mateo Calderon on row number 2 with Daniel Perez, Sergey Karamsely, and Anthony Freeze. Your 6 drivers in this Pro X30 qualifying heat race. And what we got so far this weekend before heading into the main event, Nate. Yesterday, Jake Drew, flawless, and a lot different to what we saw at round number 1. A smile on his face for a change, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's maybe enjoying it a bit more. They'll get in the line here. Caleb, he'll be leading us to the green. There's your final look. Our X30 Pro starters. Final qualifying heat for these guys into the tram lines and looking for the green.
Well, here we go. We're into the tram lines. Eric Doan needing a better day. Jake Drew just needs to keep it clean up front. Green flag flies, and we're racing an X30 Pro.
Once again, Jake Drew getting a good jump out of turn 1. He's been very consistent with that throughout the weekend. Eric Doan obviously losing a spot there to Calderon, but a better start than he had for qualifying heat 2 and being left to the wayside there. So down through the S's they go for the first time in anger, Caleb. Single file racing for the time being, but we'll have to see what Calderon can do if he can hold up to the back end of Jake Drew, or if Eric Doan wants to try and get by that Axis Kart Sport machine as quick as possible.
Well, as we work our way to complete lap number 1, Mateo Calderon, what a start for, again, the newest rookie, if you will, after last time we saw him was a couple of weeks ago out in Houston, racing in the junior divisions. Now making the move up to senior and chasing down Jake Drew as we start lap number 2, and Eric Doan's right behind him, now looking to get ahead of him. Side by side into turn 6. Eric Doan's clear. And up into the second spot, further back, Daniel Perez, Sergey Karamsely, Anthony Freeze, single file line. Looking to chase down these 2 right here on your screen.
Yeah, Karamsely was one of the drivers last weekend who seemed like he potentially had race-winning pace at times, fell off the main event compared to Jake Drew and Eric Doan. Really was being kept in it by the amount of battling as Karamsely trying to get by Perez in turn 1, unable to. And we'll have to look for another spot on the track to try and get by.
Here we go, already 1 lap in. This is about the same pace Jake had yesterday, 50.801. Again, similar lap times to what he's ran all day yesterday. So when you talk about it, the super heat, I think is really where you're going to start to see these tires kind of start to degrade. And you know, we talked about it a whole lot with Jackson as well, right? In the span that we had in between these weekends, you know, every weekend can change with the amount of tires that they use. Teams of the Futures had their ears open, all the officials to listening to feedback and whatnot from all their customers. As Karamsely looking on the inside there at turn 13, almost into the side of Perez. Has to just take evasive action, get on the afterburners, and get his Formula Works GFC stopped before the corner, and that allowed Anthony Freeze to go by on the exit. Now Freeze up to the 4th spot, and Mateo Calderon, you talk about a turnaround from yesterday after missing the final heat race due to the incident on the opening lap, opening corner. What a way to bounce back for that rookie to get himself up to 3rd. Fastest lap of the race, chasing down Eric Doan.
Yeah, faster by Eric Doan and almost 2/10 clear of leader Jake Drew. That's impressive lap time for him. We'll see if Calderon can obviously hold that pace throughout the rest of this qualifying heat 3. Could make things interesting for the super heat and the main event later on today. On to lap 4, though. These 3 behind the leading trio. No moves being made. Perez putting a little bit of room on Freeze and Karamsely. Obviously having that mistake in turn 13. And putting him on the back foot. He's going to try it in turn 6. Late on the brakes. Gets the job done. So Karamsely up into P5.
There you go. Good move for the 604. Now get himself up to 5th. Daniel Perez is right ahead of him, and Karamsely, you can see him just very, very good out of the corners. Able to carry enough speed and We head into the chicane in turn 11. He's right there, right on the rear bumper. Turn 13, and he struggled to pass there just a while ago. He's going to keep it right behind Perez's speed sense machine. Now into turn 1. Looking low, going back into line. He's thinking better of it. He's going to chase him down from 4th. Up front, Jake Drew, Eric Doan, Calderon just getting that little bit closer together here, Nate. It's almost been, half a tenth a lap what Eric Doan's been able to get on Jake Drew, and both of them improving. Jake's lap time is better than they were at the start, 50.7, so he's just getting that little bit better, gradually better.
And right now, the gap between Jake Drew, Eric Doan, Calderon are all about half a second between the two of them. So they're staying close to each other, not letting them get too far away. As that time by, still half a second between Drew and Doan. Jake Drew doing a personal best. Eric Doan losing time to the Formula Works GFC driver. There's more battling happening here. Daniel Perez having to hold off Karamselli and Freeze for that 4th spot. Again, Karamselli up the inside into turn 6, gets that move done, and now move him up into the 4th spot.
Back and forth in the story of this main event here, of this qualifying heat race, the X30 Pro division. And the gap up front, like I mentioned, just going back and forth in between Jake Drew and Eric Doan, a tenth a lap as Drew sets in a personal best of 50.570, faster than anybody else has gone in this main event by about a tenth. Like, it just shows you, right? Jake kind of coasting a little bit in those first couple of laps, and when he needs to turn it up, he does so and reopens that gap, just keeping them 7/10 to about half a second at bay, not really allowing these two youngsters to get within the drafting window of the 614. He's just been good at that, right? Driving that 80%, 75%-ish so far this weekend, and you see him looking over the shoulder, just managing, right? Maintaining that gap. This time around, we'll complete lap number 8. 2 laps to go left in the final qualifying heat race of the day, and Jake has just been on a tear. Nothing and no one in this field has been able to stop him. And it's a big turnaround, right, than what we saw at round number 1. Eric was right there throughout multiple sessions, and it seemed like Jake was really struggling to understand the tire, and they were still a little bit of gremlins just getting to grips with chassis setup and all that. And throughout this, off-season, quote-unquote, before they get into the Pro Tour, and, after round number 1 and into round 2, they were doing a lot of testing, a lot of work to try and, figure things out, whether it's, different, steering shafts, you name it. They've been trying almost everything to kind of figure out and go in opposite directions to try and get uncomfortable, and then refine a comfort zone in that kart to get it to work, to get it to exit on the corners. And that's been one of the biggest things that I was surprised in. And talking with the team down in Houston when they were out there for the SKUSA Winter Series at the closing weekend, they were speaking with Jesus Vasquez, Keegan Kaminsky, Karamselli himself, as well Jake, who wasn't in the seat, right, just helping the younger drivers understand the package that Formula Works, the Ryan Norbert Karting Academy that's over in Florida this weekend, and as well with the GFC factory boys, just understanding this 125cc water-cooled package.
And doing everything they had to do to try and get that thing quick. Obviously, it's working, and obviously has pace in hand, Caleb, to manage that gap, and probably will see an even bigger one in the Super Heat.
Yeah, we'll see. Super Heat is coming up next for Jake Drew, and it's anything like what we've seen to start off the weekend. Everybody's got a lot to figure out. Jake Drew, winner to end off the qualifying heat races. Formula Works for GFC and for the 614 of Jake Drew, putting the field on notice. They're going to have to go back to work to close down the gap for the shoe. Eric Doan, Mateo Calderon, impressive out of those two rookies to get himself in second and third. Sergio Karamselli up to fourth. Perez, Anthony Freeze. 6 drivers in this X30 Pro division. We'll speak to some of these pro drivers as they work their way into the scale lines. But right after that, we hit a lunch break. For those of you joining us from home, we'll be back for Super Heats later on today. I think we might continue here, Nate, and I think indeed. So we are going to continue. The lunch break won't be until about 1:15 local time here in California. So that being said, next race coming your way in about 10 minutes. The Super Heats getting ready to go racing here, but we'll catch up with some of our pro drivers.
Thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayKara.com. At ShopPayKara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayKara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with two classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
One thing that is really nice about the Micron 6 is with this new IMU platform, now they put an embedded channel with the steering wheel angle. This channel is really nice to use if you're trying to understand how the drivers are behaving through the corners, if it's oversteering, understeering. But you need to be careful. Because we're measuring this at 100 times per second, when you look on the data, it's very, very noisy. So when you look on the data, we have here the steering wheel angle raw output in blue, and then we have to apply a filter to treat this data, and then that's the filter in red.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on my website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month. Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
If you like what you see and you want to join the grid, get ready as Champions of the Future America Series is heading towards round 3 on March 21st through the 22nd at K1 Circuit for the first ever reverse race. You're going to climb uphill through the S's, plunge downhill on the Bank Rocky Moran corner, and you'll challenge yourself to a racing experience that none of these drivers will have ever done before. Visit championskartingamerica.com to learn more and get ready to join the grid.
Empire Karts, your trusted trackside parts specialist, proudly supporting Champions of the Future America Series, West Coast karting teams, and racers. Empire Karts, your trackside solution.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
Well, it's time to go super heat racing, and at the end of all the qualifying heats, Maddox Carlucci comes out with the best points average. He's getting ready to start alongside Forrest Blair. Matthew Piccioli, driver who put it on the pole in the fast lap qualifying session, getting ready to start alongside Carson Bishop on row number 2. Lucas Tarango, Kendall West to Asher Bazonsky, Benjamin Tavi, Ryan McPhail, William Wark. Go back to the next couple of rows with Sebastian Ochi, Mateo Gomez, Lachlan Postel, Sebastian Metjazik. Same for Emiliano Hernandez, Dan Dukalescu, Timothy Borodavenchko. The same for Aaron Senevirante, as well as Christian Benjizian, Valengin, Michael Dean III, Spencer Antle, and Isaias Vega. Next couple of drivers there getting ready to take the green flag. But we're into the tram lines now, and this weekend has been up and down for a couple of drivers. Maddox Carlucci, smooth sailing nonetheless. Green flag flies, and Super Heats are underway.
This time around, Caleb, Forrest Blair getting a good jump from the outside front row over Carlucci, demoted down in a second. A clean opening couple of corners for these Mini and U10 Mini drivers. As Carlucci getting all sorts of sideways there at the apex of 6, able to hold on to it. That's going to allow drivers behind to close on in and allow Forrest Blair to give himself a little bit of breathing room at the early portion of this race. Of course, Caleb, we've seen all throughout this race weekend and last weekend, that gap isn't going to last for long, even if it does last to the start-finish line now, because it looks like Carlucci has reeled in the GFC.
Yeah, Carlucci right back on the rear bumper of Forrest Blair, and those two drivers all weekend long. They have been impressive nonetheless. But again, when you look back to the third qualifying heat race that we saw a little bit earlier on today, Forrest Blair did not have the best of starts on that inside line starting on the pole. He opened up to the outside, and that just allowed almost everybody, including Maddox Carlucci, to get into the lead of the race early and run away with what was a pretty good end to his final qualifying heat race of the day. Carlucci was able to take the win there. Forrest Blair came across the line in 7th. Piccioli as well, it was kind of up and down for him after setting in a good lap time at the end of fast lap qualifying. But nonetheless, the HRT driver just looking to get himself back to where he was a little bit earlier. He's currently sitting in 4th, right behind Carson Bishop's machine with Asher Bazonsky. How about Asher as well? This is, slowly but surely has been getting back to where we saw him at round 1, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. And Carlucci to the lead there will take it off of Forrest Blair side by side at the apex of 1 for a moment, but Carlucci will take that lead. Talking to your point about Bazonsky, he's been slowly working his way towards the front of the field, and there's confirmation of that. Fastest so far in this Mini Super Heat as Blair back to the inside retakes the race lead. But Bazonsky has been very impressive to watch throughout this 2026 Champions of the Future Americas season. Hopefully see him on the top step of the podium later on in the year if this trajectory does continue. But back out in front, though, it's still that bright neon helmet of Forrest Blair leading the way.
Yeah, this has been so far one of the better qualifying heats that Bazonsky has had. The same for Carson Bishop now getting himself into the mix here. He's up to 3rd. Piccioli there was looking to get shuffled back. And himself and Bishop are just going back and forth for the entirety of that lap. The rest of the group on its way. Kendall West not too far back. Lucas Tarango, McPhail, Tavi, and Wark all starting to close in. The top 10 all coming in a frame. Last one here looks to be just McPhail right behind Tarango there on the edge of this pack. And then you go back to Benjamin Tavi and Wark that are leading that second group, looking to get up to this front and lead pack. And these races, got to note here, Nate, as well, a little bit longer than what we saw in the qualifying heat races. They're going just a little bit longer, right? 7 laps were the qualifying heats. Compared to the Super Heat, that's now 10 laps. So 3 laps, and that could be a big difference as well, right? For these young drivers, just going that little bit longer than what we did already for setups. You talk about tire pressure, you talk about a whole lot of things, just keeping it consistent, keeping it clean, and also managing your race, right? You gotta manage when to make moves, Diego Cotti said it best, right? You got to come out here and play chess. Can't come out here and play checkers. And that was, I think, one of the best quotes that we've had so far throughout the day. Just got to go out there, plan your race, and be methodical about the way that you're making passes, when you're pushing, when you're not, when you're going as well. That's one of the biggest things here that these drivers have to know. This pack is starting to stack up, and rightfully so, right on cue. Maddox Carlucci going to go back to the point, side by side with Carson Bishop as we're going down the hill. And Blair recovers one. We're side by side there again. Peculi looking for another spot. It's only going to be fourth. And this group shuffling up front. It's now Carlucci over Blair.
Yeah, so Carlucci, new leader. These two seem to be the protagonists this race weekend. Same two with round one. A little bit of a slide there for Forrest Blair at the apex of 13. More battling behind there. Caleb Bizonsky, we talked about him earlier on, making up moves.
And how about a little help there for Bizonsky as well to get that spot done. And able to go get ahead of Peculi. There was just one spot better. Bishop still sitting in the third spot. Out to Bizonsky to, it looks to be Kendall West there right behind him now. Peculi is now in the backpack with McPhail right there. Lucas Tarango. The top 8 just in lockstep. Single foul line as they work their way through the S's. Going into turn number 8 now, or sorry, turn number 10 now, as we work our way up the hill to turn 11. Everybody just looking over the shoulders, seeing when they're going to go. And we're just stacking them up here. More and more of them are on their way. Warwick not too far back. You see that second group, they're single foul line, just kind of pushing each other up to this front pack here, Nate. And they just need a little bit more fighting. Sadly for them, they're going at it. They're side by side. Warwick, Fossil, Tavi, all in that backpack. And Tavi actually just fell down to 14th.
Yeah, and unfortunate for Benjamin Tavi. Hasn't had the weekend he would have wanted. Was one of the drivers we were talking about in round one. This time around with his altered layout, just hasn't seemed to have the pace up front. Is Carlucci, Blair, though. Caleb, these two first and second in points going into this one. As things stand, it would be Carlucci on pole for the main event later on today, and Carlucci would have to drop a significant amount of positions to allow Forrest Blair to sit on the inside of the front row. More drivers, Carson Bishop, Bizonsky had 2 good runs in this race as well to promote them inside the top 5 on points. So keep an eye out for them come the main event. Few hours time for these mini drivers. Side-by-side action, though, Caleb, further back. Nothing really coming of that. But Bizonsky, I should say, did get by Bishop at the line, so move Bizonsky into that third spot. More defending for the lead.
Yeah, not bad for the competition speed. GFC just picking him off one by one. He's been patient in making moves. And as we get closer to those last 2 laps, 2.5 to go, Bizonsky should be right there with Forrest Blair and Maddox Carlucci to battle. And again, this isn't a pre-final, it's a super heat. So for Carlucci, just has to continue to rack up these points. And it's a tall ask for anybody else, really, to kind of deny Carlucci from pole position later on in the main event today. Forrest Blair, I honestly think a second would still be good enough for Carlucci here. If it's outside of the top 5, then the questions start to ask on who exactly we're going to have on that pole position. Forrest Blair did win that first qualifying heat race, but we'll see as we're getting close here. 2 laps ago, 2.6 were out last time around, and Kendall West, Asher Bizonsky, they stay in line, and you see Carlucci, middle of the racetrack, going a little bit defensive. And this should stack them up here, Nate, as we go down the hill.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think it'll be a 4-cart battle for the lead much longer here, Caleb. Carlucci and Blair most definitely going to start racing, and Forrest Blair thought he had a run out of turn 10 that time by. A little further back, Kendall West, if she could get by Bizonsky, that could be her up another row onto the second row, but battling for the lead. Carlucci goes low, looks over his shoulder. Blair will go high through turn 1. Carlucci gets him at the apex, and it should be single file going in a 2-3 and Rocky Moran corner. Gail, it's getting close. We've seen this before with these mini drivers really throwing it down on the final lap. Blair and Carlucci have come out on top before, but who's to say Kendall West and Bazonsky can't take it this time?
Kendall has been fast. We saw it at round number 1, proved herself against some of the other boys in this division. The same for Bazonsky, who was up there at round number 1, and now he's there again to close off the Super Heat. Carlucci, lights out so far this weekend. The same for Forrest Blair, who's been one of the drivers to beat. But we're going, and we're working our way into turn number 11. And Carlucci's still right there with Forrest Blair, who is going to open up. And we saw this crossover move yesterday to end the first qualifying heat race. Forrest Blair does it again to close off the Super Heat. Blair, your winner, to Kendall West, who follows him through. Carlucci across the line in third. Asher Bazonsky to Carson Bishop, your top 5. And again, Forrest, you saw it at the end of the first qualifying heat race. We see it in the Super Heat. Took him a while to get back to quote-unquote victory lane, but what a way to get himself to the lead of the race on that final lap before going into the main event later on today. He already has the round 1 victory to his name, looking to get another one here this weekend. What a drive out of Forrest. And it should still be good enough for Maddox Carlucci to hold on to the pole position. We'll leave that up to timing and scoring and see what they when they tally up all the points on who we're going to have starting on that inside line. But again, for Forrest, he started on the outside, and that was good enough. All he needed to come away with the victory here in the Super Heat. And again, those main events going to be just that little bit longer as well. Later on today, 1 lap longer, 11 laps in the main event. I think might even be 12 in the main event for those young drivers, but we'll catch up with them. We'll see them all later on today on the other side of the lunch break. And we're going to have, again, the rest of the Super Heats coming their way here in a couple moments. But what a drive out of Forrest Blair. What a way to get it done in the end there, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. Forrest Blair knowing how to get it done on that GFC. Did it last weekend. Did it again this weekend. Kendall West there, you can see behind P2, and no chain guard for Forrest Blair. So that'll be one for the officials to look at if that's deemed a safety item for Champions of the Future America Series, and if there's any post-race penalties for Forrest Blair. Hopefully not. So it was a good run and a solid run for the GFC pilot.
Well, let's take a look back to how he got to that last lap, to how he got to Forrest Blair taking the win there. The Coastal Link custom printing recap, and at the start, Forrest, he would have got it done around the outside into the lead of the race over Maddox Carlucci, but it wasn't easy. And there you see that chain guard just coming off the rear there into the gravel, into the dirt on the front straightaway. But in the end, these drivers were going back and forth. Carlucci was right there. Carson Bishop, Asher Bazonsky at one point got himself into the top 3. And then when the white flag flew, Carlucci at the bottom of the racetrack led almost all the way to the final corner where Forrest was able to have the crossover of a lifetime for the second time in a row. Along with him, Kendall West was able to finish in second to Maddox Carlucci, Asher Bazonsky, and Carson Bishop. That was your top 5 at the end of it. We're going to get ready to go racing here in a couple of moments as well with our KA100 Juniors for their Super Heat.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit, your coverage will resume shortly.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with two classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Super Heat action continues. KA100 Jr hits the racetrack, and Cameron Johnson and Sebastian Hauser, they just trade spots on row number 1. Bronson Kustis and Braden Wagner on row number 2. Wes Witt, Keegan Ellsworth on row number 3 with Mason Moses and Alejandro Gonzalez on row number 4. Aaron Spears and Hudson Hidalgo back on row number 5. Troy Ferguson with a lot of work to do. He's getting ready to start alongside Diesel Bazonsky. Tyron Scott's right there as well. Sebastian Johnson, Henry Escalette, Rylan Harley, Paxton Romero, Brandon Eng, Max Martosian, Luis Martinez, Daniel Bazonsky, Reef Sherry, and more getting ready to take the green flag here for the last qualifying heat, the Super Heat, before we head into the main event later on today. Green flag flies. We're racing in KA Jr.
Good start there for Sebastian Hauser. Cameron Johnson will follow behind. Cameron Johnson went into this one the points leader after the qualifying heats. Will now have to try and find a way by Sebastian Hauser, or if he wants to work with them. It's KA Jr. A fairly clean start for these junior drivers. 11 laps on the docket for them. Down through the S's for the first time here, Caleb. No major moves being made, and you know, it's been tame at times, but at others, gloves have been off. Be interesting to see what kind of race we get here.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it here. And again, you got to think that this isn't a pre-final. It's a super heat. Still combining points. Still the conversation of points to put yourself in a good position in the main event that's really the key. That's the goal here. That's, again, that's really what we got in store. So that's got to be going through the drivers' heads, right? Planning this race out perfectly. And that was Cameron Johnson's thing as well. He's going to go for a move into turn number 6. He's clear over Sebastian Hauser. And now Wes Witt's right behind them. Bronson Kustis not too far back. With Braden Wagner and Keegan Ellsworth all in line. And a quick update here on Troy Ferguson. He hasn't made much headway to close off lap number 1. He's still down in 13th. Diesel Bazonsky's up 2. He's up to 10th. So Diesel's had a good start. But we're getting ready to start lap number 3. We'll see how they all stacked up, how they all worked their way through. A couple of drivers making a couple of moves. Ferguson's up 1 now. He's up to 12th. But again, we have no idea, right? When you talk about the Super Heats, they were split up for round number 1. Now they're all together. So we're really coming in here with question marks, right? With this many drivers in the junior division here, Nate, what we're going to see. And it's really dependent on Cameron Johnson, and he's showing it right now. He kind of wants to hold position. 11 laps. It's a long time, and there's a lot of room for drivers to kind of pass you left and right. So Johnson knows that he feels the pressure, and he said to Jackson, right, doesn't really feel comfortable working with anybody at this stage. You got to think a kid out of Wisconsin coming down to the West Coast in California, racing here with his team at Nash Motorsports, and just wanted to stay in front. You see the pushing and shoving there. Sebastian Hauser right on the rear bumper there of Johnson. You see him just checking the shoulder. Kusta's going low. Wagner looking to follow, looking to close the door. And now Hauser looking to go into turn 1. He's got the lead.
Yeah, and Sebastian Hauser leading the way there. A big move there in turn 1. A lot more happening further back in the pack throughout this race. Sebastian Hauser going defensive, puts the bumper to Cameron Johnson. Cameron Johnson will get by there, Caleb. Wes Witt into second. And Hauser down to third now.
And I got a feeling here, Nate, we're going to have a dogfight to close off the Super Heat. And this field continues to shuffle. There's Wagner in line. Johnson, Wes Witt now right behind as we're side by side on the exit of the chicane. Here comes the rest of the pack as well. Well on its way. Paxton Romero, Martinez, Hidalgo, and more all joining this lead group. Johnson now feeling the pressure. Witt going to the bottom. Hauser going to push him through. Wes Witt to the lead. Johnson stuck on the outside as Bronson Kustis now looking to go. And as easy as that, Hauser pushed Witt for the total of 1 corner, for the entirety of a corner. And then after that says, you know what? I want to take control. I want to be in the front. And he does just that. Going into Rocky Moran. Sebastian Hauser's back to the lead of this race, and Cameron Johnson from the lead, he's now outside of the top 5 on the edge of the top 10.
Yeah, falling back a ton through just a couple of corners. Hard to take your eyes off this race right now. Sebastian Hauser already pointing forward and trying to work with Wes Witt, see if they can get away, because the rest of this pack has been fighting hard from now all the way back to the start, where start of this race, a couple things coming off some karts. Cane guard, as you can see there, we're going to see replay in the bottom right corner. So keep an eye on the screen there, just there in the middle of the pack. Unsure.
There's somebody from the outside lane, it looked like there, Nate. Somebody from the outside lane at the start, and somebody looks like maybe at the back of the pack, losing a chain guard there.
Yeah, unsure who that was. I think once we get this race over with and we get mobile cam and scales, we can get a confirmation on that. But back on track, Sebastian Hauser continues to lead the way with the help of Wes Witt. About 6/10 the margin between second and third as things stand, as Bronson Kustas in the third spot, trying to track down those leaders and break away from Ellsworth and Wagner, the two GFCs behind. Cameron Johnson there, just out of frame, just in frame, in the middle of this pack here, Caleb. Losing a ton of spots into 8th now at this point, but of course, about halfway left in this race for the Superheat of KA Jr. Still some time to make up that ground, but it's going to have to be quick and efficient with those passes.
And here we go, a couple of movers there. There's Keegan Ellsworth. They're side by side with Scott, and they get shuffled. They're going side by side through the S's as well, and Scott finally able to get through into the 5th spot. You saw Ellsworth just almost out of shape, holding onto it. Moses right behind them on the Precision Works machine, and they're pushing their way through on looked to be Cameron Johnson. Bazanski, it looked like, or Hudson Hidalgo, one of the two. It's actually Bazanski there on the competition speed suit, working his way by. So Bazanski up to 8th, Johnson now down to 9th, Hidalgo's down in 10th. And that group just on the edge of the top 10, continuing to shuffle, continuing to battle. And you see Johnson just kind of misplaced at the moment, down in 9th. And again, coming out of the heat races, starting this race on the pole, he's coming in as the favored, or quote unquote the pole position in the main event. But this is going to be a huge hit to that points average, and this is going to be massive for Sebastian Hauser, who just really has to finish inside of the top 3 to start on the inside later on today, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. Doing what he has to. Sebastian Hauser currently sitting on pole for that main event with points calculated. Kusas as well, Caleb, a driver that hasn't had the pace to be leading up front, is pausing on that point. New leader, Sebastian Hauser, retakes the lead. Of course, Braden Wagner getting brought into this pack as well now, so 4 karts in this lead. Again, Sebastian Hauser so strong so far, and GFC up to the lead there, Caleb, with Braden Wagner.
Yeah, the gap was at 2 car lengths there. Hauser able to do a good job to get himself clear. Wagner, now the driver in second. Wes Witt, must be said, what a way to get himself right into the limelight this weekend for round 2, showing the pace there on his GFC. Kustas as well. You heard from him at round number 1, getting himself in the mix, in the conversation. Now sitting in 4th, but the rest of the pack well on its way. Tyron Scott leading them, Keegan Ellsworth, and now Hauser going defensive to the bottom. Wes Witt goes through on Wagner, who's all 4 tires way past the blue. Wes Witt there side by side for a second will look to be Ellsworth, and now as easy as that, Wes Witt inside of the top 3, almost falling out of it. He's still there actually in 3rd. Wagner was the driver, the other GFC, who's now down the order, but yellow flags wave, no passes. And you see the hand in the air there for Sebastian Hauser as we work our way down the hill. We're getting close to the end here. And Hauser's still leading.
Yeah, Hauser acknowledging that yellow flag. Not a great passing opportunity into the section of corners where the yellow was flying. So still, these guys are going to go at it. And you can see Hauser opening up turn 13 as much as he can to try and get his best a run down this long straightaway. He's going to have it. Bronson Kustis behind, going defensive on Wes Witt and the rest of those drivers. This could be good for Sebastian Hauser. Caleb, the points he needs to start from pole, but the drivers behind aren't done yet.
Yeah, definitely not. Kustis looking over the shoulder, and he sees Tyron Scott's right there. The same for Wes Witt, who's in line, as well as Nixon Ellsworth and Braden Wagner. They're all single file working their way through here. And Sebastian Hauser, again, in turn 13. You saw him move to the bottom, open back up for the corner. And that gap just opened up that little bit more as Kustis had to go defensive from the rest of the pack. This should be good enough for Sebastian Hauser as he gets through the final corner. They're going to continue to fight further back. But Hauser, with the best points finish, with a win in the Super Heat, should be good enough for the pole later on today in the main event. In KA100 Jr. Across the line in second, Bronson Kustis, Tyron Scott. Your top three, Wes Witt and Braden Wagner to close off your top five. Tegan Ellsworth up to sixth. Cameron Johnson down in seventh after starting on the pole position here in this race. Hudson Hidalgo to Diesel Bazanski, Gonzalez. Troy Ferguson was a driver that we had an eye on to start this one off. Massively misplaced, and he's out of this race, down in 27th, lost 14 spots in this Super Heat, not able to close it out. Ferguson gonna have to drive through the field in the main event for a rookie last year who was promising overseas, won the Arrive and Drive World Cup final over in Europe, and this year on his return to 100cc, it was successful at round one, but round two, just a weekend to forget, filled with bad luck and misfortune for Troy Ferguson in the 329 for Kartnik. But for Sebastian Hauser, the exact opposite. Looking to close off and looking to get himself to victory lane for the first time in Champions of the Future America Series competition for himself this year in 2026.
Well, how about that? A dominant drive for Sebastian Hauser, able to fend off everybody in Junior to be on pole for round number two. Talk to me about your perspective from behind the wheel of that HRT machine, Seb.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I mean, the car was pretty fast, and we got some stuff to work on, obviously, but everyone was really competitive out there, and I'm just really happy to come out on top.
Obviously, you've got a swarm of angry drivers behind you, eager to get a win here after you getting so dominant in round number one. What's it going to take to hold these guys out for the final?
You know, just perfection from driving to racing. You know, we're going to be good, though. I have a good feeling about this.
Thank you.
No problem.
Looking for back-to-back jacks here, Sebastian Hauser, guys.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sir Jackson. And again, just looking for that win for Sebastian Hauser, already winning that Super Heat. Got that under the belt. And you look back to the main event, at round number 1. Braden Wagner was able to come across the line with the victory at the opening weekend here of the Champions of the Future America Series. Hauser was arguably the favorite, won the Super Heats and won 2 out of the 3 qualifying heat races that he was in. Just needs to close the deal here this weekend to get it done. Looking good, just like he did a while ago. 4.5 minutes before the green flag. And KA Senior Super Heat 1 coming up next.
I'm going to have an update officiating-wise coming back from the break here, guys. Xander, you copy that last message? Copy, no rush.
Engines are fired. 1. Johnny Stamps getting ready to lead this field to green alongside the Pantano machine for Forward Direction Motorsports of Spencer Smith. Theo Kakati, our most recent winner in qualifying heat action, starts on row number 2 alongside Kalani Anaya, Archer Eversman, Matthew Cagle. They're on row number 3 with Steven Searock and Rocky Moran. On row number 4 with Talon Brown and Brandon Chute. Cap off your top 10 starters, your top 5 rows with Jacob Capel, Chris Tokunaga, John Michael Dunnigan, Connor Carpenter, Joseph Hewitt, Josh Leslie, Grayson Hall, Caden O'Connor, Jasmine Buckley, Ethan Liu, Nolan Bishop, and Max Barron. The drivers we have set to take the green flag here for the first of 2 Super Heats in KA100 Senior Racing action. Frankie Mossman will be in the second one alongside with the likes of Steven Eisert and a couple of other big hitters, big names that we've seen here at K1 Circuit. A couple of names from the West Coast that we're all too familiar with, but Johnny Stamps becoming one of those here at the forefront, already winning round number 1 back a month ago, and now looking to go back-to-back. Has to get through the Super Heat first, though, starting on the pole alongside Spencer Smith. And one more go around. Yellow flags wave. We have a no start, and we have one driver into the dirt on the outside of turn number 1. Take the entirety of that lap to clean off those tires. But Nate, what a weekend up to this point. Johnny Stamps, talk about that driver. 1 qualifying heat race number 2, 1 qualifying heat race number 3 as well, and now heads into the pole position for his respective Super Heat.
Yeah, absolutely. Before we get into that, quick update from Boots on the Ground. Jackson Lambros.
Yeah, Nate, just a quick officiating update. Obviously, as you guys are seeing, only 1 outlap for this round. That's being because we don't have a place we can cut through. So 1 outlap before the green flag. However, you are required after the drop of the checker to do an entire in-lap and go across the stripe. We've obviously seen a couple guys cheat, well, not cheat, but disobey that and go straight into the pit lane. Champions of the Future acknowledging that, and you have a penalty and a fine now if you choose to go in immediately after the checkered flag. So guys, making sure that they are going for the full lap after the checkered here.
Interesting there, and again, they do carry a lot of speed, especially on that front stretch. Whenever they are, done with the race, you're, with the throttle pinned to the ground at the end of the race, trying to get through. So coming in, that could be a safety issue for marshals that are in there. So rightfully so, and a good way to catch that for Champions of the Future, and as well keeping the field on notice, right, of following direction. Not all that hard, right? Only a couple rules you got to follow out there on the racetrack. Green flag flies. We're finally underway for the first of 2 Super Heats in KA Senior.
Johnny Stamps, Spencer Smith getting a little bit of contact with each other. Theo Kakati getting a good jump up into P2 for the Mike Manning karting driver. We'll see if any moves are made from him to try and get past Stamps into turn 6. No, they will not. So Johnny Stamps leads us through the opening sector of the racetrack. And again, a clean start for these KA Senior drivers. Caleb, for those who are up front, they know they just need another solid points finish. For those who maybe want to advance their way up the grid for the main event, they just got to be calm and collected for a long 14-lap race as Matthew Cagle up the inside.
You talk about a driver, right, needing a good result here. Matthew Cagle, one of those, already up to 4th. Good start to his race and just looking to recover as many points as he can after some qualifying heats that did not treat him nicely at all. Can be said for a couple of others in this field, and we're going to see a couple of other drivers involved in the incidents. Looking for a little more is now Kakati to the lead with Eversman looking to follow him through for second. Johnny Stamps going to the wayside is now Cagle looking to go around the outside and clear for third. Spencer Smith in line, Anaya right there, and the rest of the field starting to bunch up all the way down to what looks to be Talon Brown. Last card in line, and now Stamps looking to go back by on Spencer Smith. He's able to hold on for the 4th spot. But the top 10, well in a frame here, Nate. And you got to think this is a long race, 14 laps. Can they keep it clean for the entirety of it? It's Kakati, a little wide on the exit of one. Eversman down the inside up to Rocky Moran. He's through. Matthew Cagle by as well. Kakati all out of shape. And he's down outside of the top 5 now. Theo Kakati from the lead, a mistake. And you see how quickly that could bite you back as now Smith goes through for third on Johnny Stamps.
Yeah, and you saw Kakati going way wide there at the exit of turn 1, all 4 off into the blue. Obviously, it's not a part of the track that you're allowed to drive on, so it's not putting down a lot of rubber. Kegel to the inside, though, takes the race lead. But to finish that point on Kakati, I wonder if, dirt or debris got onto the tires there, and you can see a replay of what happened to Kakati, taking way too much curb in 3, getting shuffled out wide, and again, distant slow motion. Offline as well, Caleb, and that's not an angle you want to be hitting that curb, especially for an S's section uphill. You have to get it right through there, and unfortunately, Theo Kakati didn't.
Yeah, Kakati there just getting full out of shape as he's working his way through. But now up front, Matthew Cagle for the first time this weekend going to lead us away in the Super Heat. Spencer Smith right behind him, able to clear Archer Eversman in the opening couple of corners of this lap. And out further back, Anaya looking to go on Johnny Stamps. Back in a line, the rest of the field working its way through. Searock, Chu, Kakati down in 8th now. And like you said there, Nate, just a whole lot of shape, taking way too much curbing. And now with a lot of work to do here for Kakati to get back up to where he was just a couple of laps ago. As he follow along up front, fastest lap of the race, that's to Matthew Cagle. Continuing to improve. But the draft out of Spencer Smith, out of Archer Eversman, just keeping him right in play. And now Smith looking on the inside of turn 6. A deep send into the hairpin. Smith to the lead. Eversman follows through, and Stamps looking to go by on the teammate. And he's not able to get clear. Cagle holds on a third. And those 2 car lengths, they'll close down like nothing here as they work their way up to turn 11.
Spencer Smith with a send and a half there to take the lead. Coming across the line, an update on where they stand. 4 points for the final. Of course, we still have another group of KA seniors to go. So this is going to be for their group. Spencer Smith, of these drivers on track, having the best points total of anyone. Johnny Stamps and Archer Eversman currently the top 3 in that. With Smith on the Pantano being so calm and collected out in front. Theo Kakati, there's your answer. Fastest lap, and Eversman to the inside. Going to bring Cagle with him. Spencer Smith just seems like he's been caught out so many times at turn 6, Caleb, that once we get to the main event, if he finds himself up there, he's most likely going to go heavy defensive into there as much as he can. But in the now, Eversman looks behind to see Smith pointing forward. Big curb usage from Cagle, and Smith around into the dirt.
More drivers collected. Kalani, Anaya with the front bumper just getting ripped off on the exit. That could have been Kakati there, I believe, who was just looking to go through, and Cagle side by side on the hairpin, looked on the inside of turn 11, turns into the outside, and I'm not even sure they even saw him there. And now Cagle's through in that second spot. Eversman, he's just down the order, just long gone here from the rest of this pack. So this group has opened up here completely. Spencer Smith, down to 7th. This race was one of the better ones for Spencer Smith, supposed to be one of the better ones. And now he's falling down the order here, so still a good amount of laps to try and recover. But yeah, Smith, I'm not even sure he saw Cagle through in turn number 11.
Yeah, a lot happened in a very short amount of time, in a very quick portion of the track there, Caleb. Taking a while for us to unravel what even happened. As there's confirmation. Meatball flag still out in front. Eversman got lucky through there, Caleb. You have to admit, a lot of melee in turns 11 and 12 between a lot of the front runners. That's going to shake things up for the points. Cagle now tasked with Seemingly very difficult run to P1 and Eversman. 1.3 seconds, the gap now. Again, heavy curb usage from Kegel through turn 11, more than other drivers. But coming across the timing and scoring line again, we'll get a sense of if that GFC Formula Works is closing, and he is. Now just 1 second to the leader.
Well, let's take a look back at that incident between Matthew Kegel, Spencer Smith, going for the lead. And you see Eversman there, up front, side by side with Kegel and Spencer Smith. And yeah, I'm just not even sure Spencer saw Kegel there on the inside. And then Anaya's front bumper getting ripped off as they were trying to take evasive action up and over the curb. Just gets into the side of Smith, and looked like maybe Stamps was the driver that ripped off the bumper of Anaya. Hectic couple of corners there in 11 and 12 going up to turn 13. But yeah, that incident there just kind of opened this race up and allowed Eversman to open up his gap here as we're getting closer to the end. We got 5 laps to go here as we start lap number 10. 9 laps completed, and Archer Eversman hunted down by Matthew Kegel, who was 0.4 of a second better than Eversman that last lap around. And so far, nothing out of that incident has kind of popped up here on the timing and scoring. As of now, nobody under investigation, but Donnie Stamps, the driver who, again, fell backwards at the early stage of this race, now getting himself to 6th in the fastest lap of the race as well. 52.319 for Stamps there to try and get back to where he was. Again, you got to remember, he started on the pole position here. And teammate Matthew Kegel taking advantage of everything going on around him. Closing in on Archer Eversman with 4 laps to go. And Kegel, the rookie, talk about needing a good points recovery, a good points haul in the Super Heat. He's looking to get it now, looking for the lead. Side by side into turn 1, Matthew Kegel to the point.
Kegel looking for some points here in this Super Heat. Of course, more points on offer in the Super Heat than in the qualifying heats, Caleb. So this could really help him. A smooth run in this heat. Get him further up the grid, on the starting grid. The KA Senior main event. Handful of laps to go at this point. It's going to be difficult. The 2 karts behind him actually will be working together to try and dethrone Kegel of that race-winning spot as things stand. The drivers behind. You can see Johnny Stamps going a little bit defensive from Charlie Smith. Theo Kakati in that group as well. I think they're going to be in it at the end, the Caleb. Stamps pointing to the back of his helmet, signaling forward to try and get forward. More drivers going way defensive into turn 1 and way wide. That's going to be them pretty much out of contention for a top 5 in this race if they keep doing that.
Yeah, now Kalani Anaya, driver or not under investigation, still being shown the meatball flag, the mechanical flag there. And that's going to end his race again early. Still running down in 13th, but again, don't want any more penalties stacked on top of that, right? Because that could end up a little worse for Anaya. I should say a lot worse for Anaya in the end. Kegel, we're getting closer and closer to the end here. 12 laps completed. 2 laps to go for Kegel. Eversman, C-Rock, who's right there. Stamp starting to get back into the picture, back in a frame, with Smith right behind him. And Theo Kakati, usual suspects, back at the front of this pack. And Anaya still, it looks like, out there on the racetrack.
Yeah, obviously Anaya is going to want to be adhering to that meatball flag, the front bumper. A safety item on those karts, and Champions of the Future staff and stewards will not be taking lightly to ignoring a meatball flag. Back up front, though, 2 laps to go signal for Matthew Kegel and Archer Eversman. A little bit of a gap between drivers behind. There's still more battling happening between them. They're going to have to get lucky to catch up to these front 2. White flag in the air, Caleb. They got 2 options. They can do this, go defensive, or work together. Obviously, they're going with the first one. Kegel wants these heat points bad in the Super Heat. Try and get himself up for the final. Side by side on the front straight. Eversman's going to take it going up the hill.
Yeah, and a good exit on Archer Eversman. Matthew Cagle just a little wide there on the exit of turn number 1. Here comes Johnny Stamps. Spencer Smith. As Everson going to take it to the low side. Cagle looking to rip the high side. Not able to find a way through, and Stamps now well into the mix. Searock fell back to 5th. There's no help for Archer Eversman up here. He's on his lonesome. Teammate battling with Theo Kakati for the 5th spot. And Eversman, a little wide on the exit. Cagle with a nose down low into turn number 11. Stamps side by side with Spencer Smith. Smith able to get ahead into 3rd. Final time, final corner. Archer Eversman, Matthew Cagle, Super Heat number 1. Give it to Archer Eversman.
It's going to be big help for Eversman in his points. Of course, we still have the second group of KA Senior to go for those drivers who haven't had points totals. One driver, I think it's one of the Precision Works, off in turn 13 and not able to finish. Heartbreak for them. At the moment, Super Heat points, that's the 449. Same Kart, Caleb, that I think had issues at the start of this one.
Yeah, Nolan Bishop there off to the wayside, and as well as a 458. That's off there. Looked like he was able to, that's Brandon Chu. Driver was able to finish this race just that last lap in 1:07. So yeah, it just shows you, right? Not the best finishes for him. But Archer Eversman, who was successful here a week ago, could he sweep the last 2 main events here in the state of California? The most recent ones are going to get us first in Champions of the Future racing action. Coming up next, KA Senior Super Heat number 2.
James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsicek Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsicek, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsicekRacing.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month. Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Archer Eversman on pole, or on the front row, shall we say, for KA100 Sr. It was a chaotic one. Talk to me about how you fought your way to the front and be on pole provisionally.
Yeah, I got a pretty good gap towards the beginning of the race, and I maintained it, but Cagle caught me with about 4 laps to go, and we fought for the last 2 laps, got him on the last lap in the first corner, and it was good from there.
How difficult has it been to fend off some of the guys behind you? You want to make moves forward, but everyone's trying to freight train behind you, make the move forward. How difficult is it finding that mental balance and figuring out when to attack and when to defend?
It's for sure hard. This track is really hard, knowing whether to pass or block or defend, and you just got to have a good balance of both, I think, and pay attention to what's behind you and what's in front of you.
Great stuff. Thanks, Archer.
Thank you.
So, Archer Evers, Caleb Viesca, we've got one more row and another half of this field to figure out.
Yeah, thank you, Jackson. Indeed, so have another row to figure out on where we're going to start. The likes of Frankie Mossman, Jackson Menchu, Steven Isaac, and more getting ready to hit the racetrack here in a couple of moments for the second Super Heat in KA100 Sr. Archer Eversman showing his hand, showing that he's fast, showing that he's here to win for the second weekend in a row at K1 Circuit Winchester. We'll be right back for more. The second half of KA100 Seniors now hit the racetrack for the second Super Heat. Jackson Menchu and Frankie Mossman on row number 1 with Gerardo Peralta and Luis Perez on row number 2. Steven Isaac, Henry Falls hand on that third row. Aiden Aquino, Josh Lethierry on row 4 with Spencer Kempton. Peyton Anderson looking to recover after a scary incident in that last qualifying heat race with Rylan Cordon, Maximilian Bowie. Also a DNF for him to close off the heat races. Maxi Saga, Kurt Harnish, Max Campbell, Vivian Teeter, Luis Lugo, Ethan William, Dylan Hallmark, Theo Wang, and Preston Mena. The drivers that are getting set to take the green flag for the second Super Heat race in KA100 Senior Racing action. And again, Menchu, it's been a great weekend for him up to this point. Put it on the pole position overall. Won qualifying heat number 1, A versus B. Since then hasn't returned to victory lane, if you will, at the end of the qualifying heat races. Because he needs a good finish here in the Super Heat to have a good starting spot later on today for the main event. One of the favorites for the pole must be said here, Nate. Frankie Mossman, for him as well, won the first 2 of his qualifying heat races. Was unfortunate there in the third of the qualifying heat races. Just needs a good result here in the Super Heat as well to start in a good position in the main event later on today. But Menchu and Frankie Mossman are getting ready to lead this field to green. And we got it. We're underway in KA Senior.
What a start there from Perez, taking the lead. A little bit of a side swipe towards Menchu going into turn 1. Have to be said for Perez, but clean nonetheless. Good start too. Frankie Mossman going high, wide, trying to do an over-under on Perez, unable to get that done, and they'll head into the S's for the first time, Caleb.
Yeah, but that was a good start out of Perez. He was right behind Frankie Mossman to start off this race, and Went down low, got in between Mossman and Menchu. And Menchu just had to get on the brakes there, brush the brakes. And Perez just elbows out into turn 1. Didn't look back. Absolutely fearless for the Mike Manning karting machine to get himself to the front of this race. Right behind him, Mossman in the line. Peralta right there in third. Paul's Hand in fourth. Menchu and 2 drivers collected. A speed sense machine in the 440 there. So Dylan Hallmark and what could have been either Max Bowie, or sorry, Vivian Teeter, the driver, other one involved in that incident there, just heading up to turn 13. That being said, the race up front getting closer together. Henry Falls Hand, Jackson Menchu starting to close in on your top 3.
Yeah, Menchu after a poor getaway. Yellow flags, though, in this area, so no passing. Fortunate for those drivers. You can see a Kart stuck on the apex of 12 there, Caleb.
Yeah, and
so champions of the future
Vivian
officials.
Teeter there. Vivian Teeter and Dylan Hallmark. That was the incident we saw just earlier, Nate, and they're still right there, just on the inside of turn 12. And everybody just having to go around it, and rightfully so. Officials just needing a little bit more time to get that out of the way, so we can allow some more passing through there.
Yeah, so once the entire field has got by, hopefully it allows the on-track officials to go to work and get those guys cleared, because that turn 11-12 chicane is a hotbed for passing, especially with these KA senior drivers. On to lap 2. Not a whole lot of changes up front, of course, though. That's bound to change as Frankie Mossman to the inside on Perez. Tries to get it done just out of frame there and gets the move done. So yellow flag's clear. Jackson Menchu almost trying to get by on Peralta as well in the 13. Thinks better of it and tucks back in the line.
Yeah, Menchu was able to go by there on Henry Falls Hand. That was the pass we followed through turn 11. Good move out of Menchu, get himself back up to the 4th spot. And now we work our way into Rocky Moran. Frankie Mossman going to lead this race with Perez right behind him. With Peralta, who has a lot of experience here in KA Senior, must be said. We saw him at round number 1 racing in the X30 Pro division, but now this weekend making the move back to the KA Senior class. Menchu right there in 4th, and further back Steven Eisert finally coming in a frame. Haven't said his name at all in this Super Heat just yet, and now getting himself back in a frame as Peralta looked for a move in a turn 11 on Luis Perez. That didn't happen, but now Henry Falls Hand starting to close in. Same for Eisert and company. They're starting to get closer. And a group further back as well with Spencer Kempton also is getting closer, as now they're going to change for 6th. Dash Lethierry looked to go by there on Steven Eisert. They all went way wide there on the exit.
Yeah, Jackson Menchu going purple last time by. There's confirmation of it. Trying to go around the outside of Peralta, gets that move done. Bold move from Jackson Menchu to move himself further up, not only in the field, but in the points tally for the combined between this heat and last heat for the KA seniors to determine the starting order of the main event later on today. Coming across the line, though, Frankie Mossman looks over, ducks his head down, tries to keep focused, stay calm at the front of this field. We've seen him go heavy defensive earlier on in the weekend, try and hold the race lead. But of course, Caleb, only 4 drivers really in race-winning contention as things stand. Of course, once we get towards the end of the race and they start racing a little bit more, we might have more as Menchu resets fast time. Of course, they're playing nice right now, and you have to think that's going to stay for a while.
Yeah, just for a bit, right? And again, we're still very early. And whenever you talk about these KA senior races, you heard it from Theo Kakati, I think, after his interview, just making the right decisions. Archer Eversman said it well, right? You need to find that perfect balance of when to defend, especially at a track like this that, it's very easy to be past, and, you got to defend and not lose 5 to 6 pots at once. And it's very easy to do that, right? We've seen it with so many drivers. And that's going to be, I think, one of the biggest stories as well when we hit this main event later on today. When you have 40 40 drivers on the racetrack at the same time and 40 high-level drivers, where you talk about 10 to 15 of them could be in the conversation for a race win. Those decisions are going to be important, right? When to go low, when to open up, when to pass. You know, that's going to be important because for younger kids, it's always pass, make the move, get to the front, try to run away. It's not the case. It's a very, you know, you have to be tactical about the way that you're going about it and making moves out here. And for these veteran drivers, if you will, all of them still relatively young field that we have here. You talk about Frankie Mossman, considered one of the veterans of this field. It, you know, goes up to X30 Pro, and he's still seen as maybe one of the youngsters, if you will, quote unquote, on the national scene. But that being said, making those decisions is going to be all that much more important later on today in the main event, Nate. And again, these super heats not really going to give us a good gauge, because when you have 40 of them out there that are ready to go, adrenaline's at an all-time high, when you're door-to-door with that many, it's going to be something to watch, and we're really not going to know until that green flag flies and later on in the day.
Yeah, exactly. Gonna have to wait and see. Not waiting, though. Jackson Menchu looks like he wants to try and take the lead away from Mossman. Tucked back in line. Peralta there as well. I think these guys know, Caleb, they got, 0.6 of a second between themselves and the drivers behind. Not going to battle too hard, but still going to battle just a little bit. Menchu to the lead. Peralta going to come with Mossman down to third. He'll check over his shoulder to see how far back Falls Hand and Perez are in the 4th and 5th spots, and then a big gap. The driver 6 on back.
Yeah, now with this change for the top 3, this will be the first time in quite a while that Menchu has now led this race. Once again, after starting off on the pole position, Peralta right behind him. We've seen him want to make moves, and he's going to want to make one at turn 11 on the inside of Menchu, able to get through for Peralta now to the lead of the race. Menchu to second, Frankie Mossman right there in third. And this has allowed Henry Falls Hand and Luis Perez to try and re-close that gap, to try and reel in the top 3 with 5 laps to go. We're starting lap number 10. And Peralta, for the first time in this race, going to lead us away up and out of Rocky Moran.
Yeah, Peralta has looked strong all weekend. Hasn't been at the helm of the field and leading the way. He's been having a quiet weekend so far, putting his kart in position where it can score points and keep it clean, keep the chassis straight. He's pointed forward so far. Jackson Menchu had a little look to the inside. Caleb will decide to stay in line. We're nearing the end of KA Senior Super Heat 2. Again, Menchu is going to take it this time. He's been sizing up Peralta the past couple of laps. Mossman's going to go with him at the apex of 1, so new leader, Jackson Menchu.
Yeah, well, there you have it. Jackson Menchu now back to the point. Mossman getting himself back to second. Peralta lost a little bit of time there with the pass. That's going to close right on down as Henry Falls Hand, Luis Perez. We've been waiting. We've been talking about them. We've been kind of keeping them in your ears. And rightfully so, because as the top 3 start to fight, you can see the HRT machine, the Mike Manning karting machine as well, just inching their way closer and closer to these top 3. And now they're going to be right in the fight as Menchu goes to the bottom in turn 11. Frankie follows him. And Peralta looking to rip the high side here. Opens up for the corner, looking to cross him over. Frankie to the bottom. Picking a lane here further back. Peralta going to choose to go with Mossman. Menchu left to the wayside. Henry Falls Hand now through for third. And the rest of the pack well on its way as Mossman out of shape on the exit of turn 1. We're side by side in Rocky Moran. Peralta to the lead. Mossman a second. Menchu back to third. And the rest of the pack right there. Perez now to Falls Hand. Cordon right there. Aquino there as well. Max Saga not too far back either. So this pack is going to continue to grow here if Mossman wants to go back by on Peralta as soon as he gets there.
Yeah, Peralta seeming like he has the coolest head of anyone in this front pack right now. He's been pointing forward the entire race. He doesn't want anything to do with this battling and bringing more drivers into it. Rightfully so. 2 laps to go this time by when they cross the start-finish line. He's looking back at Mossman, pointing forward. We'll see if Frankie wants to work with them, because obviously Frankie has felt the most comfortable determining this race at the helm of the field, leading it, blocking his way to victory, and holding off the rest of the field. He seems content, though, for now. Maybe for the next couple of sectors of the track or next lap, he's fine sitting in second and holding that gap to fourth and back. But again, Frankie Mossman desperately is going to need that P1 if he wants to start on the front row and on pole for the final later today. Peralta needs this after some heats that maybe didn't go his way. Needs this to stay inside the top 3 when it comes to the starting order for the main event. Out of the turn 13 for the penultimate time. White flag in the air, Caleb. It's gloves off.
One more lap as Peralta taking it to the bottom, a little deep. Mossman opened up, looking to set up the crossover. He's going to get it. Menchu wanted to go by before turn number 2. Not going to happen. Slots in a second. And with Peralta falling back to third. Henry Falls' hand right behind him. Ryan Cordon as well. Fastest driver on the racetrack is now Peralta going to open up. Frankie to the bottom. Everybody else starting to close in. Aiden Aquino, Maxi Saga, Spencer Kempton, and more well on their way as the battle up front continues. Work our way up to turn number 11. 3 corners to go. And Menchu with a good exit out of 10. Looking. Mossman going to cover. Peralta right there in third. Everybody else following through. Watch this. Final corner. Can somebody set up a crossover to deny Frankie Mossman? Not going to happen. Frankie Mossman to the line. Wins the second super heat. Menchu follows in second. Peralta in third. Henry Falls' hand in fourth. And Luis Perez across the line to close off the top 5. And again, that was close. They kept it clean, kept it respectful. And Frankie Mossman at the end takes the win. And again, we're not going to see him much in 2026 in karting. But if this is going to be the last time we see him in a while, what a way to head in to the main event. Closing off a good drive over Jackson Menchu, Peralta, Henry Falls' hand, and Luis Perez. Further back, Steven Eisert, just nowhere to be found. 21st, did not finish, only completed 1 lap. And just unfortunate there for Steven. This weekend, gone from bad to worse for the Speed Sense machine. And you got to think about the pace that he had around 1. Fastest lap qualifier heading into the qualifying heats. Successful qualifying heats, and this weekend just has not been the same story. Into the pits, Frankie, up and down day, and heads into the main event on a high. Let's listen in.
Yeah, it was good. It's better than my last heat.
I know, I saw you, that's why I was like,
when I went in.
No. You guys went?
Oh, in the last turn over there.
Yeah. I finally opened up, so they went inside.
I thought you were going to win this also.
3, 5, 6.5. You're good. Yep.
Let's take a look back to how he got to the finish here. That start, Luis Perez able to get ahead of the rest of the field. Frankie Mossman able to follow him through for a second. And this is where Menchu just had to claw his way back, having to make moves. And at one point or another, we had a change for the lead with about 3 to 4 different drivers leading this field. It was Perez, Mossman, Menchu led at one point. Peralta led as well. And on the run here, on the front stretch, this is where Menchu just had nowhere to go. No help for him. Henry Falls' hand pushed the rest of the field through. And there was moments where it was close, whole lot of corrections, but into the final lap, Frankie Mossman, a crossover move on the exit of turn number 1, able to get ahead of the Carlos Sainz machine and to the line. Menchu kept him honest. Mossman comes away with the win. Let's head down trackside and listen in.
Yeah, I know, I know.
And once again, Frankie Mossman on top, not just after Saturday, but now on Sunday. You're on the front row for round number 2. Describe the emotion to me.
I think it's pretty good. You know, I kind of had a wake-up call with this morning with how the racing's going to be headed towards. You know, I'm not racing against, you know, like a ton of the season, like X30 veterans, you know, like Kaminsky and Jake and the people around. And I think the racing decisions, you know, you kind of just have to match your environment. They're a little chaotic. There's a lot of white lining, you know, and so I'm kind of hoping that changes a little bit in the final and we just link up with a good group because, I mean, all these guys are plenty quick. It's just we got to use our heads.
Thanks, Frankie.
Yeah, thank you.
Caleb?
Yeah, very well said there out of Frankie, right? Just what's coming up here later on today. And again, I believe Frankie has done a couple of races out here at K1 Circuit Winchester in the KA Senior Division. And again, he said it, right? You can kind of play nice. You can be kind, if you will, but sometimes that's treated as weakness a little bit. And you're going to be passed time and time again, especially at a track like this that promotes great racing. You know, almost like a little boring where you're out there just, you know, having to make moves time and time again. Super speedway, if you want to call it. You know, and that's exactly what we're getting. That's exactly what we're seeing. Why we're seeing so many drivers go down to the low side, wanting to defend for position, 1 or 2 laps in, halfway through races, and adjusting, managing that. And Frankie said it best, right? Kind of adapting to the environment around him is going to be key for him to try and get up there because it's, you know, like he said, it's just there. We haven't seen much pushing throughout the day, Nate. You see a little bit of it, but it's just, you know, have to be comfortable with the people that are around you to have trust a little bit in doing so. That being said, for the most part, the Heritage drivers, they've been nice and clean for the entirety of the weekend. Paul Bonilla, Ryan Kasner, 2 of the winners on the weekend. Now go head-to-head as we're underway in KA Heritage.
Couple drivers going wide in turn 1. I believe one of them was Daly, one of the National Motorsports drivers we've seen have race-winning pace throughout the weekend, but Sunday hasn't gone his way so far. Caleb, after losing a lot of time in the 3rd heat, now finds himself down in 5th. But again, Paul Bonilla, what can you say? Been a weekend and a half for him, already putting a gap on the drivers behind. We haven't seen 1 or 2 drivers, Caleb, really just break away from the pack really all season long. As Hopkins making a move there on one of the best karts, Still, Bonilla out in the lead.
Yeah, good way for Paul Bonilla to get himself up there. Not for long, though. There goes Hawkins looking on the inside. Tony Gomez there looking on the inside. Caught me by surprise even. Gomez picking up some pace here in the Super Heat. Catching Bonilla by surprise, even catching myself here by surprise to get to the lead of the race. And again, Bonilla's eyes were really on Shane Hawkins after the last qualifying heat. And now you turn around here to the Super Heat, and Tony Gomez has found the pace that he's been searching for throughout the weekend. Ryan Kasner is still right there in 4th. The same for Joshua Daly. Armstrong's right there. And this pack close together as we're 2 laps into this race. And now Bonilla looking to go back He's not going to get it. And Hawkins, with that little half move, if you will, look on the inside for Bonilla, kind of got him out of shape. And now Hawkins going wide. And Kasner looking for a move up to turn number 2. Not going to happen, but how about Tony Gomez in the 5:05, showing some pace here now. Bonilla looking to challenge. We're side by side. First time we've seen that throughout the weekend. Into the S's to turn number 5. And how this field getting stacked up. Drivers taking maybe some suboptimal lines, having to stagger each other, not tripping over each other's toes. And this race has started off, I think, as as close as it's been throughout the weekend. You see all the action going on all throughout this front pack.
Yeah, and shout out Tony Gomez. I think first time we've seen him lead a race this weekend. Looking back and doing so comfortably. Paul Bonilla obviously trusting him to not make too many mistakes. I say that. Goes wide in turn 1. Paul Bonilla will take it back. The two GFCs will go side by side momentarily between Gomez and Hawkins. Gomez will hold on to second. Now he's got to hold on to the back bumper of Paul Bonilla out in front. Way wide there for Shane Hawkins. It's going to allow Ryan Kasner to get by for 4th and demote that GFC. By for 3rd, excuse me, and demote the GFC down into 4th. Pardon me. And again, Daly right there too. We'll see if it was just a, anomaly in the last qualifying heat, the lack of pace from Daly, or if he's just struggling on this Sunday.
Yeah, well, mistakes like that out of Daly aren't going to help. Drop the tire there. And now move on the inside, looking low. There goes Ryan Kasner for 2nd in a turn 1. We're side by side. Daly looking to go. Hawkins able to get clear on Tony Gomez. Daly goes by. And you got to think, 3 corners ago, Joshua Daly put a tire off the racetrack on the exit of turn 12. And it didn't even affect him. On the exit of turn 13, making moves already. Getting clear. Granted, had a little bit of help from Shane Hawkins to get by. In full circle moment right now, these two guys working together, looking to get back to where they were yesterday. And you got to look back, right? They weren't all too happy with each other. Differences aside now, doing a good job carving their way through this field. Is next up for them, Ryan Kasner right ahead of them. And again, Ryan Kasner, big beneficiary yesterday to close off today in qualifying heat 2 to go by on Hawkins and Daly himself. So we'll see how these guys play it out as they're looking to chase down Paul Bonilla. And again, back to what we've seen out of Paul Bonilla, opening up his gap, being that just step above when it comes to one-lap pacing, being able to stay consistent out in front. That's been one of the biggest things here as well, that you saw Gomez struggle. He doesn't really have a reference, having to do it on his own. Bonilla is unfazed by being out in front.
Yeah, I mean, even the exchanges we've seen with Bonilla after the races and the scale lines, when we get that scale audio, he just seems so calm and collected after doing these races, and you have to think he's the same underneath the visor. You can lose a position, maybe make a mistake here or there, but doesn't really bother him too much, and that's such a mentality that you have to have in these races, especially these long races here at K1 Circuit. 14 laps for these KA100 Heritage drivers. Long time to not let other thoughts come in and just keep your head down, not make any mistakes, and get the job done. It's exactly what Paul Bonilla has done so far. The drivers behind obviously have had pace throughout the weekend, but haven't been as consistent as further back. Hawkins looking at Daly. Daly's going to send it up the inside into turn 6. The National Motorsports machine up into 3rd now.
Yeah, good move there out of Daly. Took him a while to get by. Finally got it done. And now the rest of the pack looking to close in. Tony Gomez just needing to bounce back here in 5th. Craig Vasquez right behind him in 6th. 2 of them in lockstep looking to close in. But again, Paul Bonilla, great conversation with Jackson earlier on today in that post-race interview. Just bad luck, right? And you heard him as soon as he pulled in. That's what a new rim does. Just changing things. They weren't exactly sure if it was the valve stem or exactly what, but they did have a low front left in that second qualifying heat race to end the day yesterday. And now it's a good 180, right? To bounce back, to win that last qualifying heat race, and to get here today with It should be another good result for Paul Bonilla. Just has to close out. We're halfway through.
Halfway through, Caleb, Paul Bonilla leading the pack. Ryan Kasner, the driver that caught our eyes yesterday, sitting in P2. Jackson Lambros, what do you got for us?
Ryan Kasner working his way into second place, trying to find the lead right now, but trying to do all he can to fly this flag for Best Kart. Been dealing this chassis for about a year and a half now, and Best Kart has been focused on a growth in America. You see Prodigy Motorsports growing on the East Coast, Caleb and Nate, but for Ryan Kasner, he's done phenomenal stuff growing it in the Masters division, has brought a couple of guys his age for both Supernats and Rock Vegas in the Masters division. He himself has found himself on the podium in Rock Vegas in the top 10, I believe, for KA100 Masters. So doing everything he can right now to just grow this chassis on the West Coast, running with, I believe, 2 or 3 other karts in KA Jr, but definitely enjoying all the on-track time right now. And being up front, as he described to me this morning, doesn't hurt either.
And it definitely makes it all worth it, right? Whenever you come out to a racetrack, do the travel, do the, the work side of things, pushing a chassis, being a distributor, if you will, and being up front does not hurt either. As now Daly, see him go off the racetrack, all 4 tires into the blue stuff. Not going to help. Didn't gain any advantage at all there. Actually lost a little bit of time. And Shane Hawkins, you see it there, right? Just able to go by on Daly and able to work his way through. So up to third for Shane Hawkins to get himself into the top 3. And up front, Paul Bonilla just lights out so far in this Super Heat. Kasner, just that last little bit. But now he's got the reference, right? Now he knows what he needs to find here as Daly looking to go in turn 11. Catches Hawkins by surprise. And the battle for third heats up once again. 10 laps completed. 4 laps to go in KA100 Heritage Super Heat.
And Daly always finds a way to make things interesting. Just his driving style, so aggressive on top of the car, just manhandling that EOS machine through the corners as best as he can. Gets sideways more than probably any other driver on this KA Heritage grid. As Kasner, a bit of a mistake there actually, Caleb, at turn 6, going way wide onto the rumble strips on the exit of 6. That's going to allow him to fall into the clutches of Daly now.
Yeah, they're starting to close in here as Daly looking to go on Kasner. Not going to happen in turn 11. And you see them just pointing forward here, looking to close down on Paul Bonilla. They're going to run out of time here with a second, almost 2 seconds. The gap here is now Daly looking on the inside of Kasner, able to go by. And that's going to change here. Kasner able to cross him up and clear. As we look back here a little earlier,
it's a wild ride.
Joshua Daly and Shane Hawkins there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a wild ride through turns 2, 3, and 4 there, Caleb, for a battle for position for these guys. Kasner on the front straight was pointing forward to Daly, trying to move forward. Obviously, Daly wanting to fight there. So Kasner still leading this group. A little mistake there. Daly to the inside. Gets the move done. Hawkins going to go with. Sticks in the air this time. 2 laps to go for the KA Heritage Super Heat. Side by side into turn 1. Hawkins will have it at the apex. Daly will run wide, make contact with him. If Daly keeps that, might be a lasting advantage for him. And it isn't. Daly waves Hawkins by. That'll be him holding second for the time being. Out of turn 6 into the S's once again. These 3 are so close on track. Still, though, Shane Hawkins leading the way in this second group and allowing Paul Bonilla to go up the road. Daly up the inside to turns 11 and 12. Now the Nash Motorsports machine up into second.
A white flag in the air. Final time around in KA100 Heritage Racing action. Paul Bonilla, driver, everybody's had the stopwatches on since the cars rolled off the truck earlier on in the week. And again, he has been phenomenal up to this point. Bad luck in the second of the qualifying heats yesterday, but that has all changed here today. Daly, Hawkins, Kazner have all tried and have not yet succeeded. They're going to have one more race to get it done later on today after the lunch break. The main event, again, they got a lot to figure out to get up to the 511 into the last couple corners into turn 11. Daly to Hawkins to Kazner. Not going to have enough. And through the final corner, Paul Bonilla just one race away from getting a victory lane. The 511 victorious in Super Heat racing action. Should be good enough to put him on the pole position later on today. Joshua Daly in second, Shane Hawkins in third. The Kazner to Tony Gomez to round up your top 5.
So next up, X30 Pro on the grid and ready to go for Super Heat action. Jake Drew has been the driver all weekend long. Can anyone bring it to him?
Legacies aren't built overnight. They're built 1 second at a time. Never taking a lap off, and always pushing the limits. K1, helping you build your legacy from the beginning.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gonna make weight. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Cool features that Race Studio 3 has that people normally don't know about it. The track map on the background. So if you just connect your computer to the internet, you can come up here and click on this Google Earth icon, and it will pull the background from the Google Earth into your GPS data.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on my website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
X30 Pro firing off, getting ready to go racing for their Super Heat. Jake Drew, lights out. Undeniable so far this weekend. Eric Doan looking to take the challenge to him here in the Super Heat, starting alongside him on row number 1. Daniel Perez starting on row number 2 alongside Sergey Karamsely, with Mateo Calderon and Anthony Freeze, 2 new faces here this weekend. Same for Perez, joining us here for the second round of the Champions of the Future Karting America Series. So that being said, we'll see if anybody can take the fight to the 614 for Formula Works Racing and GFC. I can assure you, definitely Tony Saragusa has had a smile on his face up to this point. The same for Gary Carlton. And Anthony Freeze just looking down to the side, seeing if there was any sort of issue there for him. That being said, we'll tune in the start. Green flag flies, and we're underway in X30 Pro.
And Eric Doan leads. Caleb, Jake Drew having to go on the attack for the first time and not be the one playing defense. Doan's had pace all weekend long, but just hasn't had the opportunity to lead for one reason or another. So that's a big jump for Eric Doan, who hasn't had the best starts, mind you, this weekend, to be able to get in front of course, series points leader in X30 Pro and points leader on the weekend, Jake Drew.
Yeah, Jake now for the first time this weekend going to lose the lead to Eric Doan. We saw the two of them really kind of go back and forth at round number 1. Got the qualifying heats, and now Jake looking to respond here into turn 1 to the lead of the race. Didn't take them all too long, but this is going to stack up the rest of the pack as the two of them are side by side. Perez right there in third. The same for Karamsely, Mateo Calderon, and the only driver just a little too far back is Anthony Freeze, looking to close in to the top 5 here. But again, challenge on. And for Eric Doan, just keeping Jake Drew honest, right? Keeping him on his toes. Letting him know he's still there, still has pace. Again, this field will reset later on today, especially when the new tires come on and they get ready to go racing for the main event here. That being said, though, as we keep an eye on the front two, you know, they're going to deliver a battle. But Eric's really had a reference out of Drew and Perez going around in turn 13. Karamsely was the driver right behind him. Perez was in third. And I'm sure we'll take a look back at what exactly happened there in between those two. But Perez facing the wrong way in turn 13, falling all the way down the order to 6th. And we'll see if he continued or he just pulled it into the pits, because this race has started off well for Perez. One of the better starts he's had, and just just not going his way there in turn 13, only 2 laps in. And now up front, Doan starting to close in here, Nate. Still just keeping Jake Drew at reaching distance here as we complete lap number 3.
Yeah, Eric Doan needs to stay within a couple of tenths and not let Jake Drew get too far up the road. And it just seems like Doan's having to use all the track to be able to hold with Jake Drew, and Jake is just so calm and collected out in front. Jake setting fast time yet again on that Formula Works GFC. Behind, of course, Eric Doan, the West Coast Motorsports Beryl Arden. Karamsely, I will say, is holding with this lead pack a lot better in the start phase than he has in races prior. Might have found something for Karamsely in the break we had in between qualifying heat 3 and the Super Heat here. So we'll have to wait and see if this pace will continue on throughout this 14-lap Super Heat. But still out in front, Eric Doan's doing a good job to stay within drafting range of Jake Drew.
Well, let's take a look back at that incident there from Daniel Perez and Sergey Karamsely. They were close to each other, and we'll see what we got out of it there. There's the final corner, and it looked like Perez just kind of going around there. And we didn't get the best of looks at it. But yeah, just off into the waist. It looked like Karam was already ahead of him. So just a strange incident there out of Perez to kind of go around in turn 13. One of the slower corners on the racetrack, if you will. But yeah, just definitely surprising there out of Perez, and that's a lot of work to do for him. He's 10 seconds back behind his field, and need to do a lot to try and recover. But we focus back up front. Jake Drew, Eric Doan, they've been going back and forth in lap times. Drew's just had a couple of hundreds. He's been better. He's been really, really consistent throughout this race. His lap times almost absolutely identical to one another here. But neither of the two up front are the fastest on the racetrack. That's rookie Mateo Calderon, who's down in fourth at 50.829. Similar lap times to what Drew was running in the qualifying heats. He's only a 10th down from that. So, yeah, that pace, it shows you this rookie, for the first time he's ran in this division, doing a good job, putting in some good lap times. He's trying to get up there with some of the more experienced drivers. I mean, he has a lot of laps under his belt in 125cc water-cooled racing package experience, if you will. But it's a different breed, right? When you're coming against veteran drivers like Jake Drew, and then a driver who already has 2 races in the Classic. Eric Doan already has 2 weekends or 3 now of accelerated learning. Karam Selly, the same can be said for him. Now Mateo doing the best he can, trying to get up there. He's doing a good job. Again, new tires, that could be the difference for all these drivers in the main event later on today. And that could maybe be the difference as well for Eric Doan here, Nate.
Yeah, maybe in a race where you can just go flat out on those tires compared to having to preserve them throughout a weekend, throughout 4 heats. Eric Doan's done such a great job the 2026 season, not only here at Champions of the Future, but other events down south. And Speed Sports in Texas has impressed us there, impressed us last weekend for Champions of the Future. And still, I will say, he hasn't been quite there on Jake Drew, but again, Jake is such an experienced driver in this 125 category, especially at West Coast tracks as he resets fast time. Still a very impressive run for the rookie driver.
Yeah, very impressive. And again, speaking to Eric Doan over the last couple of weeks, that we've had him with us at the preseason, right? He's been kind of planning to do as much karting as possible, keeping his racecraft at a high. He's looking to go into single-seaters here pretty soon, but the goal is not like any other, 14 or 15-year-old that we've spoken to, right? His goal is kind of to get into the sports car world, go that route, and do endurance racing. And this all kind of spans out of the love for long-distance running. He loves racing, obviously, in long-distance running, but the love for endurance racing has come out of something that you wouldn't quite expect, right? For a kid who loves endurance racing, whether it's running, whether it's Formula One, WEC, IMSA, you name it. This has been something different I hear from Eric Doan. Hearing that down in Houston definitely caught me by surprise, and luckily for him, 2 laps longer, it'll be almost a race of endurance, and consistency will be the biggest thing. And that said, from what we spoke about, was the biggest thing that he had to get used to, just being consistent, not making a mistake, and putting in good lap times. You look at his last lap, 51.1, his best lap, a 50.951, so that 2/10 difference, that's just a difference right now between himself and Jake Drew, right? Jake isn't really, making those quote-unquote mistakes. He's been his fastest lap, 50.792, his slowest lap, if you want to call it, under full racing conditions, has been a 50.9. And his last lap was a 50.8. So Jake is just at 2 to 3 tenths. He's right there, setting in lap times, and has been more consistent than just the rest of the drivers. And that's the biggest difference, right, of making that move up from junior to moving up to senior, right? We've said it already throughout the weekend, Nate, of just there's that difference of fighting against some of these veteran and experienced drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously no better way to learn that than with such an experienced head like Jake Drew. Again, looking at points though, Caleb, for the main event, so a bit of, everyone has some cushion in between them. No passes being made at this moment. Jake Drew, obviously 240 points, will sit on pole provisionally as things stand. Eric Doan behind, Sergei Kermselli third, and Calderon, Perez, and Freeze, your provisional starting grid as things stand. Of course, tech pending for this session. But again, Jake Drew has just been so perfect throughout this race weekend. And how about it for Calderon as well? Fastest lap on track last time by. Starting to close in. Caramelli.
Yeah, Caramelli just getting himself a little bit closer. We're getting close to the end here. This time around, we've completed 11 laps, 3 laps to go. And Caramelli, like you said, just been that little bit better, almost a tenth and a half better than Eric Doan as we're getting closer and closer to the end here. And this would be best case scenario here for Sergey to get himself right in the mix. For Matteo as well, he's put in a good number of laps. He's even been faster than Caramelli here in the closing stages of this race, Nate. For Matteo, if it takes Sergey a little bit longer than expected to get by Eric Doan, this could potentially be a top 3 result for Matteo. Just has to be there, has to keep pushing, has to stay on it here. And you see Sergey just checking the shoulder. And again, just that move, imminent and on its way here for Sergey. Just has to get there. You see that gap drop to a car length. And now, this is going to close down as we hit the straightaway in drafting range. And you see Sergey just point forward to Eric. I don't think they're going to have enough time to close down the gap to Jake Drew here.
Yeah, I don't think so. Even if they did have time, they would need a lot of it because Jake has been so quick. Still going to the needles on the carburetor on the straightaway last time by. Still trying to find pace on that Formula Works GFC. Caramelli, though, it's probably got to be soon. Obviously, with the time winding down, seems like there's a little bit of a bubble in between himself and Eric Doan that he can't quite pop to get to the back bumper of the West Coast Motorsports Bureau Alert, Caleb. But 1 lap to go for these two. Jake Drew just needs to make it 1 more mile without doing a thing wrong. The battle for second behind is heating up.
Yeah, it's getting close here. Sergey is definitely going to realize here that Drew is just out of reach to close this one off. Going to have to start thinking there might be time to go as soon as the gap closes in comfortably enough. And you see Eric starting to feel the pressure as well, right? Knowing it's the last lap, just putting himself right in the middle, fading just that little bit lower than what he has been all race long. Now we're working our way down the hill into turn number 10 and up to turn number 11. Eric Doan just falling under fire and hasn't made a mistake just yet. Sergey just continuing to tell him, look forward, look forward. But he might just look to catch him by surprise. Jake Drew, no surprise at all up front. He wins the Super Heat on the pole in the main event. Eric Doan holds off Sergey Caramelli to finish 3rd. Matteo Calderon, Anthony Freeze, and Daniel Perez to close off the last of the Super Heats. And that's it for X30 Pro. All the talk is over. All the rest of the races done and dusted. It's time to go main event racing in an hour time. Pre-race ceremonies, everything else scheduled is getting set to come your way. Round number 1, exciting as ever. Some of the best racing I think that we've seen to start off 2026. And we'll see who wins here later on today in round number 2. Main event racing action in a couple of moments. But let's take a look back at this race. That was quiet and smooth sailing for Jake Drew. Eric Doan had to work for it. This is all brought to you by Coastal Ink Custom Printing. And again, Jake Drew just a step above the field. The start wasn't as easy as it's been earlier on in the weekend. Eric Doan got him by surprise early. And Jake Drew, at the end of 1 lap, was able to get himself back up to the front. And from there, didn't look back. Daniel Perez was facing the wrong way, looking not in the right direction, and unfortunately never recovered from it. We'll see what he can do in the main event later on today. But Jake Drew, smooth sailing, 1 race away. And we'll catch up with him here as well, and as well as a couple of the other drivers, Eric Doan, Sergey Caramelli, and a couple more. So we'll wait to hear from them later on today, maybe before the race or later on after the race. We'll hit lunch break, Now we'll see you back here in about an hour's time. The pre-race ceremonies and everything else getting set to come your way. Round number 2, you're watching it live on Kart Chaser. For those of you here in the paddock, as well as drivers working their way out to grid, we'll make sure we ask that you stand, remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem.
And just like that, anticipation starting to build here on the grid as the drivers start to work their way over to their steeds for round number 2 of the Challenge of the Future America Series. Just got the 5-minute warning here, looking at the 2:04 of Ben Tavy. And actually, Gabe, if you can pivot back just to the right here, eyes on this 2:04 Nash Motorsports machine. Just this way, take a closer look at those Preza tires. So many of these guys going over to brand new compounds, but an interesting strategy found out by both Ben Tavi as well as the Carlucci family. Them and Nash Motorsports obviously running last weekend for Challenge of the Americas, but finding out that these Preza tires might have a little bit more bite if they actually are used. Obviously, obviously, Nate, we're going to have that little bit of a break-in window to scuff the tires in. But this could be a very interesting strategy here for Nash Motorsports. And it is all eyes as well in row number 2, the 2:13 of Asher Bazanski, the competition speed team up and down, both in Mini as well as KA100 Jr, but especially for Asher, a handful of trials and tribulations. Saturday morning actually didn't have the Micron working at all, and especially in this championship where GoPro data is very restrictive, that is a major challenge. And just talking about the Bazanski family going over any data, it was really just fully mental and going off of engine notes. Fortunately, able to get it working for the second half of Saturday. And obviously, guys, as you can see, row number 2 still has plenty of pace here in this GFC.
Well, thank you very much, Sir Jackson. And interesting to hear, Nate, as well, from just different drivers trying different strategies coming into this race. Benjamin Tavy, looked like Bazanski there maybe as well. Looked like they were on a scuff set of Preza tires. So that's interesting, right? Drivers just trying to use scrub set of tires. Benjamin Tavy said that their camp, they were trying, right, those scrubs before. And Nate, I know we were talking about it just off the air, off the break. And again, they have to use 2 sets of tires they're given 2 sets of tires at the start of the weekend. When you use them, that's up to the drivers and the team's discretion, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something that's different to American karting, or what we're not really used to. It's something very similar to the Champions of the Future Euro Series rule set, and those used around the world for Champions of the Future Academy events as well. You're given a certain amount of tires, and it's up to you when to use them. Now, some of these mini drivers, like Jackson said, will be just running the whole weekend on maybe one set, letting it wear down a little bit. If you want, you can go left sides, you can go right sides only for an event, for a heat race, So it's a new dimension, really, for these drivers to explore. We're getting ready to see what's going to work out for them. New tires, used tires across the grid, a whole host of different strategies they get ready to roll off.
Yeah, it'll be, I think, something to keep an eye on here. And again, thanks a lot to Jackson there for giving us all the intel down on the grid for what we're expecting to see from these young drivers. They'll get ready to go racing here in a couple of moments. But again, exciting from start to finish. Let's run you down your starting lineup, why don't we? Max Carlucci, Kendall West, 2 drivers starting on that front row, and you see them just getting ready to fire things off. Carson Bishop and Asher Bazanski, heard a little bit about him and what they're looking to do here in this main event with Matthew Pachuli, as well as Lucas Tarango starting on row number 4 for Lucas Tarango. Pachuli, there you go. My apologies. I'm all mixed up here, Nate. Lucas Tarango, Matthew Pachuli there on that 3rd row with Ryan McPhail, Forrest Blair with some work to do. Forrest has been fast. Definitely one of the drivers to keep an eye on here on his GFC. We'll look for Forrest trying to work his way through the field. Sebastian Ochi starting alongside him with Mateo Gomez, Benjamin Tavy, Sebastian Metjazic, as well as Lachlan Postle, William Warwick, Emiliano Hernandez, Dan Dukalescu, Timothy Berdavchenko, Aaron Senavarante, Michael Dean, Christian Yanixian, as well as Valen Jen, Spencer Ansel, and Isaias Vega, the drivers that we do have set. And again, this is a little bit of a mixture between mini U10s and the mini drivers. They will both be presented today and are scheduled to be speaking on our very own Jackson Lambros at the conclusion of this main event. If you're looking for your favorite driver and he's in the mini U10 division, numbers from the 100s to the 299s, they don't exactly have them split. I'm pretty sure good split in between them nonetheless. We'll keep an eye here on these young drivers, but you look back to about a month ago, Nate, and Forrest Blair was able to get the main event victory. Today, it's going to be a lot harder to get back to victory lane. Has to get through a fast field of drivers. Maddox Carlucci has been on it this weekend. Heat 2 victory. Heat 3 went his way as well. The Super Heat, Forrest Blair was able to get one, but again, still starting back in the field, back in 7. So some work to do here for Forrest Blair on that GFC.
Yeah, really quickly here, Caleb. He did qualify second on points for this final. Unfortunately for him, like we saw in that Super Heat, chain guard fell off. Now, in the stewards' decision, that it was a disqualification for technical nonconformity that race. The chain guard, per the CIK FIA technical regulations, is a mandatory part. You cannot lose that on track. It resulted in a disqualification. He's starting 3 rows back from where he was originally slated to line up.
Well, there you guys have it, the official confirmation on why we're seeing Forrest Blair starting back on row number 4. The wait is over. Round number 2, main event racing action from Winchester, California. It's mini underway for the first main event of the evening.
Carlucci getting the run he needed. Kendall West right behind as well. Making their way through Rocky Moran corner for the first time in anger, for the final time in racing action. 12 laps to decide who's going to be the second winner of a Champions of the Future America Series mini main event. And right now, Carlucci, after a disappointing final in round 1, is hoping to right that and put himself on top of the podium. But Kendall West right there in second, holding strong throughout that start phase. Caleb came so close to race victory a month ago, wants to try and right that wrong today.
As we're working our way onto the front stretch, 1 lap completed. Maddox Carlucci, your leader, to Kendall West. Back to Bishop, Bizanski, Pachuli, back to round off your top 5 as we work our way through Rocky Moran this time by. And again, a good start out of Maddox Carlucci this weekend. He's definitely been the favorite to try and get a result. You talk about Kendall West finishing second at the opening round a month ago. Looking to go 1 spot better. Bizanski was right there as well. One of the names that we talked about. And now they're shuffling for position. Forrest Blair, Pachuli looking for a couple moves. And they're able to go on Bizanski, who shuffled to the wayside. He's side by side now with Lucas Tarango. Bizanski able to stay ahead. But Blair was through. Pachuli was through as well as they look to chase down the top 3 here.
Single file through 11, 12, and 13 for these front runners. Getting settled in for what's the longest race of their weekend, and they know it. More battling further back, Caleb. I think that's Pachuli and West going with each other. But now for the lead, Kendall West will take it from Maddox Carlucci through Rocky Moran corner. There we also see confirmation, Forrest Blair, fastest on track that time by. So the GFC making up positions already, getting by Pachuli for that 4th spot. And now just 3 positions away from going back-to-back main event wins for the GFC pilot.
Yeah, Forrest doing a good job of just kind of carving through this field here early on already, getting himself up to 4th. Kendall West, driver in the lead. And again, Finished second at round number 1. Carlucci right behind her in third, with Bishop now in line, and Forrest Blair looking to go. And I think he's clear already. Yeah, just kind of deceiving with the way they were stacked up, but already Forrest Blair up to third here, Nate. And we talked about the GFC having a good drive, and rightfully so on the front stretch, just making up moves. That's 5 spots gained in 3 laps into this race. That's a great drive up the field for Forrest Blair, as Lucas Tarango down in 7th, getting the fastest lap of the race. Looking to work his way through, and he was shuffled as well a little bit further back, and he's right behind Asher Bazonsky and company as they look to chase down these top 3. But same 3 protagonists that we had in round number 1 find themselves in the top 3 of this race, only 4 laps in, Nate.
Yeah, and I think Forrest Blair already being up here and not being set back too many rows on the grid, even after a technical disqualification from a super heat, just speaks to how consistent, how quick he was in the qualifying heats. Further back here, you see Tarango getting by Bazonsky. 4 position gets it done before the apex of 1. So they're continuing to shuffle for position behind to decide who's going to lead, who's going to push the driver in 4th towards that lead pack. But they're going to have to figure it out quick, because these 3 are flying right now. Forrest Blair at the tail end of this train going purple yet again. That's only going to help Carlucci and West continue to drive off into the sunset, opposed to the drivers 4th on back here, Caleb. If you're the likes of Paciuli, Bishop, or Tarango, if you're a fast driver, you got to go now to try and catch up to these top 3.
Yeah, this is, we're halfway through this race day, and like you mentioned, right, this is a stage where you start to plan. This is a stage where you start to build, to try and get yourself in the fight whenever those 2.6 hit the air at the end of the race. So for an entire group that was just going back and forth, this move for the lead, though, this is going to help them, as now Carlucci goes by on Kendall West into turn 1. Forrest Blair to 3rd, and the rest of the pack with Paciuli at the helm in 4th. Person Bishop right behind him. They're going to start to close down their gap here just a bit. Bazonsky got shuffled a little bit back, and he's leading now the 3rd group with Sebastian Ochi, Ryan McPhail, Mateo Gomez, and it looks like even more than that. We might be down to what looks to be inside of the top 12, top 13, that are all kind of just lined up, looking to close down the gap to these top 3. And again, they need a lot. We're just now about to cross the halfway point when these drivers cross the stripe this next time around. It'll be 6 laps completed, 6 more to go. And again, round number 1 was a fairy tale ending, must be said, for Forrest Blair, having to work his way through this field. And what was an exciting weekend. Kendall West finished right behind him in 2nd. Carlucci finished in 3rd that weekend. And they're just looking to kind of rewrite this script, right? Change it up a little bit and take the fight in a championship that's very long. But this battle, and it's showing us, right? These top 3 are probably the top 3 that we're going to be talking about for the entirety of 2026. Because it's kind of the exact same copy-paste, Nate, from what we had at round number 1 a month ago.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these 3 have continued to be the gold standard in this race so far, in this class so far in 2026. Still, Carlucci leading the way here, Caleb, over West, over Blair. Again, the drivers behind, they needed about a second last time by. It's up to 1.3, losing 0.3, Caleb. Not looking good for him.
Yeah, definitely not. So, again, this has been so far a good weekend for Carlucci and everybody else inside of the top 3. We kind of talked about some of the difference, right? The difference in number plates as well. The difference between Mini and Mini U10. Our very own Jackson Lambert standing by to explain.
So can confirm, folks, if you look at that timing and scoring board on the left-hand side of your screen, 200 number plates, that is your minis. Your mini U10s are your 100s. Now, if you've joined us before for SCUSA, Stars, any of the major events, you'll know that it's micro and mini. Take the same 60cc engine, add a restrictor, drop the ballast a little bit. This is not the case for Champions of the for Champions of the Future, where essentially it is the exact same ballast and certainly the exact same engine. So that is a huge highlight for Carson Bishop in that 116 CRG, who I know is a little bit off of that podium fight, but he's locked in right now with Asher Bazonsky. He's leading this train right now, boys. He is punching well above his weight class.
Yeah, and age class as well, right? One of the younger drivers, Carson Bishop, he's in the Mini U10, and fighting against some of the older kiddos, if you will, right? And you see in the stature as well. He's just that little bit smaller than Paciuli, that's right ahead of him, and Bazonsky as well. So just the age difference and well, right, with the tires kind of being just that little bit different. I believe they are just slightly smaller front tires than our standard American tires that Micro and Minis run, which are, again, just different in measurements, so on and so forth. But we're getting here, Nate, and we have 4 laps to go as we complete lap number 9. Sorry, 3 laps to go. And this race is going to go all the way down to the wire with Maddox Carlucci looking to get his first one on the year. The same for Kendall West, Forrest Blair right there in second. And this second group, as we were following along there with Carson Bishop, one of the Mini U10 drivers, one of the youngest kiddos in this division, fighting with Paciuli and Bazonsky there for the 4th spot. But this is going to go all the way down to the wire here. We're getting close, only 12 laps, as we're about to complete lap number 10 here, Nate.
Yeah, short races for these guys. Yellow flag out in turns 9 and 10. Looked like one driver is pulled over to the side of the road, but focusing on this battle for the win right now, Caleb, sticks in the air, 2 to go, and that's Carlucci's sign to start defending for a race win. That might help Paciuli, Bishop, and Bazonsky reel these guys in. Here comes Forrest Blair on the front straightaway. New leader, give it to the GFC pilot, and will bring Kendall West up into second. And Carlucci lost a decent amount of time in that pass there, Caleb. Wasn't able to get back in line, hurt some for only a couple of corners, and right back in the drafting zone of Kendall West.
Forrest Blair looking to start the year with a double. It could be back-to-back wins. And as we look at that second group, Paciuli and Carson Bishop looking to close in on these top 3 as they continue to fight. And again, only 2 laps to go. Lap and a half, it should be said. Lap and 3/4, really. That's Forrest Blair with a healthy gap over 2 car lengths over Kendall West. That's going to close down. White flag flies. One more time around for these Mini drivers. Forrest Blair, he won at round 1. Looks to go back-to-back here at round number 2, but Kendall West right there closing down the gap as we work our way up the hill into Rocky Moran, Nate.
This is where Kendall West lost the race last month into turn 6. Can she take it back where it all fell apart in round 1? Not close enough at the apex of 6, going a little wide. That's going to allow Carlucci to think about a move into the 7 chicane, down into 8. It's looking, though, like it's going to go the way of Forrest Blair, Caleb.
Forrest Blair was just able to get away in turn number 6. And again, for Kendall West, her line was just that little bit too narrow into the entry. It's looking like a podium. But out of the chicane, Forrest Blair, a month ago, able to win here in Winchester. You fast forward to round number 2. Forrest Blair from 8th to the point. Your winner in California.
What a run it was for Forrest Blair, Caleb. A calm and collected start was what he needed. That's exactly what he did. Brought his way up into the front and did what he knows how to do best, and that's finish this race off strong and get the win. And how about it? How about it, too, for Kendall West? 2 second-place finishes. Obviously not what she would have wanted to be able to get a win this time around, but still, consistency in the long term and for the championship. There you can see the unofficial classification for the final. Maddox Carlucci, unofficially your final driver on the podium.
And this podium, the exact same to what we had at round number 1 in the exact same order. Forrest Blair, Kendall West to Maddox Carlucci for the second time in a row. That GFC is going to stand on the top step. What a race for these young drivers. to conclude round number 2, and the first winner of the day in main event action, the first winner on the weekend is Forrest Blair.
And after a phenomenal drive to the front, it is Forrest Blair who goes P8 to P1 to take round number 2. Tell me about that race, my friend.
It went good. I started really back and I just tried to get to the front as soon as I could. And then when I saw that there was a gap behind us three, I just pushed. And then I started passing and then we started battling and I'm just super happy that I won.
Who do you want to thank for this one?
My dad, my mom, my family, and GFC, and Gary, and Sonny, and everyone who supports me.
Congratulations, Forrest.
Thank you so much.
We're going to keep it going over here. Gabe, if you can follow me to our P2 finisher in the 211 GFC, it's Kendall West. Kendall, I know you were up front all day long. It felt like just a little bit of something was missing there. Still looked like a really good time fighting out front out there.
Yeah, I had a really good time. A lot of my competitors around me had some good racing out there. Made a few mistakes, but still kept it.
Who do you want to thank for this podium?
I want to thank my dad and Position 1 and my family for being here to support me, and yeah.
Thanks, Kendall.
Thank you.
We'll grab the last one of your podium here if he is around. Maddox Carlucci. We first saw you up in Sumas, and you've been kicking butt ever since. Another P3. Talk to me about that race, good sir.
Well, when I made a mistake right there, Forrest passed me, and then Kendall was right behind, and that was one mistake that I learned.
Going over his mistakes, but still a lot to learn in this young career. Still a lot of pace. Very promising young career. Who do you want to thank for this podium?
I just want to thank my sponsors and my team for helping learn to get better at go-karting, and my dad to help me push the cart out and everything.
Congrats, Maddox.
Thanks.
Going down really quickly. We'll run through it quickly here. Your mini U10 podium, and it is Carson Bishop. How fun was it running with the big kids there? P5 overall, but you were with two plates a lot there.
It was good. It was hard to keep it because I don't have as much experience as them, but I still kept it.
Congrats, Carson. Xander.
Let's take a look back to that main event. And again, everybody is getting lined up. And this is where the emotions are just high. And that green flag flies. And again, we got them going for their out lap. The start of the race was definitely exciting. Carlucci led the field to the green. Kendall West was starting on that outside line. And the rest of the field just looking to slot on the line. Carson Bishop, great drive out of him as well to stick with the older kiddos, get himself in the top 5 overall. And this is where things started to come back the way of Forrest Blair, right? This move by Carlucci. And again, in the end, Forrest able to come away with the win. More main event racing action coming your way next.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
The day is ours and we seize it. Haters, man, they got reasons. Grab the moment, we freeze it. Go to the touch, oh what a rush. Follow your heart, homie, go where the love. Let it rain, let it flow, let it flood. Swimming in good vibrations, it's a celebration. It's the liberation of everything we are. Every time you in the clouds, they gon' try to bring you down. Do not let them try, go ahead and get it, get it, get it, get it.
Drivers suited and booted as we work our way out of the cadets and on to the full-size chassis. KA100 Jr on deck, and a lot of new faces coming from a lot of new places. Position 1 Motorsports growing with GFC, but a brand new team and a brand new chassis joining us this weekend for round number 2. It's Pantano and Forward Direction Motorsports. Obviously, this team with us last weekend, or at K1 Circuit last weekend, for Challenge of the Americas, and Greg Welsh's program elected to stay out another weekend and give champs a shout. Talking to Greg a little bit on Friday, this was far from an easy choice for him. Yes, he's technically a West Coast team, but you got to remember, in terms of Colorado, it's almost equidistant for him to get out here to K1 than a place maybe we're a little bit more familiar with, Newcastle Motorsports Park in Indiana. But regardless, he's got 3 karts among 2 KA programs. Spencer Smith on deck later on, finding himself in a sharper bit of the field, but always great, guys, to see new places and new faces coming from new places.
Yeah, rightfully so. Thank you very much there, Jackson. And again, good to have that Pantano team out here with us. We've seen them, well, I've seen them at least, and Jackson was there too whenever we had them over in the state of Texas. Usually they go out and race every now and then. Got to get Greg out here and race in the Heritage Division. We saw what he did out in Texas to end off last year in 2025, but again, it'll be exciting to see what he can do and deliver for us here. And again, officials just making sure all mechanics and team representatives are out of the way. But these juniors, again, whenever you look back to round number 1, it was a good weekend and great kind of racing action from start to finish nonetheless there. But we're excited to see what we got, making sure mechanics are fully out of the way. We'll go back down to Jackson here. Jackson?
And boys, it is all eyes on your front 2 rows on the outside. Braden Wagner looking to go for back-to-back jacks, the top GFC with Formula Works, but alongside him, what a weekend it's been for Cameron Johnson, the Wisconsin kid, in just his 3rd weekend running here, has found himself to 2 pre-final wins, or 2 heat wins, qualifying heat wins. Just a little bit missing there for P3, but on the front row, on the inside, you got Sebastian Hauser, who joined us on the podium for race number 1, but on the outside, I'm very interested in Bronson Kustis, the family running Group A, a lifestyle brand focused on racing based here in Southern California. On the back of his helmet, it says create your own luck. And guys, Bronson looking to do just that and test his luck from the outside of row number 1.
Yeah, thank you, Jackson. And again, Bronson has had, I think, one of the best weekends that we've seen him on our platform, really starting to show some pace. And again, getting himself just right in the mix, starting alongside Sebastian Hauser, who's the favorite coming into this main event. And again, he won the Super Heat. Hauser also won the first qualifying heat race of the weekend, and as well putting it on the pole position after the fast lap qualifying session. That being said, though, Johnson is taking the fight to him. Got to look out for Cam. He's starting on row number 2. And Nate, one of the favored rookies here as we get ready to go racing. Nonetheless, though, Sebastian Hauser getting ready to lead this field away. Jackson mentioned Bronson Kustis. They're both starting on that first row. The rest of the field as well, with Cam Johnson, Braden Wagner there. Round number 1 winner is kicking off from that second row. Nate, a lot of young faces, young drivers. Cameron Johnson looking to get his first race in full-size racing action on our platform here this weekend as he joins Nash Motorsports here in California. It's a little slight change, if you will, from the many days he spent a lot of time with Franklin, the Wisconsin-based team. Now in the junior ranks, moving over to Nash Motorsports in the full-size karts.
Yeah, absolutely. And close with the Johnson family, know how much effort they put into this program and getting Cameron racing across the nation weekend and week out. Of course, a lot of work done with the Franklin Motorsports guys, with Jamie Saraki and that crew. And now moving on to the Nash Motorsports team that is so well known, not only on the West Coast, but everywhere else on the national circuit. Everyone's getting warmed up and formed up for KA Jr. You can pick out whatever driver you're looking out for on the starting grid here, Caleb. But you got to think Sebastian Hauser, Braden Wagner, of course, those are the favorites. Cameron Johnson has shown so much speed throughout this weekend. You have to look out for him as well. But Bronson Custis, West Witt, Keegan Ellsworth, some of those drivers that have been there all weekend long and were close in round one to getting the win as well, that have kind of flown under the radar at times. Be sure to look out for them as well.
Yeah, and we'll keep an eye on them. There's a lot to track here in this race. A lot of storylines coming into it. Braden Wagner looking to go back-to-back, like Jackson mentioned. Sebastian Hauser looking to get one to his name here this year. Bronson Custis as well, looking to make his own luck here in this main event. So many drivers. And again, Hauser, once again, having them at a crawl. And we saw this in qualifying heat race number 1 as well, where they just didn't start him and had him go around one more time. That being said, we're getting ready. We're 3 corners away from kicking this race off. And the second main event in the second biggest class here this weekend, KA Senior, a senior division of this 100cc package, the biggest. 40% of the drivers here this weekend are racing in KA Senior. And there's 20 plus getting ready to take the green flag. And there's 20 plus with eyes on one driver, the 307 of Sebastian Hauser for HRT, getting ready to lead this field to green. Custis is on the outside here. The tram lines, green flag flies. We're underway in KA Junior.
Sebastian Hauser being fed the bumper there, going into turn 1. Cameron Johnson trying to go on the inside of 2, unable to get that done through Rocky Moran for the first time in anger. For these KA Junior drivers, it's going to be HRT driver development, and Sebastian Hauser leading the way through the first sector of K1 circuit down into the S's now. Again, like we've seen, Caleb, the first 5, 6, 8 or so, all single file. A lot more battling further back in the pack is already. You can see Sebastian Hauser pointing forward to the rest of the pack, trying to build a gap to the midfield before they start the battle.
And Custis already lost a spot to Cam Johnson there, not wanting to lose any more. He's going defensive. From third on back, Wes Witt's right behind him. Keegan Ellsworth in line there in 5th. Mason Moses, the Tyron Scott, Hudson Hidalgo, Diesel Blazonski, and Luis Martinez all inside of the top 10. And now the top 5, bumper to bumper, nose to tail, right behind Sebastian Hauser. Cam Johnson, what do you do? Looking at the bottom, turn 6. First change of the lead, not going to happen. Going to have to continue to wait, and everybody else going to start to close in. The gap now at 2 car lengths in the lead. That won't last, not even 2 to 3 corners at most here, Nate. Johnson will close right back up here as before we even start the next lap.
Yeah, Johnson's right there using all the curve he can in turn 11 to try and get that National Motorsports EOS to rotate on a dime, and it does. Still right on the back end. No longer of Sebastian Hauser looking to the inside. New race leader, Cam Johnson, takes it away in turn 1.
Not for long. Hauser already crosses him up. Custis is in line. Ellsworth is right there, right behind Wes Witt. And the rest of the pack on its way. That looks to be Diesel Blazonski, who's now gotten himself up to 6th. So Blazonski's in line. Everybody else further back. Mason Moses to Scott to Martinez. Wagner's falling down. Looks to be just on the edge of the top 10, maybe even a 9th here. But this group continuing to grow with the fighting up front in between Johnson and Hauser. The two of them not able to negotiate who's going to stay in the lead of this race. Johnson's been wanting to go. Hauser's had answers for him to go right back. When you talk about youngster Troy Ferguson, already up 5 spots to start this race off. And Hauser goes wide. On the exit of turn 13, Johnson able to go through.
Not sure at all what happened to Sebastian Hauser at the apex of turn 13 there. The rear end just started to hop and he couldn't stop it until he got it pointed in a straight line. He looks for HRT teammates, which he finds, and points forward to try and get himself back to the lead of this race, currently occupied by Cameron Johnson, the National Motorsports driver with Custis. Again, one of the drivers who's had a quiet weekend so far, Caleb. He's been in race-winning contention, but hasn't been the one to see the checkered flag first. Trying to do it this time for Team Kart, Nick.
Yeah, this could be an all-time great result here for Bronson Custas. It's a little different driving up front, though. Got to be aggressive. Got to get those elbows out as Wes Witt now goes through in turn number 11. And through the final corner, Witt now going to have his sights set on Cam Johnson. The rest of the pack following through. Ferguson now up 9 spots to 11. Make it 10. Troy Ferguson into the top 10. If you didn't have him on your radar, you better have him on it now. Troy Ferguson on the charge and on the drive of a lifetime. Nixon Ellsworth as well. He's up 9 spots, up to 18th. And remember back, Ellsworth, Nixon that is, he had a DNF in one of the qualifying heats. He's now had to work his way through in this main event, and he's doing just that. Already up to 18th, 9 spots gained for Nixon.
Some big movers already, and we're only 4 laps in. Troy Ferguson doing his best to push his way through the field. Cam Johnson already looking left and right to try and find the GFC with Wes Witt behind the wheel, and the blocking starts already on 4 of 15 laps for these KA juniors in this main event. Now on to the back straight yet again. Cameron Johnson continuing to look over his shoulder, try and get a gauge on where the rest of the field is, and beautifully defending from the rest of the field so far. The question is, when do the drivers behind get tired of these games, Caleb, and start to take matters into their own hands?
Yeah, and it's also putting them in tough situations, right? This entire field's about to get stacked up. And if you look at the spread here on the left-hand side of your screen for everybody at home watching this race, it's a 1.5 seconds. That's crazy. Almost 2.5 seconds, all the way back to 22nd. To have that many drivers within kind of the same range, you know, you're kind of getting into nasty waters here of how many drivers we're going to have up front. But again, hearing from a lot of people and a lot of the drivers that are out there, especially in post-race interviews, sometimes that's what you got to do. Is now there's contact further back. Ferguson's off the track on the exit at 13. He's going to get swallowed by the pack. He's going to fall down. Keegan Ellsworth fell 8 spots as well. And the pack further back, it was almost 4 wide on that front stretch there, Nate, of the amount of drivers just packed together. And at one point, that pack is going to explode, right? It's not going to stay the same for 15 laps. A lot of pushing and shoving, a lot of moves being made there. And again, just the contact was imminent at one point or another.
Yeah, for sure there, Caleb. It's bound to happen at some point, and for the mid-pack, it already did. That imploded upon itself, but so far, the front, obviously, they've had their argy-bargy. They've had the elbows out racing so far. Ultimately, nothing's crossed the line yet. No one's gone to the wayside. I stress, yet. A long way to go, halfway through this race. They are fighting for silverware. Now fighting for a main event win. Gloves will be off.
Yeah, and we'll see as Wes Witt starts to reel. Cameron Johnson right back in. Again, the draft can help him that much more, and it's about catching Cam by surprise whenever he's least expecting it. Is now further back. Sebastian Hauser able to get clear of Custas, and along with them, it looked like Scott was able to follow. Now Custas loses another spot. Bazanski's right behind him, and Braden Wagner, round 1 winner, who's down 3 spots from the start of this race, getting himself right back into the mix to 7th. Escalette's down in 8th, up 6 spots. Nixon Ellsworth, 18 spots gained. What a drive for Nixon on what's not been easy, I assure you here, Nate, but just picking the right lane, making the right moves, keeping his nose clean to be up that many spots. Now 16, he lost 2 in the process, but still, what a drive. The biggest mover by far here.
Yeah, it's incredible work from him. Further back, Braden Wagner going fastest. He's at the tail end of this group, the bright yellow helmet with the GFC piloting. You can see him back there, just waiting for his moment. Now he's a second or two back at this stage, probably about a 1.5 seconds, but definitely not out of it yet, Caleb. We've seen drivers come from way further back in a way shorter amount of time than Braden Wagner right now, so obviously not counting him out, but How about the run from Cameron Johnson so far, though? Of course, going defensive at times. I don't even think that's about strictly defending the lead. It's about sending a message to the drivers in behind of I want to lead this thing until the final couple of laps, and I'm going to make it difficult for you to do so. Going up in a second, Sebastian Hauser, these two had contact earlier on in the race. Not anything major, but if you remember back a couple laps, Sebastian Hauser getting really tight at the apex of turn 13, and now he's making amends for it side by side out of turn 5. New leader, Sebastian Hauser.
Yeah, Johnson definitely didn't make it easy there, but defending there on the inside, sensing it a little too deep in the corner into turn 6, and on the exit, Hauser just able to rip the high side, able to cross him up, able to get himself, his HRT machine, up to the front. Further back, you see Kustas is right there. Wagner now going to be nose to tail with the pack, as well as further back, the rest of the pack is coming. Nixon Ellsworth, right there, you see him just kind of coming out of turn 13, getting himself back in a frame. But again, Sebastian Hauser starting this race on the pole, finally getting himself back up to the lead. Wes Witt's right behind him to Johnson after losing it a lap ago. And here's a look back at that replay. Just, again, little too deep there. And I'm not sure if there was contact in between the two, but you could definitely see Johnson just locking up the brakes. Hauser just able to set up that crossover and get the over-under on him. So, I mean, Hauser's front bumper doesn't really look pushed in. Whether there was contact or not, I don't think we got a good enough angle. You could definitely see there Johnson was a little kind of squirrely in the braking zone in turn 6. But he's made up another spot up to second, able to get himself ahead of Wes Witt.
Yeah, both Sebastian Hauser and Cameron Johnson, their ability to cut through a field has been incredible to watch this weekend. Hauser going defensive, Johnson right behind. Roles aren't reversed this time. No pushing or shoving into the apex like we potentially saw in turn 6. Of course, all speculation there. Of course, Johnson looked like they got in a bit late to the apex, but again, you have to defend into 6. It's such an easy overtaking opportunity for those drivers, and Hauser doing exactly that. Should also say that Wagner is right there in 4th, making up positions slowly but surely. Caleb, the GFC is getting brought into this.
Yeah, Wagner's just right there out of nowhere, right? Whenever you count him out, just a lap into this race in the first half, he's right there as we're getting set to complete lap number 12 with 3 laps to go. There's a good number still in the pack. Here's a look back at a lap ago where it was just too close for comfort. Wes Witt was side by side with 2 other drivers, and that looked to be Bronson Kustas. Diesel Bazanski was on the other side. They were all able to make it through, but that kind of bogged them all down. You saw that's why that second group opened up. Wes Witt, he finds himself not even inside of the top 5 right now. Where did Witt cross the line? Last time around, he's down in 17th. Wes Witt on that last lap with that incident into Rocky Moran finds himself down in 17th, and he was one of the drivers just right there inside of the top 3, Nate.
Yeah, unfortunate, but back up front, Tyron Scott, now the race leader. That's a name we haven't talked about up front in quite some time, Caleb, for HRT. I mean, we were thinking Sebastian Hauser would be the one to bring the win to HRT if it was going to happen. 2 to go this time, and Scott's leading the way. Sebastian Hauser down in 4th. Cameron Johnson fighting that same piece of real estate. And here comes Bazanski as well, as more contact on the front straight, Caleb.
And that looks to be Wes Witt again for one. Sorry, that's Nixon Ellsworth. Nixon Ellsworth was up to 8th, 19 spots gained, and all that hard work just coming undone on the run to Rocky Moran. Heartbreak of an end to Nixon Ellsworth, who was putting on a phenomenal race, and that's just going to end 2 laps too soon. But up front, Tyron Scott's there, Bronson Kustas in 2nd, and round 1 winner, Braden Wagner's there in 3rd. As they're going to the low side, Kustas going to defend already with 1 lap to go. And Tyron Scott, if Kustas continues to defend, this could be a breakaway here. And there's a look back to the incident a lap ago. Kustas are just side by side. And again, going around, facing the wrong way. Luckily, everybody able to make it out except for 2 to 3. The Pantano was collected in there, and 1 more. But Tyron Scott with Kustas defending for 2nd on the final lap. Tyron Scott's going to run away with the race win here, Nate.
He's got it. They're battling for second. They're handing it to Tyrant Scott at this point. We didn't have him on our radar of potential of the favorites to win this race. He has probably a second cushion at this point with just a couple corners to go, Caleb.
Yeah, and again, Tyrant Scott with a gift and a half from the rest of the field as they're going to defend for second. Braden Wagner looking to hold on over Kustas in company, but Tyrant Scott out of the final corner for HRT is going to win the main event in KA Jr.
How about it for Tyrant Scott? Up 6 positions. Pretty much the definition of just being slow and steady throughout the heat races, not making too many enemies, and being there when it mattered most. And he got it done by 1.3 seconds over Braden Wagner at the end. How about it for him? There you can see unofficial classification for KA100 Jr. Tyrant Scott, Braden Wagner, Keegan Ellsworth, provisional podium.
How about it for the HRT Cosmic? And again, like you said it best there, Nate, just kind of being quiet, keeping his nose clean, emerging in the lead. Let them fight further back for a second. And here's a look back to the end of that race. Sebastian Hauser, Cam Johnson into the back of Bronson Kustas, sending him to the wayside. And yeah, Kustas defending there for a second. And defending for third as well, looking to hold on to a podium place. As Johnson goes wide and Keegan Ellsworth crosses them both up and comes away with a podium. But how about Tyrant Scott, your winner in KA Jr.?
And the helmet's off and the party is on for Scott Tyron. We got a lot of breakdown here, dude. Let's start with this. Walk me through that last final set of laps there through the fur ball. How was it?
It was just incredible. I managed to get a great over-under on the top 2 at the time, and then I managed just to get enough of a breakaway where I didn't have to defend, and I managed to just pull away. It was great.
One of your first wins, and you do it here at home with HRT. Where do you even start to find the emotion for that?
It's just incredible. I've never been on a team as great as HRT, and I would just like to thank them for everything they have done to help me.
Congratulations, Scott.
Thank you.
Caleb.
What a way to get your first. Tyrant Scott with a great way to cross him up and to come away with a race win. Braden Wagner, Keegan Ellsworth, 2 of the GFCs as well, joining Tyrant on the podium. But for the 308, you saw it there. He gave thanks to the team, gave thanks to HRT for all the hard work. That being said, let's hear from a couple of our other drivers. Braden Wagner.
Braden Wagner, a rough start for you, but you managed to bring it home in P2. Talk to me about that drive.
Hey, it was hard from the start, but I was able to make my stuff back up. Once I saw Tyron gone, I was like, okay, at least take home a podium. Don't need the first. I'm still in the championship leads, which also feels really good. But then I got punted by Hauser, and it blew me right past Bronson, which I feel really bad for that. But I feel it was a good race, but the start was a little rough.
Who do you want to thank for this?
I'd like to thank my dad, my mom, all my supporters, my GFC, former works, Tony, and Gary.
Congrats, Braden.
Thank you.
We'll keep it going here if we can, because another phenomenal drive to the front for one of our twins from GFC. And Keegan Ellsworth, 18 positions gained to the front. Where do you even start to put that one into words?
That was my brother.
Oh, my gosh. Let's try this again. On the podium, talk to me about that drive, my friend.
I started 6th, and then I got in like a little bit of a crash, and then went back to like 15th. And then I just made my way up. And then in the last corner, there was like a crash or something, and I just went underneath and got 3rd.
Obviously, Formula Works no stranger to this circuit, this venue. How much of an advantage do you feel like you have with this team and this chassis when you guys feel like you practically live here?
Well, I think we have a big advantage because we come here a lot to practice and we do a lot of the races here.
Congrats, Keegan.
Thank you.
Guys.
Hey, good race.
Yeah, what a racer out of Keegan to close it off. And again, Brother Nixon had a great result. Unfortunately for him, wasn't able to close it out. He was finished down in 21st. But let's take a look back at that main event, Nate. It was, again, kind of hold your breath from start to finish. And again, as soon as they rolled off, as soon as they were getting ready to warm up those tires, they definitely kept the action at an all-time high. And there you see Nixon Ellsworth all the way at the back of the pack, looking to work his way through with a good number of drivers, just going wide on that first corner. And again, the story of it, going low, defending, keeping it on the bottom of the racetrack. That's where Troy Ferguson's race, unfortunately, just didn't go his way. But again, you saw a lot of this, right? A lot of defending, a lot of drivers kind of elbows out racing. And in moments like this, Hauser was able to just get the crossover. Everybody just on the brakes, locking up. There was contact, a lot of pushing and shoving. And Tyron Scott right there, as the leaders were fighting, takes advantage of what's coming to him. As Braden Wagner is able to go through in the last lap incident, last corner, Keegan Ellsworth able to cross them both up. But Tyron Scott catches the field by surprise with the main event victory.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Empire Karts, your trusted trackside parts specialist, proudly supporting champions of the Future America Series, West Coast karting teams, and racers. Empire Karts, your trackside solution.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayKara.com. At ShopPayKara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayKara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League.
This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
One thing that is really nice about the Micron 6 is with this new IMU platform, now they put an embedded channel with the steering wheel angle. This channel is really nice to use if you're trying to understand how the drivers are behaving through the corners, if it's oversteering, understeering. But you need to be careful. Because we're measuring this at 100 times per second, when you look on the data, it's very, very noisy. So when you look on the data, we have here the steering wheel angle raw output in blue, and then we have to apply a filter to treat this data, and then that's the filter in red.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on my website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
If you like what you see and you want to join the grid, get ready as Champions of the Future America Series is heading towards round 3 on March 21st through the 22nd at K1 Circuit for the first ever reverse race. You're going to climb uphill through the S's, plunge downhill on the Bank Rocky Moran corner, and you'll challenge yourself to a racing experience that none of these drivers will have ever done before. Visit championskartingamerica.com to learn more and get ready to join the grid.
Time for us to get ready to go here in KA100 Sr. And it is all about your front row. Johnny Stamps looking to get things started alongside the returning icon of Senior in recent years. Frankie Mossman will be rolling off from pole position. And again, guys, full-time racing season in USF 200 with Velocity Racing Development. Not entirely sure if we're going to be seeing him again in the near future. You look a little bit further back, Gabe. He's giving hugs to Jackson Menchu and send-offs for, again, the kid having his Jordan flu game, if you will. Originally wasn't planning on running this race, but felt good enough to give it a shot Friday and came down from the heart of California to try and go back-to-back on the podium. You look to the right here, he'll be alongside Archer Eversman, the top dog for Axis Racing Development. And man, what a handful of weeks it's been for him. First challenge of the Americas win at this very track. Granted, a different layout, but we'll be seeing what he can do from P4. Exactly what he's been wanting to do here from when I talked to him this weekend. Just consistently run in the top 10, top 5 at a national level, and he is in no better company than the guys right here in Challenge of the Future. Going a little bit further back, Gerardo Peralta, we saw him last round in X30 machinery. He'll be rolling off in that CS55 for B2 Racing on KA100 power, and has looked incredibly strong doing so. He'll be alongside our top Pantano, Spencer Smith, in the 423. Caleb?
Yeah, thank you there, Jackson. A lot of drivers certainly in this front pack to keep an eye on here. We've talked about Johnny Stamps. We've talked about Frankie Mossman. Archer Eversman has been successful here already. The last 2 weeks, one here last week, and like you mentioned, and we'll see what he can do starting there close up to the front right there on row number 2. The same for Jackson Menchu, who's starting up front, but Nate, these KA seniors, the first time we're going to have all 40 of them on the racetrack at the same time.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Some of the best drivers on the West Coast in 100cc competition, ready to go at it. See them all in karts, ready to go, visors down, locked in for the 1 minute board before we get things going.
There you go, board in the air. And this race just moments away before kicking off. Round number 2 of the Champions of the Future America Series. Johnny Stamps, round 1 winner. And again, he had to drive his way through this field at the opening weekend of the championship. Here at round number 2, it's been a different driver, a different Johnny Stamps than what we saw at round 1. One with confidence, one who's not afraid to get his elbows out, and one who's arguably been the driver to beat. And alongside him, Frankie Mossman. Again, you talk about Frankie and what he's done in the senior ranks since moving up, and very, very successful. And he said it right, you got to play the cards that you're dealt. We'll see how he plays it out, and maybe one of the final times that we'll see him in open wheel karting racing action here in the U.S. He's gonna go green on the pole position here for round number 2 of the Champions of the Future America Series. Jackson Menchu, he's been fast, he's been quick. He just needs to get ahead of the 2 drivers starting on that front row, and needs to stay ahead. That's been the hardest thing to do for him. Archer Eversman, he's been fast. Spencer Smith, what a weekend it would be, Nate, for that Forward Direction Motorsports team to get a win on, staying here in California for the second weekend in a row for their first running of the Champions of the Future America Series.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 more up laps for these KA seniors allows us to go back down to Jackson Lambros with a quick report.
And gents, I'm sure as you saw maybe in the background earlier, a little bit of a scary sight here as Hudson Hidalgo went for a heck of a spin and got a big side collision across the old timing line. and unfortunately had to be checked out by on-site medical after what was initially believed to be a hairline fracture in his left leg. However, getting that checked out briefly, looks like he is all okay. No need to take him to a nearby hospital. He's been since unloaded, but without only mom being at the track, dad not here, Josh Daly actually helping him with a carry back over the Nash Motorsports tent and get some ice on it, but unfortunately a scary end to the day for Hudson Hidalgo. Guys?
Yeah, thank you. Good to hear that Hudson is all right for the most part. And again, we hope to see him and wish him a speedy recovery. We're getting ready to go racing here. And again, Frankie Mossman, Johnny Stamps getting ready to lead this field to green with Jackson Menchu, Archer Eversman on row number 2 with Spencer Smith, Gerardo Peralta, Theo Kakari, Matthew Cagle raced his way into the top 10 at the end of the Super Heat. Luis Perez and Henry Falls Hand, your top 10, your first 5 rows into the tram lines. Frankie Mossman gets ready to lead us to the green flag. Round number 2, Champions of the Future America is underway in KA Senior.
Johnny Stamps around the outside will take the race lead from Frankie Mossman, who seemed like the front axle of that Kartnik OTK was not cooperating on turn-in to get it into the opening corner. He'll be in third with Spencer Smith behind, but it is last round's winner, Johnny Stamps, leading us on the opening stanza.
Yeah, Mossman just very, very busy on that steering wheel, looking to get the thing turned in to the corner. Finally able to get it to cooperate, and he's going to slot in line in third. We got a change up front, maybe. Johnny Stamps holds on over Eversman, and this field going to start to get stacked up. Spencer Smith right there as him and Peralta trade positions. Gerardo now up into the 4th spot as they're side by side. Matthew Cagle, Kakati busy there on the needles, hand in the air for Mossman. And up front, Archer Eversman into turn number 1, going to take the lead of the race.
Eversman, a driver that's consistently been up front throughout the past couple of weekends for that Axis Kart Sport team, trying to get a win under the belt. But of course, Johnny Stamps, Frankie Mossman, 2 drivers that have dominated so far this weekend, close on his heels. Same too with Peralta, as Spencer Smith. These top 5 have been the class of the field, Caleb, and we had obviously Cagle and Isert in this as well. There would be 7 of the top dogs. Cagle not too far back, just a couple spots, running third in that second group. You can see just coming on the screen now, making up more spots for the GFC of Cagle.
Here we go, side by side up front. Johnny Stamps right back for the lead. And here comes Frankie Mossman looking across both of them up. And what a move. With great maturity and experience out of Mossman, able to cross them both up, getting himself to the point. Eversman now to second. With Spencer Smith right there in third, and the rest of the pack getting shuffled around. Peralta now for 4th, as Johnny Stamps, who was in the lead, now back to 5th, with Matthew Cagle, teammate, right behind him. And Kakati is further back. Luis Perez is right there in that second group as well. One of the Mike Manning karting machines is right there aboard the Carlos Sainz machine. Yeah, indeed. So it is Kakati. We saw him just busy there on the needles on the front stretch about 2 laps ago. Able to get that figured out, adjusted, and himself. And again, Perez looking to go to work on that mid-pack. Menchu in between them both as we work our way through. 4 laps completed. A good bit to go. Long way to go here in this main event, Nate.
Absolutely. Johnny Stamps, though, further back, has been shuffled back and now has Matthew Cagle, who just went purple, to deal with. Those two going side by side at the apex, and Cagle taking that spot away from his GFC teammate, allowing him to get up into 5th and release him to close down to these top 4, maybe bring Johnny Stamps with them if last round's race winner can keep up with them. And now Spencer Smith on the Pantano up the inside of Archer Eversman in turn 11. Slick move from the Pantano driver. And of course, for that team, wanting to get a win on debut and Champions of the Future, just a couple tenths behind Frankie Mossman at this point, now in the rear bumper of the Kartnik machine. It's looking good for Spencer Smith.
Yeah, that move there by Smith. Got Peralta in a range, the same for Cagle. As they go back and forth, Steven Eisert now. And we've talked about Eisert throughout this weekend. He's now getting himself into frame. He's up to 14th now on what's been just an up and down weekend, up 3 spots from where he started. So Eisert, we'll see what he can do if he can deliver here in this main event. A lot of work to do to get back to where he was a month ago here for round number 1. And again, a lot of new faces like Mossman, like Smith, becoming the class of the field here this weekend. Getting ready to complete 6 laps, 11 to go. And Cagle with a look to the bottom on Peralta, going to think better of it, sliding back in a line. The rest of the field further back with Henry Falls Hand, Aquino, C-Rock, and more. Just in that second group, closing in on this front pack, the top 5, all led by Mossman, who, again, hasn't defended. And it shows you, right? He's going to force his hand, I'm sure, next time he gets up front. As Smith takes advantage, gets himself to the point. Eversman wanted to follow. Couldn't find the lane. Up back in the third.
And these top 6, all things considered, Caleb, playing nice so far for lap 6 of 17. Long main event for these seniors as Cagle up the inside of Peralta, up into 4th now. He's going to try and bring Stamps with him. Talk about Jackson Menchu. He's now in this battle for the top 5, pressuring Peralta on that CS55 machine through turn 1. Jackson Menchu, one to keep an eye on as he's been quick all weekend long, like we've talked about, not feeling the best going into this weekend. Jordan flu game for him this weekend. See if he can be there at the end.
And we'll see, because at the start, definitely wasn't there. Lost 4 spots from the get-go. He's down in 7th. And again, still a long way to go, luckily for Jackson, as him and Geraldo look to work their way up to the front of this pack. Now Mossman still waiting, and Eversman fades low to block a little bit. And again, you can do that as well in turn number 11. You can take a little bit of a narrow line. It's not going to kind of bog you down all too much. It's not going to ruin that momentum at all. You're seeing it there out of Eversman, right? Just going that little bit lower in turn 11, still able to get a good enough exit, and that just kind of holds position before you get to the straightaway. And again, you don't lose all that much time to the drivers ahead of you. And you're seeing that out of Eversman there in turn 11.
Yeah, and we're seeing different drivers take different approaches. Frankie Mossman, though, to the lead of this race, takes it away from Spencer Smith. To circle back on that point, Caleb, a lot of different drivers have been taking different lines through turns 11 and 12, and with it being such a short shoot into turn 13, not sacrificing too much time on the exit of that chicane, you're really allowed to do that. Some drivers really getting up and over the curb. Matthew Cagle being one of those in turn 11, who almost has his seat completely up and over the curbing in turn 11 compared to other drivers who are barely kissing that curb. Just allowing different driving styles to really showcase through that section of the track. Again, Caleb, past halfway at this point. Frankie Mossman, where he's comfortable in these 100cc competitions, out in front, dictating things. If he feels pressure, he'll go onto the defensive, and he's one of the hardest guys to get around in that scenario.
Yeah, for sure. And again, something to note here, right? He kind of expressed his feelings that not a big fan of defending kind of halfway through this race. And it might be something that's gonna cross through his mind at one point or another, right? If you play too nice, if you do kind of the standard at a track where you don't really see the standard, wait the last 2 laps and then fight, where would Frankie end up at the end of this race? That's a question kind of going through my head. And as a driver, right, when you're out in front in the lead of a race like this, at a track that races the way that K1 circuit does, those are things you got to ask yourself, things you got to think about, right? You can't really get too comfortable at the front of this pack with the level of drivers, and you know everybody's going to want to go as now Johnny Stamps looked to go for a move on Archer Eversman, and he gets into the side of him, and you see that, right? You just have moves like that where you want to go, you feel like you can. You just make contact with one another. As one is way off. I don't know if that was one of the HRT machines, but one driver way off on the exit of Rocky Moran. And you see that, right? Just kind of getting uneasy. I wouldn't really call it impatient, but just wanting to reposition yourself halfway through this race. And, something like that can happen. Luckily, they didn't lose all too much time. Everything's right there. The same for Johnny Stamps. But let's take a look back at that. As we're going into turn number 6, you see Stamps looking for a move, just oversends it as he's looking to go by on Matthew Cagle. And again, just gets into the side of Archer Eversman, and everybody having a check up. Peralta took evasive action. He's able to make up a spot. But Johnny Stamps and Archer Eversman, those two full-on contact, front bumper to rear bumper. And you got to argue, they're still in the conversation for a race win here, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. Johnny Stamps has been late on the brakes all throughout this weekend on turn 6, barely holding on to that GFC when he gets to the apex of the corner. He's been sideways at points, too. I think what happened there, he was lining up that move. Archer Eversman had that kind of half look to the inside to try and advance his position. That is all it took for Johnny Stamps to go in a little bit too hot. It clipped the right rear of Archer Eversman like you saw in that replay, and it set him back even further.
And this is really where, if you're Spencer Smith, if you're Frankie Mossman, you start kind of taking a peek maybe right over the shoulder. You got to be aware of your surroundings almost. There's Stamps again trying it in 6 on Jackson Menchu. He's clear. The same for Matthew Cagle, who's able to go by. As more drivers looking to reposition, Aiden Aquino, Henry Fells Hand, Steven Searock, Theo Ciccotti, and then Steven Eisert, who's up 4 to get himself up to 13. So, again, for the Pantano up front and for the Kartnik machine, just kind of being aware, right, of the gap that you have behind you. Don't really have to fight. If you're Spencer Smith, don't really have to try a move. This is a place that's promoted passing almost everywhere. I think we've seen a pass almost in every single corner here, Nate. So you know what's possible. You don't need to rush into things if you're Spencer Smith in second right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Spencer knows that there is a decent-sized gap between himself and Peralta. They've been given a gift that is not having a ton of other drivers behind Cagle and Stamps going on Eversman that time by. Menchu also getting by Eversman, so that's putting Archer Eversman and the Access Kart Sport machine on the back foot. But I mean, for the drivers in front, Caleb, Spencer Smith was 0.3 back last time from Frankie Mossman. It looks like he's losing time to fast Frankie Mossman up in front on that Kartnik machine. Next time across, timing and scoring line will give us an indication. It was 3.5 up to 5.5, the gap between first and second.
Yeah, Frankie's just been 0.2 of a second, almost better than Spencer Smith there in second, who just hasn't really had an answer for the Kartnik OTK that's just absolutely flying here in Winchester, California, able to keep Spencer Smith at bay. Peralta not really there to help push Smith up to the rear bumper of the 459 and further back. Johnny Stamps, Matthew Cagle, Jackson Menchu, Archer Eversman and company, they've been going back and forth, looking to make moves, looking to make passes, and you see where that's kind of got them at this stage of the race. Just not really there, and I think unfortunately just going to run out of time here to try and get up and try and put together a charge up to Frankie Mossman. What was the gap that last time around? Another 0.2 of a second for Frankie Mossman. The gap now opens up to 0.7, and that Kartnik machine, the 459, running away from Spencer Smith on the Pantano now, who's finally going to get a push from Peralta, see what they can do here on the last 3 laps to try and close in, and they're going to pass. Peralta into turn 6. He's by, and we're side by side through the S's. Gerardo's on the inside, Spencer Smith on the outside, and here comes Johnny Stamps in 4th, looking to take the battle to the drivers in 2nd and 3rd.
Johnny Stamps is the only driver on track to be able to equal the pace of Frankie Mossman at this stage of the main event. Of course, if he would have made that mistake, shoulda, woulda, coulda in turn 6, they would have been there. But they're allowing Frankie Mossman to drive into the sunset. 2 laps to go this time by. Peralta and Smith just don't have it. They don't have the pace. They're losing 10th after 10th, and they've completely lost the tail end of Frankie Mossman. I will say we did get the 2 to go last time by. Time and scoring sane final lap on our screens there, Caleb. Is Smith up the inside in turn 6. Johnny Stamp's going to try and capitalize off of that as well.
Oh, and already side-by-side contact. Peralta, Stamps, they're going back and forth. And here we go. Johnny Stamps on Jackson Menchu able to get by. Nonetheless, up front, Frankie Mossman has ran away from the field. Should be one more lap to go this time by when they cross. Spencer Smith in second. Peralta there in third. They're going to fight further back. White flag flies this time by. And Mossman with a gift and a half from the rest of the field. Is Kegel looking for third on the inside of Peralta. Stamps pushes him through. And now the battle for third is going to heat up with Spencer Smith looking to run away here in second.
He's got to defend from 2 GFCs that know this track like the back of their hand. He's going to have to go hard defensive into turn 6, and he does exactly that. The apex holding off Matthew Kegel, Johnny Stamps, and Peralta, the 3 drivers that are hungry to try and get by the Pantano.
And this battle for second on back continues to heat up. Spencer Smith looking to get on the podium for Forward Direction Motorsports, but up front, it's been a long, long time in the making for Frankie Mossman at K1 Circuit. The wait is over for Kartnick, for Frankie across the line. Frankie Mossman victorious in KA Senior.
Frankie Mossman back on the top step. It's going to feel good for him. You can think back to Orlando a couple years ago, Caleb, where he dominated the Winter Series in KA100. Back to winning ways for Frankie Mossman. And how about it for Forward Direction Motorsports and Spencer Smith, a podium on the team's debut to the Champions of the Future America Series here at K1 Circuit. An incredible result for that team. And then Matthew Kegel, a driver who's had such ups and downs on that Formula Works GFC, finishing on the final spot on the podium.
For Frankie Mossman, this is the first time we've seen him in a kart all year long. He's been working with the next generation, with the youngest kiddos. Mason Brody is the protege. I'm sure he's going to be happy to see his coach get one here this weekend at K1 Circuit Winchester. Frankie Mossman on top in KA Senior.
Slap of the side pod, slap of that number 1 pillar. And you know what this means for the kid from Newport Beach. And Frankie Mossman going to congratulate Spencer Smith, the Colorado kid, coming out with Forward Direction Motorsports and the young gun, Matt Kegel. We'll talk to them first, but your race winner, Frankie Mossman, the first time you've tasted victory since last year's SCUSA Winter Series Round 4. Where do you even start to put this one into words?
Yeah, I think wintertime is like where I normally kind of pop off a little bit. I'm happy. Yeah, I came into this week with a little bit of worry. This was all super last minute, but I was worried about obviously getting hurt right before my car season. But I'm glad to have the trust of my team and their confidence, and they knew what we could do with the package. And we went and showed it. Didn't really battle all too much.
If this truly is our way of saying goodbye to you, how satisfying is it to end your karting career for now with a win?
Yeah, I think it's really, it's a testament. I raced for a very long time. I thought Supernats was going to be my last one. And I'm just probably going to keep coming back here and there and making my one-off appearances. But, I feel like I got a big future ahead of me, and I got to kind of switch my direction. But I'll still be in the seat and working with my guys, and, it's like I'm just on a different path now.
After a drive like that, we sure as hell hope you come back. Congrats, Frankie.
Yeah, thank you.
We're going to keep it going here, Gabe. Over to the green machine, the Pantano 423, Spencer Smith.
How's it going?
Welcome to Champions of the Future, my friend. A phenomenal drive for you. Incognito kind of all weekend. You're showing it at the tail end here. Talk to me about that drive.
I mean, it was a fun drive. Definitely lost the draft a little bit early on. That's when the gap started to build up. But it was overall a great race. And, I mean, the entire weekend, as all the timings have shown, our kart and, our whole package has been incredibly fast, and it works really well with the price of tires too.
I know this was never originally on the playbook with you guys and Greg Welch, but for you guys to come in, new championship, new rule set, new price of tires, something completely new to you guys. Did it shock you how much pace you had this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, we struggled a little bit during the challenge series just the weekend prior, just due to the sidewall of the tire. Didn't really, cooperate. We were kind of chasing the setup the whole time. But yeah, the first session that we threw these on, we were instantly back up to the top where, we're used to being, where we belong. So it was a good
stuff. Congrats, Spence.
Thank you.
Last but certainly not least, Matt Cagle, Formula Works CRG, back in podium ways, my friend. I'll start with this because I know there's frustration that's going to start here, but where do you start to find the celebrations here in a phenomenal drive like that?
I mean, it was great. I think I could just need to be more aggressive at the beginning. Definitely lost a couple spots at the start. And then I think I just need to make a move for fourth on Archer quicker. And then when Johnny did it, we just slowly lost them, Mossman and them. And then we had to just battle for second at that point.
We heard it from Jake Drew end of round one. There's not a lot of kids in this GFC 10 or even at this track that's putting more work in than you. Do you feel like you're finally starting to see the payoff, the fruition of this labor?
Yes, I definitely do. I think I just need more improvement, be more consistent at the starts, and just be more aggressive, and then we could stay up. Hopefully next time we stay up with the first place driver.
Great drive. Congrats, Matt.
Thank you.
Guys.
Thank you very much, Sir Jackson. How about Frankie Mossman getting it done? If it's the last time that we see him, again, what a way to close off what's been a very successful karting career for him, and what a way to close it off here with this competitive field, a win at home for him, really. And that being said, right, just on a different path now, wanted to become a professional IndyCar driver. He's got his USF Pro 2000 season just coming up here in a little bit when they get started over in Arlington, Texas. Just a couple of miles down the road from my home. But that being said, what a way to start things off and to end things off for Frankie Mossman. Let's go back to the start and how he got here with the Coastal Link custom printing recap. And again, this field with 40 plus taking the green flag kept us on the edge of our seats from start to finish. And at the start, it wasn't as easy as everybody would have thought for Frankie Mossman. Just had to get to work with sawing on that wheel, looking to get the thing turned in at turn number one. Finally got it to stick, and Johnny Stamps emerged in the lead. As the race went on, Frankie, one way or another, worked for it, got himself back to the lead, and this is where this gap really opened up, and Spencer Smith just had nothing for Mossman, who was victorious in the end. And again, stops the motor, flaps the side pod, and Frankie Mossman, what a way to close this one off.
Empire Karts, your trusted trackside parts specialist. Proudly supporting champions of the Future America Series, West Coast karting teams, and racers. Empire Karts, your trackside solution.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Macro Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macromotorsports.net.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit, your coverage will resume shortly.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America, use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with two classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars!
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR. with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Legacies aren't built overnight. They're built 1 second at a time. Never taking a lap off, and always pushing the limits. K1, helping you build your legacy from the beginning.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Cool features that Race Suited 3 has that people normally don't know about it. The track map on the background. So if you just connect your computer to the internet, you can come up here and click on this Google Earth icon, and it will pull the background from the Google Earth into your GPS data.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
The day is ours and we seize it. Haters, man, they got reasons. Grab the moment, we freeze it. Go to the touch, oh what a rush. Follow your heart, homie, go with the love. Let it rain, let it flow, let it flood. Swimming in good vibrations, it's a celebration. It's the liberation of everything we are. Every time you in the clouds, they gon' try to bring you down. Do not let them try, go ahead and get it, get it, get it, get it.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure of the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Empire Karts, your trusted trackside kart specialist, proudly supporting champions of the Future America Series, West Coast karting teams, and racers. Empire Karts, your trackside solution.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Yeah.
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayKara.com. At ShopPayKara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want. Like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need. All at ShopPayKara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Good evening, K1 Circuit Winchester. It is halftime for round number 2 of Champions of the Future America Series, which means it's time for our first round of podiums for your Minis, Mini U10s, and KA100 Juniors. Let's get started with your Minis 10 and under. In third place, driving the 137 Pickle Rick Racing Croc Promotions machine, Sebastian Majestic. In second, driving the 109 Tony Kart, Timothy Bordovachenko. And your race winner in Mini 10 and under for round number 2, driving the Nitro Kart for Bishop Motorsports, Carson Bishop. We mentioned it in the broadcast, but what a battle and what a drive for Carson Bishop. Lift those trophies nice and high for me, guys. Big smiles for the guy with the hat and the pink vest there, our friend Andrew Fan. Thank you, guys. You can drop those trophies, and I think you know what time it is. Actually, we'll grab the helmets and the trophies for you. Not yet. Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there. I'm I'm going to do a refresher here since I think we kind of struggled specifically for the U10s. What you're going to do is you're going to grab it, shake it, and then kind of cover the top with your thumb and leave a little bit of a slit, okay? You guys ready? Grab the bottles. Not yet. Thumb over, and on the count of 3, shake it. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Let's shake them. There we go. Oh, my God, I'm in the splash zone. I still got a stream to do, guys. Oh, my gosh. And the party is on in Mini 10 and under. And for the remainder of the podiums and the pre-grids, apologies if I smell like apple juice. Courtesies of Sebastian. I want to say knock it off, but they're having a great time. All right, I think we'll call it there. One time for your Mini U10 podium, everybody. And with that, we move on to the rest of your cadets with your mini podium in third place. Driving the 205 EOS for Nash Motorsports, Maddox Carlucci. Let's try that one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, make it loud for Maddox Carlucci. In third place, driving the 211 Position 1 Motorsports GFC, Kendall West. And your race winner, driving the 210 GFC, Forrest Blair. You saw this entire podium, and you get the feeling that it was anyone's game, but a carbon copy of our podium from round 1. And the second verse, same as the first. Grab those trophies for me, guys. Give them a big lift and smiles. Looking at the pink vest just to the left of the light post there. Perfect. Thank you, guys. You can drop those trophies. We'll grab them for you. And take care of the helmets as well. I got you, Maddox. And you guys already know what time it is. Give it a sec. We got to clear the deck here and let the grown-ups get out of the way so the kids can party. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Let them rip! And Forrest is going to drink. Madison's going to drink it. Everybody's going to have a swig. One more time for your mini podium, everybody. Thank you, guys. And we start to stage here for our KA100 Jr podium. And would like to give you a reminder that all these results provisional. as we're still giving officials time to go over data before we make anything final. But our last one here before we go back racing again, KA100 Masters, or excuse me, Heritage on deck with X30 Pro to round out round number 2. Let's move on though to your KA100 Jr podium here in just 1 second. Let's get started here. KA100 Jr. in third place, driving the 307 Cosmic for Hainer Racing Team, Sebastian Hauser. In P2, driving the Formula Works GFC number 313, Keegan Ellsworth. And your race winner in KA100 Jr. driving the 321 Formula Works GFC, Braden Wagner. In all-out brawl with two brothers and another pair of big names here in KA100 Jr. Big smiles, boys. Lift those trophies above your head. Looking for the guy in the pink vest just to the left of the light post. Thank you, guys. We'll help you out here and grab the trophies and helmets for you. And on the count of 3, I don't know if I should even say this because I still got podiums, but if we could keep me out of the splash zone, I'd appreciate that. On the count of 3, ready? 1, 2, 3. Let's make some rain! Thank you, guys. One more time for your KA100 Jr. podium. Halfway home, 4 races down and 2 to go in round number 2. KA100 Heritage is next.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
One thing that is really nice about the Micro 6 is with this new IMU platform, now they put an embedded channel with the steering wheel angle. This channel is really nice to use if you're trying to understand how the drivers are behaving through the corners, if it's oversteering, understeering. But you need to be careful. Because we're measuring this at 100 times per second, when you look on the data, it's very, very noisy. So when you look on the data, we have here the steering wheel angle raw output in blue, and then we have to apply a filter to treat this data, and then that's the filter in red.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Getting set to go here in KA100 Heritage, the penultimate on-track final of round number 2. And a small but mighty group brings up your last of the 100cc field, as it will be as last round. Paul Bonilla, the 511 LN Kart, getting us started on pole position. The Cyprus native alongside the Rancho Cucamonga kid, the 506 of Josh Daly, the Nash Motorsports OTK. And just behind, we saw the little bit of chippiness between himself and Shane Hawkins yesterday. That's been discussed over, and both of them are ready to fight fair, fight fast, and fight fun. You look a little bit further back to row number 2. You see Shane Hawkins, both Daly and Hawkins only in about year number 2 of their driving career, but having a blast every single step along the way. That's Ryan Kasner, the 516 Best Kart, the San Diego guy, coming up from Linda Vista, University of San Diego, to run whenever he can. Tri-C mostly on his schedule. First time running Champions of the Future. Small but mighty field here. Time to go racing, Caleb.
Time to go racing indeed here, Jackson. The wait over. And good to see that you got some time to get dry before the next set of podiums there. I know the kiddos are having a good time with the apple juice spraying there. I know myself in 18 definitely enjoyed that as well, just right in the firing zone, if you will, for our very own Jackson Lambros. Great job with the podiums as well. That being said, though, this field with some new faces joining us, like Ryan Kasner and like a couple others, have definitely taken the fight up to the front. But Paul Bonilla, a lot like what we saw a month ago, has been able to keep himself up at the front. But when you look back to that weekend, he wasn't the driver that came away with the main event victory. That went the way of Austin Elliott, who's not joining us here this weekend. Joshua Daly was able to join him on the podium in second, and Tony Gomez finished off that one in the third spot. Paul Bonilla, if I remember correctly, wasn't able to close off that opening round, Nate, and again, now finds himself with a good shot here as he's getting ready to lead this field to the green flag. Joshua Daly has been quick in the 506. The same can be said for Shane Hawkins, who has been up there and taking the fight up to those two. And they have one goal set in mind. You heard it there from Jackson, taking the fight for the 511.
Yeah, that's the goal. Try and beat Paul Bonilla, a driver who's been so consistent, so dominant this weekend, the driver to beat all weekend long for all the qualifying heats, for the Super Heat, now for this KA100 Heritage main event. It's going to be hard to beat him, Caleb.
Yeah, it's a big ask. And again, we have talked about the tires, and again, these drivers getting 2 sets to use throughout the weekend as much as they'd like, or whenever they'd like, I should say. And again, it should really be nobody. I mean, I would think, right, that nobody would gamble and try and do 2 sets of tires on the right side or the left side, you know, et cetera, et cetera. That being said, it should be everybody in this field with a new set of press of tires getting ready to go racing here today. And we'll see if that's a difference maker here for these drivers to try and take the fight up to Paul Bonilla, who's getting ready to kick this one off on the pole position. Joshua Daly's going to start alongside him on row number 1 with Shane Hawkins, Ryan Kasner on that second row. Tony Gomez and Craig Vasquez are back on row number 3. The Lakeside Karting GFC starting alongside the Mike Manning Karting Carlos Sainz machine. in the last two starters here today. It should be Johnny Wang and Long Lin, but it looks like Long Lin not going to be joining us here in the main. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So, yeah, just missing one, and that's Long Lin. Had to do my counting there, Nate. Make sure, indeed, that Lin wasn't joining us here on the Tony Kart. And he won't be. That being said, only 8 drivers getting ready to take the green flag. And all eyes will be on the 511 of Paul Bonilla as we get ready to go racing here. Second and last race of the evening. Second and last race of round number 2 and on the weekend. It's Bonilla on the inside, Daly on the outside. Green flag flies, and we're underway in KA Heritage.
Around the outside goes Joshua Daly. Nash Motorsports to the lead with the help, of course, of Ryan Kasner on that best kart in second. Paul Bonilla now having some work to do on this opening part of the race as the two GFCs behind start to go at it amongst themselves in the lead pack. Now, again, a little bit of a breakaway like we've seen all race weekend long. Those front few karts will always get a little bit of a jump on the rest of the field. That's being led right now by Joshua Daly.
Yeah, that was a good move there out of Daly to get it done around the outside for Kasner as well to follow and to not allow Paul Bonilla to get comfortable in this main event. Further back, Shane Hawkins. Tony Gomez going to trade the 4th spot. Hawkins on the inside of turn number 1 gets clear. And now they're going to continue to fight into Rocky Moran. Gomez looking to go back on his teammate, and he's clear through for 4th. So the two GFCs losing time, battling for position. As up front, Joshua Daly, Ryan Kasner, and Paul Bonilla are able to extend their gap just that little bit more. And we know time is just that much more precious in this Heritage division here this weekend. Just cannot let these drivers get away. We've seen how hard it is to close down the gap, especially in this class, in this field, right? You don't have as many drivers like you had in KA Senior or KA Junior where they allow the fighting to go on and allow this field to close down. You really have to take advantage of moves, and you can't spend more than a couple corners fighting. And again, they continue as Shane Hawkins goes back by on Tony Gomez. So that gap that was sitting at 0.8 of a second is now over 2 seconds to the leaders. And that's just it right there, right? It grew over a second in that lap, in those little exchanges that Gomez and Hawkins were doing, just going back and forth, losing time, losing over a second to the leaders.
Yeah, for sure. It's not what you want to be doing at this stage of the race. You have 17 long laps in front of you, and to be fighting with another chassis mate of all people, 2 GFCs going at it, allowing them to, lose 1.9 seconds to the lead group. Usually in KA Senior or KA100 Jr, that wouldn't be a problem. The drivers in front of you would start battling. You'd be brought back into it. But, with only 3 Heritage drivers in front of you, it's a risk at this stage, Caleb, that I don't know if I'd be willing to make if I was in their shoes. Is even Joshua Daly, the leader, pointing forward, not wanting anything to do with blocking or defending his position like we saw in the junior or the senior ranks throughout this weekend from the lead driver. It's really well behaved from those 3, and it's unfortunate for the drivers behind us. Ryan Kasner, P2, the best kart, goes fastest.
And now they're going to fight here as Paul Bonilla look to get a nose down low there on Kasner. And that's not going to happen. Not going to stick. Kasner still holds on behind Joshua Daly. For the top 3, no change, although Bonilla has tried. And again, you heard from Bonilla, right? This weekend has been a little smoother than round number 1. But now this is some work to do to get back to where he's been almost for the entirety of the weekend. You look at almost every session, Kasner has only won one of them. And now the driver who's almost, you could say, quote-unquote, swept outside of one session is getting himself through for second. Able to go by in turn number 1 there, Nate.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously losing a little bit of time to Joshua Daly are those 2. And the 2 GFCs behind will like to see that little bit of battling. Of course, they're going to need more. Speaking of those 2 GFCs, Jackson Lambros has a report.
Hawkins calling this season Chapter 3 of his driving career, his karting career, if you will. That chapter, initially Chapter 1, if you will, was when he was 18 years old. Money died out. Tried it again about a decade ago, but he told me that didn't last much longer than about half a year. And most recently, about 2023, he was able to pick up the saddle again with help of his uncle, Tony Gomez, just behind him in the 505, the longtime runner of Lakeside Customs, one of the Inland Empire's most well-known resto mod and hot rod shops. Also runs with GFC here in Masters in the weekend. So a little bit of family bonding here on track between Tony Gomez and Shane Hawkins.
Yeah, thank you very much there, Jackson. Good to hear, right? Cool story out of Shane Hawkins and Tony Gomez kind of doing this together, getting back to racing there as well. So really cool for the two of them. Sadly, again, they just lost a little bit too much time kind of battling here at the start of this race. And for Paul Bonilla, again, we were just waiting, right, for the moment that he was able to get himself clear and get himself back up to the lead of this race. He's done so now. He's been very patient and very methodical about the way that he's followed behind the two drivers that are now behind him. And you saw him just kind of pick them apart one by one and now gets himself to the lead of the race here, Nate.
Yeah, Paul Bonilla, like the mentality we've been talking about in the Super Heat and in qualifying Heat 3, just so calm and collected behind the wheel of that LN kart. Not a whole lot can get to him, and that's obviously showing. Just driving calm, not making too harsh of inputs on the steering wheel. Very relaxed driving style from the leader. Opposite, however, is Joshua Daly, a driver who really gets on top of the wheel of that National Motorsports EOS machine. Driver who just seems like he's struggling with high-speed grip at the apex of the corner throughout this weekend so far, Caleb. I'll explain what I mean by that. Is a good example in the turn one. I think he started to rectify the issues. Everyone's able to keep it pretty much within the curbing there. Daly is always way wide there, and it seems like the rear end of that kart starts to step out at the mid-corner phase of that turn-in. And the same thing happens when we're going down the S's of 8, 9, and 10. The rear end just starts to slip out from him so much, and it could also be with such an aggressive driving style, if you jack that kart too much on the entry, then it does upset the rear tires and makes you slide at the apex.
Yeah, very good point. And again, something to note here, right? As well, that could be a variety of things, whether it's just the way that he's driving, maybe even over-driving, if you will, maybe turning in a little bit too late to the corner, or why he watches out that little bit wider than two drivers ahead of him. Could be a variety of things, but that's something interesting to note there as well, Nate, right? Where you can find time in just little sections like this. But for Joshua Daly, it must be said, whatever he's doing is working. He just went fastest, a 53.272. He was 0.2 quicker than Ryan Kasner the last time around. And you see it, right? He's just right there with Kasner. And Kasner, who's also just right there with Paul Bonilla. Bonilla was a little bit quicker, hundredths of a second, not much. The difference in between the top two, but the draft just keeping them like in play, very well in play here for Kasner and Daly. So if they can maintain this, and if they can, try and push each other up to Paul Bonilla, this could be a best case scenario for the two drivers who sit second and third to try and deny Bonilla from completing. You can't really call it a sweep because Bonilla lost one of the races, but again, from winning just about 4 out of 5 of the races that they've had, or I should say 5 out of the 6 races available to them here this weekend. A good number of track time that all these drivers this weekend have had, right? With 4, 5 races, really 3 qualifying heats, a super heat, and again, these main events with the laps only getting longer and longer as the weekend's gone on. So for those of you watching on from home, don't be afraid. Take part here at Champions of the Future America Series. We'd love to see more new faces work out here to Winchester, California. One of the best facilities, if not the best, in North America here in K1 Circuit.
Yeah, a track that, I wish a lot of other national series here in the United States would go to. It just provides such incredible racing, Caleb, doesn't it? Because, over the past 2 weekends alone, it's so hard for drivers to get out in front and build a gap like other tracks we see on the national calendar. It's just such close racing. here at K1 Circuit. So hopefully in the next couple years we can have more series come out here, but definitely grateful for the amount of rounds the Champions of the Future America Series will have here in 2026.
Yeah, indeed there is Joshua Daly now looking for second. Fastest lap of the race. They're going to go side by side. Let's hear from our other colleague, Jackson Lambros. Jackson.
Right now, you rewind to round number 1. It was Austin Elliott kind of in that spot, the third prong of this podium battle. I talked to the Speed Sense manager last evening, was wondering why he wasn't driving, and he said, I need to do my actual job. However, after talking to him, he's come up with a interesting idea for what we could do for one of these Champs of the Future rounds. A manager masters battle where we have himself, Kyle Hayner from Hayner Racing Team, Phil Geiber, Seth Nash, even Gary Colton is invited to the party. But essentially, if you are running the team and you're old enough to run in Masters, you come out, bring your own card out, and you prove the product yourself. I think it's a phenomenal idea, guys. I think just the one issue is going to be scheduling and finding out what time actually works for everybody. But the Manager Masters race, I'm all in.
And I think I'm in for that as well. That would be, I think, quite a show, quite a spectacle to watch here. And what would be, I think, a very interesting race for those guys. They are very, very busy, Nate, as we've seen. Kerry Carlton on Instagram, he kind of shows, right, the day in managing a team like that, being a team owner and being a chassis importer as well, right? Up at 6 o'clock in the morning, and he probably won't leave the shop to sundown about 8 o'clock at night. And it just shows you, right, how busy those guys are. And I think it'd be cool as well, right, to see those kind of team managers get out there, get in the karts, and prove that their own product is some of the best stuff out there. And that'd be interesting. I'm excited to get more of that as well, Jackson. Be interesting to hear from some of those team owners as Daly. He caught Kazner by surprise, and he got Bonilla by surprise as well into turn number 6. And you saw Bonilla just see him coming on the inside, got out of the way, and as quickly as that, we're back to how we started. Joshua Daly in the lead, to Ryan Kazner and Paul Bonilla back in third. What a move out of Daly to get up to the point.
Yeah, gets up front. Here's a replay, Caleb. Late on the brakes, and I don't even think he meant to take the race lead there. I think he was just trying to get by Kastner, who went so late on the brakes on a turn 6. Bit of a hip check there to Paul Bonilla, who's now trying to get by Kastner on the live feed. And both Kastner and Bonilla looking at each other, give each other a little bit of a nod to try and go catch the Nash Motorsports driver of Daly, who leads this thing. Just a couple laps to go at this point. Caleb Bonilla side by side with Kazner, unable to get it done on the exit of 6, but these Heritage drivers are putting on a show for us.
Yeah, definitely delivering some great racing action. We're getting close to the end here. Should be 2 laps to go, as now Bonilla looking to reposition himself. They're going to go by on Ryan Kazner. But this is going to be a very, very close end to this race as we're getting closer and closer to the finish here. 15 laps completed. And again, our timing and scoring shows 2 more laps to go. That being said, up front, Daly and Kazner are now ahead of Paul Bonilla. Something different than we've seen as Craig Vasquez, indeed, Craig Vasquez been shown the flag there, and that's like a red flag there. Craig Vasquez to report to the pits there after being lapped. That being said, up front, Daly just has to hold on for a little bit longer to get himself to victory lane on a weekend that's been up and down, to say the least here, Nate.
Yeah, now these leaders starting to approach lap traffic that will be instructed to move over as 2 laps to go this time for this top 3. No lap traffic obstructions for them through turn 1. Again, Daly going way wide, just on the limit of what is acceptable by Champions of the Future through that turn 1 complex. Not going too wide onto the blue runoff. Of course, 4 tires, it will be looked at as considered going off track, but further back, Bonilla thinks about a move on Kastner. Kastner gives him enough space at the apex, but Bonilla not able to get it done.
So now it's a lap and a half to go. Joshua Daly at the point. Kazner Again, you saw him try something there in a Rocky Moran. That didn't work. Bonilla there in third. And again, you got to think Bonilla just in a tricky situation here, right? He wants to pass for position. He wants to get through for second, but by doing so, that could allow Joshua Daly to run away with it here. White flag in the air. 1 lap to go in Heritage, and Kastner looking to go for the lead on the inside. Daly stuck on the outside. We're side by side. Daly off and over the runoff, over the rumble strips, and Bonilla's through for second. But for the first time, Kastner's going to lead in the main event, and we're side by side in the S's. Kastner looking to hold on. Daly looking to come back.
Kastner holding on for dear life. Daly around the outside, almost off into the dust, and they make contact on the exit of turn 6. Now Ryan Kastner is going to have to defend hard into the chicane here. We saw Daly try to make a late move on the GFCs yesterday. Will he try it again?
And here we go, Kastner to the bottom, defending into the chicane, into turn number 11. Daly around the outside, looking to cross him up. Bonilla back in third, looking for a lane. Kastner out of the final corner, looks like a good enough run. They're side by side further back, and Ryan Kastner wins in Heritage.
He's pumped up about that one. How about it for Ryan Kastner? How about it for Best Kart to get a win on this level? How cool is it for that brand that we initially saw come on to the U.S. scene just a couple years ago to get a win here in KA100 Heritage? That is special for them. Joshua Daly so close once again to a KA100 Heritage main event win. There you can see your unofficial classification from the final for KA100 Heritage. Again, Ryan Kastner, Joshua Daly, and Paul Bonilla rounding out your podium. And how about it, though, for Shane Hawkins and Tony Gomez, Caleb? We talked about how much battling at the early phase of the race can really cost you, and you see what it did cost him. 5 seconds for Shane Hawkins, who was somewhat able to hold pace, lost time here and there, but of course didn't have a draft on what is such a draft-dependent track here at K1 Circuit.
What a way to end that main event here in K100 Heritage. Ryan Kastner, I don't think led more than that final lap there, Nate, but he led the lap that mattered most. Able to get it done, able to steal the main event victory. Ryan Kastner, the Best Kart, victorious on Sunday.
You earned that. Jesus Christ. All right.
That was a battle. That was a great race, boys.
Great pushing, man.
Great race, guys.
Oh, good enough. That was a hell of a race. Thank you, Good sir. job. Good job. Paul? That was awesome. That was awesome. Oh.
And at the end of KA100 Heritage, it is Ryan Kastner and Best Kart on top. A phenomenal battle throughout the entirety of that main event, but you saw the white flag in P3, you saw the checkered in P1. Talk to me about that last sequence of corners.
I mean, honestly, these two, they ran a great race. Paul's been the class of the field all weekend, just trying to keep pace with him. And the mentality during that entire time with Josh and Paul was just be in the mix. Just be in the draft. If I fall back to third, just get in the draft, work our way up, and play leader can't lead. And it just worked out. I was able to hold on to second. Got a great run coming out of the last corner and a big push from Paul. Able to get by Josh. I mean, he's been a rocket down the straightaway, so I'm stoked that we got that. And the cart was just dialed. It would do whatever I needed it to do, and I'd just be in the wheel tracks of these guys. And I mean, it worked out on this one. So being patient and being right time, right place was what it took.
Congrats, Ryan.
Thank you.
We're going to keep it going over here. Josh Daly, P2, and I know there might be a little bit of frustration there because you might have thought you had something, but still phenomenal up-close battles. Talk to me about that final.
That was definitely a battle for sure. A lot of fun. The boys, man, those guys, they raced me so good and they raced me so hard, super clean. I'm just happy to be up here, to be honest. Definitely wanted that number one that we're looking for. Still searching for that first number one, but we're going to get it. We're almost there. We're going to get it.
Good stuff. Thanks, Josh.
Thank you, Jackson.
Last but certainly not least, we'll pan over here. Paul Bonilla, P3, you look like you were up front all weekend. Tell me about what you felt like might have been missing there.
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, we had quite a delay, and so set our tire pressures as we came in and didn't realize we're going to have that much of a delay. So I don't know if that was off or what. It was a good race, though. I mean, we had fun. It was close quarters. I mean, clean for the most part, so can't complain. So just back to the drawing board.
Gotcha. Thanks, Paul.
Yep, thank you.
And Caleb, Nate, it's 5 down and 1 to go here for round number 2.
Yeah, thank you, Jackson. What a way to finish that race there for Daly, for Ryan Kasner, and you see what it means, right? Just to get one to close off. But let's see how Kasner got there at the start of the race. Joshua Daly able to punch off the line as best as possible. The same for Ryan Kasner, able to get through, get himself clear for second here. All brought to you by Coastal Ink Custom Printing. This is a recap as Bonilla, again, he didn't wait all too long to get himself back to the lead. He kind of picked them apart, was able to get by Kasner for second, then able to go by on Daly. Daly responded, though, into turn number 6, and Bonilla just had to check up. And in the end, Ryan Kasner, Joshua Daly, they were going side by side. They gave everything at the best Kart, just even wheel-to-wheel contact coming to the line. And in the end, Ryan Kasner able to hold on for the first win for himself here in the state of California. 5:16, the number 1 on Sunday. One more to go. X30 Pro after the break.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
And just like that, we've reached it, the final main event of round number 2. Plenty of overarching themes this weekend, whether it's resilience or hardship, in so many different forms, in so many different classes, but none more than what we've seen on the front of a handful of Borels, but primarily the Speed Sense Motorsports camp. This entire program giving their support to Callum Smith, their long-tenured data analyst, a former Super Nationals runner-up, who, after Super Nationals 28 actually came down ill, went to the hospital, and was unfortunately diagnosed with T-cell lymphoma, and has spent the vast majority of the start of this year going under chemotherapy. And I come bearing only phenomenal news, because hearing from Austin Elliott, owner of SpeedSense, that as of this weekend, blood work has come back, and Callum is, as of right now, cancer-free. Still a couple of weeks of chemotherapy on deck for him to make sure he's entirely clear. And don't get me wrong, no one wants to get back on track more than him, but the entire Champions of the Future paddock, SpeedSense, and West Coast Motorsports letting everyone know that their guy's on their mind.
Yeah, thank you there, Jackson. And again, all of us here at Kart Chase are sending our best wishes to Callum. No, we're all racing for him. We're all cheering for him as well. And again, some great news there, Jackson. Thank you for sharing with us. And again, we saw SpeedSense take the social media there as well on what it's been like this week in racing for a cause. And today, Big Drew racing for another victory. He was able to win at round number 1 a month ago. This weekend, here on Sunday, as we race under the lights, he's looking to go back-to-back.
And Caleb Vieska and Nate Dean for our final main event of round 2. It has to be, it could only be, the shoe Jake Drew going at it against Eric Doan. And after what felt like a seesaw for round number 1, it has been a very Jake heavy second round, a very hot, cold round, if you will, for Eric. And you could say the same for Sergey Karamselli, who has not been able to work his way to the front, whether it's traffic or tune. But as the track finally cools down, a lot of these guys in these X30s working their way into the unknown, guys.
Thank you, Jackson. And we're moments away from kicking off this race. Nate, we said it at the start of the weekend. Anything but a Jake Drew win would be a surprise for us here on Sunday. Eric Doan challenged a month ago here at the opening round. Kept Jake honest, downs him all the way to the checkered flag. Sergey Karamselli there, apologies, was definitely one of the drivers to keep an eye on. One of the most impressive as well to qualify on the pole position at the start of the weekend. And again, Mateo Calderon, one of the rookies who we've had an eye on here this weekend as well, has been fast, able to finish 3rd at the end of the Super Heat. We'll see what he can do here this weekend. Daniel Perez racing with a cause at Anthony Freeze, running up this field starting down in 6th, Nate.
Yeah, only 6 drivers this time around for our X30 Pro field, but still a lot of talent within it. Jake Drew, one of the most experienced 125cc drivers, not only in this field, Kayla, but in the country as well, having so much experience in the 125cc, 100cc packages, and elsewhere in car racing. To Sergey Karamselli, a driver who we've had on our radar for quite some time now in this 2026 season. Has been turning heads both here and at Winter Series events in Texas. Same can be said for Eric Doan, a driver who's been lacking pace just a little bit to Jake Drew. But you have to say, Caleb, let's rewind to round 1. 2 races where Eric Doan was so much faster than the GFC Formula Works with Jake Drew behind it. Was qualifying Heat 3 and the main event, both of which were run under the lights at night. And if you take a look on screen, the sun is setting, the lights are coming on, and we might be on for a barn burner here, Caleb.
And again, this is another look at your starting lineup. Drew and Eric Doan get ready to lead us to green from row number 1 with Karamselli and Mateo Calderon on row number 2. Daniel Perez and Anthony Freeze at the back of the field on row number 3. And again, up to this point, Jake Drew undefeated here this weekend. Nobody has been able to deny the 614 here for round number 2. Eric Doan starting alongside him on that front row. We'll see if the youngster can take the fight to the veteran into the tram lines. Drew on the inside, Doan on the outside. And no green flag first time around. Looked okay. The officials just want him to go around one more time here, Nate.
Yeah, it looked okay from our vantage point, but at the same time, we're also watching from a camera on the other end of the straightaway. Obviously, champions of the future officials having boots on the ground right there that can see something that we didn't. So having full trust in the stewards and the race officials on track to get these drivers going in a safe and competitive manner. It's going to allow these drivers one more opportunity to get those IME X30 power plants into a optimal operating window, and same too for those Pressa tires. A couple more swerves left and right to try and get them into a nice operating window to get them to have a great launch off the line. Again, we're going to rack them up again for a second attempt here for the X30 Pro main event.
$125cc water cooled, and you see those radiators taped almost all the way to the top for Eric Doan and Jake Drew. We're getting ready. Second time of asking. All eyes on the inside. All eyes on the GFC for Formula Works. Green flag flies. We're underway in X30 Pro.
Through turn one, and a terrible getaway for Eric Doan. Able to slide into third behind Karim Selly. So it's a GFC 1-2 and the opening part of this race through Rocky Moran, the chicane, and now into turn 6. Daniel Perez late on the brakes on Eric Doan. Not deep enough, though. And really all that's going to do is annoy Eric Doan in the third spot. He's not going to work with Perez pretty much from that point on, because you can see the gap between Caroselli and Doan. Not going to be liking that. Wish he could have been on the back end as he goes to the radiator, rips a piece of tape off, allows that X30 to breathe just a little bit more, cool off the engine, hopefully for Eric Doan's sake, so he's able to charge up to the back end of the GFC in front of him.
Here we go. One lap completed as Calderon looked to go. They're in a turn number one on Daniel Perez. And this race, again, hasn't been a runaway just yet for Jake. He has been able to build a good gap here to start this one off. The car length between himself and Karim Selly. This would be a good result for Formula Works if Karim Selly can hold on here. But Eric Doan right there. Still only one lap in. A long way to go here, Nate. 17 laps, what we have scheduled for these X30 Pro drivers. Again, only completed one, but Karim Selly, Eric Doan, right there with Jake. And again, this is with new tires on everybody, with management in question. This isn't going to be a Jake Drew runaway like we've expected. And this right here out of Eric Doan, want to reposition himself, looking for second in a turn one. He's got it. Clear for second. Now sight set on the 614.
That is so crucial, Caleb, for Eric Doan. You could just visibly see on screen, and there's confirmation, fastest on the track is Eric Doan. You could see him closing to the back end of Sergei Karamelli in that second, what was in the second spot. And, you know, for a driver that just has so much speed at this point in the race, you cannot afford to let Jake Drew drive into the sunset here at K1 Circuit and get away, because we know how dominant he's been for the entirety of this weekend so far. And now, no tires saving at this point. Drive as fast as you can for 17 laps. Of course, try not to overheat those tires too much and make yourself have to back off and lose some time to the driver in front. But it's a straight dog fight now. No more tire strategy. Just get to the line first after 17 laps, and we're seeing that from Eric Doan. We're seeing the Eric Doan we saw at round one, really pushing the back end of Jake Drew and fighting for the lead.
Here we go, Eric Doan pass for the lead on the inside of turn 6. How about the rookie getting himself to the points, catching Drew by surprise in the hairpin, and now we'll see the response out of Jake Drew. And this is really one of the only the second time that we've seen him sit in second. It didn't take him all too long to go back ahead of Eric Doan and, again, just run away from the field. We're still early into this race. Only 4 laps completed, about to complete lap number 5. But Eric Doan going to lead this field away. And he has been pushing here early on. Really haven't seen much out of Jake. And you see it there, a 50.8 last time around. Not really pushing maybe as much as Eric here. And again, he did get past, so a 50.5 for Eric Doan. So we'll see strategy here. How much they want to use of that press of tire this early. There goes Drew, a response right back to where he was past the lap ago into turn number 6. Jake Drew back in the lead, but this is bringing Daniel Perez and Mateo Calderon back into the mix, and this could be a new variable for the top 3 here, Nate.
And how much of this is deja vu from the final at round 1, right, Caleb? These two going at it in front. Sergei Kermaselli staying within it, within drafting range of these two, from them battling, and then 4th and 5th slowly but surely getting brought into it and really needing these guys to battle. At the moment, it looks like Eric Doan might have overcooked his tires a little bit on that move on Jake Drew. Once he finally got by, he wasn't able to sustain that pace that we saw from Eric Doan in the early stage of this race, and he keeps going wide there through Rocky Moran corner, makes him lose a little bit of time, and it's one of the reasons why Jake Drew got by. It's just Drew on that Formula Works GFC able to hug that corner just a little bit tighter, get a better straight shot to turn 6, and able to get that job done just a couple laps ago for the Formula Works pilot. Having to keep a close eye on how these karts are behaving throughout the run, because like we've seen at other national series across the United States, Caleb, these X30s can handle so much differently at the midpoint, and especially at the end of these races, as how they fired off.
Yeah, very good point there, Nate. So, again, just those little differences, right, of how Eric Doan just came swinging out of the gate, was very fast as soon as this race started, and Drew just kind of slowly easing into it. They're running identical lap times here. They're just managing the race, right, managing what you've got. At this point, here, Eric and Jake, they've been very good up front, and for Jake himself, right, it's now leading. This is, again, if you will, with the amount of drivers in the field, for Jake, it's just another weekend, right? For Eric, it's what did you learn in round number 1? How do you apply it now to round number 2? And how do you try to get the better of the 614, who, again, you look back at one of the biggest races in the world that we had back in Las Vegas, Nevada, the biggest race in the world, I should say, and putting it on the pole with that strength and that field of drivers, I think one of the strongest field that we've had in X30 Pro this past year in Vegas. And the guy who was in front of you, put it on the pole, went faster than everybody else. Granted, the weekend didn't go his way, but again, he was just lights out at round 1, able to stay ahead. Jake Drew was, and now this second weekend, here, Eric Doan, what did you learn from that first round? What did you learn going to Houston again after running up at the front, leading a couple laps in main event action? And how do you apply that here this weekend? How do you try and go and take the fight to a guy that's been winning almost everything for the entirety of the weekend this weekend?
Yeah, how do you do it at a home track for a driver, a chassis, and a team? It's going to be difficult. Will say, looking at the body language of Eric Doan's kart, it seems like it's starting to get into shape. It seems like West Coast Motorsports might have gone a little bit lower on tire pressures than what GFC was doing for their Formula Works karts, because especially through the 2, 3, and 4 complex and with Rocky Moran corner, Eric Doan was pushing way wide, losing a bit of time. Now, this time, looks a lot more comfortable, a lot more planted on the exit of that corner, and has a good run on Jake Drew.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Eric looks a lot more comfortable himself as well, right? You look back around 1, whenever he would get himself to second, he was eager to make moves for the lead, and he kind of admitted to it in the post-race. He made mistakes in doing so, wanting to get to the lead and not really being patient in that second spot. So you're seeing a big 180 out of the youngster in the 607, just being patient, biding his time, letting this race kind of come back to him, right? He passed for the lead. Jake was able to go right back. Now, how do you re-strategize? How do you replan this race? And how do you learn maybe a little bit how to Jake Drew, right? Keep him kind of comfortable up front. And then when it matters most, last 2 laps, you rattle him a little bit. And that's going to be in a Rocky Moran. Jake was able to pass Eric Doan here at round number 1 a month ago. And Eric Doan, taking a page out of Jake Drew's book, is going to pass him in a Moran. And now Drew going right back into turn number 6 with Kermaselli now joining the fight. And Daniel Perez, who was just kind of holding stationary, holding patient in 4th, brought right back into this battle. But Eric Doan, you talk about catching Jake Drew by surprise. How about making a pass where Drew was able to steal a qualifying heat race from you a month ago?
Yeah, even if Eric Doan didn't make that pass stick. Now you're in Jake Drew's head at this point, thinking like, all right, now he can make a move on that corner too. Jake is such an experienced driver that every little tap of the rear bumper he gets is a mental note in his head to know where Eric Doan is faster than him to think about at the end of the race, excuse me. As you see there, what a lunge there, Caleb, and forcing Jake Drew onto the curb in turn 3. And then Jake Drew right back on him into turn 6. But to finish my point, Jake Drew now knows in the back of his mind that's another corner that he can get attacked by from Eric Doan. And if Eric keeps showing how he's quicker in certain corners than others, it's just going to add to the pressure there from Jake Drew.
And how about the mental note as well there for Eric Doan, right? You just passed the guy in a Rocky Moran, and then you didn't defend in turn number 6. And what did he do? He passed you right back. Right, he was able to go right back by on you like it was nothing. So if you're Eric Doan at this point, all right, you realize it now, right? That he's going to go right back on me. So we could have something that might be a dogfight in the end when Eric Doan, he's going to know, right? Jake's going to want to get right back in control of this race. So it's going to be a matter of just having to defend for position maybe as we get closer and closer to the end of this race. That being said, though, the only variable here for Eric, there's another Formula Works GFC right behind him, and Sergey Karamsely. And you got to know, after Sergey put it on pole a month ago, he's going to be hungry to maybe get himself a race win here this weekend. And again, as we're getting closer and closer to the end with 13 laps completed and 4 more to go, we're about to find out if Jake Drew can complete a sweep of the weekend over 2 rookies that have been, again, very, very impressive here at K1 Circuit for the first 2 rounds of Champions of the Future.
Wondering if Eric Doan is just overdriving that kart to stay with Eric Doan, to stay with Jake Drew. Excuse me, the Burrell is just stepping out in high-speed corners, especially at turn 1. He's not able to hold the exit as tightly to that curbing as the 2 GFCs are. You can tell he wants this race win, can't you, Caleb? Of course he does, and he's starting to lose Jake Drew just a little bit in some of the high-speed corners. It could be a sign that the rear end of that Burrell art is going away at this point. Keeping an eye on his hands. It's not sawing at the wheel. He's still very smooth with his inputs right now, Caleb, but got to be careful at this stage.
And you see him there. He just turned in a little bit earlier than Jake Drew at turn number 1. You see him just kind of wash out that little bit wider than Jake. That could be the only difference in between the two of them, and it's just difference in line, right? You got to think maybe a little bit of aero wash potentially. Could that, maybe be a factor as they work their way into turn number 1 here for Drew and Eric Doan. Questions, right, that I'd be interested to hear from these 3 drivers post-race. They got to make it to the finish, though. As we're getting closer and closer to the end here, you got to think this would be a breakout win for Eric Doan. He came so close. A month ago, he was right there with Jake, kept him honest, took the fight, and was the most impressive rookie in the field and made his name known as well on the national level. Went out to Houston and as well, maybe didn't make as much noise, but again, it was almost a tip of the cap by some of the veterans, right? Seeing that he was able to run up front with a guy like Jake Drew, and for him, it's just business as usual, right? We've talked about it. Anything but a win this weekend here for Jake would be an unsuccessful weekend, in my opinion. And for Sergey Karamsely as well, this would be another great podium for him to finish in 3rd. But he's not going to be satisfied, not going to be content. Seeing the pace he has at this moment, this would be a great result for him to finish 2nd. And how about himself even in the 604, getting himself a win to his name to close off round number 2 here at Champions of the Future, Nate.
Yeah, a mistake there from Jake Drew, just getting a little bit too much curb in turn 11. 2 laps to go, this time by, sticks in the air. But like you were saying, Caleb, Sergey Karamsely, has been kind of the underdog, the dark horse in the Champions of the Future X30 Pro. We've all been talking about Jake Drew. We've all been talking about Eric Doan, but Karamsely is right there proving himself as another GFC pilot. Through 6 again, Jake Drew just gets such a good launch through here. And then obviously with most likely, Caleb, a little bit of aero wash through the 8, 9, and 10 S's section in the middle of the track that Eric Doan loses a little bit Eric has to fight really hard through the chicane and turn 13 and down that back straightaway to make all that time back up.
Well, here we go. As we near the end, white flag in the air. 13 corners to go for Jake Drew to complete a sweep of the weekend. Eric Doan looking to fight for his first win in the pro ranks here in X30. And Jake Drew out of Rocky Moran. That Kart length that split him and the West Coast Corral now closing down, and Drew going to defend to the bottom of the racetrack in turn number 6. Eric Doan taking the fight to the veteran here as we head into the S's, Nate.
Yeah, Eric Doan's got to be do or die into the chicane and turn 13 here, Caleb. He's got to go full send if he wants a chance to win.
Here we go, up the hill into turn number 11. Drew going to defend, goes to the low side. Eric Doan opens up. Can he cross him up as we head into turn 13? Jake Drew to the bottom. Karamselli looking around the outside. Can he rip the high side? Not going to be enough for Karamselli or Doan. Checkmate for Jake Drew, who wins at X30 Pro.
Putting the cart exactly where it needed to be positioned. That's what Jake Drew did in that final lap. Of course, defending in a turn 6 here, and then a defensive masterclass in a 13. It looked like Eric Doan was going to take it in the final corner, but Jake knew what to do. And again, a repeat podium of what we saw in round 1, but still the same amount of drama, the same amount of racecraft shown on track from these pro drivers. Jake Drew, Eric Doan, Sergey Karamselli, your podium. Daniel Perez, Mateo Calderon, and Anthony Freeze round out your field.
For the 614, he checked off qualifying. He won all 3 of the qualifying heat races, won the super heat, and in the main event, he wasn't going to be denied. Jake Drew, what a way to close off the weekend for himself and for Eric Doan. Another weekend just coming one spot short of victory lane. For Jake Drew, for Sergey Karamselli, that's another great points haul for the team championship for Formula Works Racing GFC. Tony Saragusa is going to have a smile on his face, and Jake Drew as well, who comes across the line to win in X30 Pro. Let's listen in.
And it's the shoe, Jake Drew with the Grand Slam on Sunday. Jake, how are you able to hold those two guys off?
It was a lot tougher than the rest of the weekend's been, for sure. I think the cooler temperatures and going in the night definitely brought everybody closer together. So it was a lot of fun. Hopefully we get some more X30 guys out here. We're all having a blast. Get a bigger field out here. But thanks to GFC, Formula Works, RPM Engines, Group A, Molecule, Freem, everybody that supports me and lets me do this.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's keep it going over here really quickly. If I can steal Eric Doan very quickly for an interview.
Jackson.
What's going on, Eric? P2 for you. Just looked so dominant there at the start. You fade away. You were on his bumper the whole time. What kept you from getting it done in the final lap there?
I honestly don't think anything kept me from it. I think it was a little bit of me. I think I had a shot going into that final corner. Jake went to block, and I think I backed out of it a little bit. I kind of regret that. Should have stayed in it. But this go-kart's been on rails all week long. Huge thank you to West Coast Motorsports and my dad for that. That was awesome. Just that little bit in me, I think, compared to Jake. A little bit in tire management throughout the super heats put me in second. I think I got it. It's all in me.
It's been edge of the seat for us here on the scale lines, for all of us as well watching at home. How fun has it been just battling with these GFC guys the entire weekend?
Oh, it's really fun. It's awesome. I wish nothing more in the world but to be at the racetrack battling with people I know on the track. So, yeah, and super enjoy this place. Huge thank you to Kart Chaser for broadcasting all these great battles, and K1 for allowing this series to happen. And, yeah, that's all I got.
We appreciate it. Thanks, Eric.
Thank you.
Last but certainly not least, if I can get Mr. Karamselli over here. our P3 driver, our dark horse, in the words of Nate. But Sergey, phenomenal drive for you. Talk to me about it there, waiting in the wings, just not able to get that move done in the white flag.
I mean, yeah, the entire race, I was just waiting for an opportunity, saving the tires, just waiting for them to battle. I did get an opportunity on the white flag in the last corner to cross over Eric. It's probably seen on the broadcast, but I missed it. So, I mean, I'm third. Still good. Podium.
We talked about the ambitions for you at the start of this weekend. Flex your muscle at Tucson, flex GFC's muscle at Tucson, and work your way up towards the front here. How much of a building experience has this been for you this weekend?
I mean, it has been pretty fast because we came here on Friday. I've been to Texas, and we got the chassis that I raced for this race only on Wednesday evening. So we had to fully disassemble it, clean it to the bare frame, and assemble it back. So we only finished doing that late Thursday. So on Friday, I mean, in the night of Friday. So on Friday, we decided to sleep in a little bit more so we can be stronger in races and Friday practice, which I only got 4th and 5th practice in Friday. So didn't get enough practice, but we still got podium.
We appreciate it. Thanks, Sergey.
Thank you.
Caleb?
Yeah, thank you there, Jackson. Good to hear from our top 3 finishers. What a way to close this one off from Jake Drew. And again, you saw him there just calling all the drivers in the nation, right, to come out here and join them here in a couple of weeks' time for round number 3 here, Champions of the Future America Series. That being said, Sergio Caramelli, good to hear that he finished on the podium. Nonetheless, after limited practice time on the Friday, and Eric Doan, right, you talk about a youngster, and again, that win definitely coming for himself and the West Coast Motorsports Group. But let's take a look at how he got here. It wasn't maybe as easy as Jake Drew would have thought, and he said it right. These cooler temperatures racing into the sunset here this weekend made it a little bit more difficult for everybody else to close things out. This is all brought to you by Coastal Link Custom Printing. And here's your recap of the main event. Called off the start the first time around, had to send these drivers off one more time. And when the green flag flew, Eric Doan did not get off the line in the best way possible. Started back to third. Sergio Caramelli was able to get ahead of him. Daniel Perez was right behind him in fourth. With Mateo Calderon right there as well in the 5th spot, just looking to get himself in the mix. Perez tried to go by there, and that was really one of the last moves that we saw to Perez. And up front, Eric Doan took the fight to Jake Drew, and as quickly as that, Drew answered a lap later. And then this move right here, maybe the move of the race, if you will, into Rocky Moran. Eric Doan surprising Jake Drew and unfazed out of the 614, going right back on the rookie and showing him that the veteran wasn't going anywhere. And through the final corner, he checked off all the boxes, and in the main event, completed the checkmate and the sweep of the weekend. Formula Works GFC, Jake Drew, victorious in the end. For myself, Caleb Vieska, from Nate Dean, that's all from both of us. Jackson Lambros will be standing by with our podium ceremonies after the break.
If you like what you see and you want to join the grid, get ready as Champions of the Future America Series is heading towards round 3 on March 21st through the 22nd at K1 Circuit for the first ever reverse race. You're going to climb uphill through the S's, plunge downhill on the Bank Rocky Moran corner, and you'll challenge yourself to a racing experience that none of these drivers will have ever done before. Visit championskartingamerica.com to learn more and get ready to join the grid.
Empire Karts, your trusted trackside parts specialist. Proudly supporting champions of the Future America Series, West Coast karting teams, and racers. Empire Karts, your trackside solution.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently. with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
McCrow Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart, it's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at mccrowmotorsports.net.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit, your coverage will resume shortly.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with two classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars!
On track or off, Brandon Jarsakrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsakrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsakrakRacing.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Legacies aren't built overnight. They're built 1 second at a time. Never taking a lap off, and always pushing the limits. K1, helping you build your legacy from the beginning.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Cool features that Race Shooter 3 has that people normally don't know about it. The track map on the background. So if you just connect your computer to the internet, you can come up here and click on this Google Earth icon, and it will pull the background from the Google Earth into your GPS data.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now, this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
The day is ours and we seize it. Haters, man, they got reasons. Grab the moment, we freeze it. Go to the touch, oh, what a rush. Follow your heart, homie, go where the love. Let it rain, let it flow, let it flood. Swimming in good vibrations, it's a celebration. It's the liberation of everything we are. Every time you in the clouds, they gon' try to bring you down. Do not let them just go ahead and get it, get it, get it, get it.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Empire Karts, your trusted trackside parts specialist. Proudly supporting champions of the Future America Series, West Coast karting teams, and racers. Empire Karts, your trackside solution.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Yeah.
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayKara.com. At ShopPayKara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayKara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
One thing that is really nice about the Micro 6 is with this new IMU platform, now they put an embedded channel with the steering wheel angle. This channel is really nice to use if you're trying to understand how the drivers are behaving through the corners, if it's oversteering, understeering. But you need to be careful. Because we're measuring this at 100 times per second, when you look on the data, it's very, very noisy. So when you look on the data, we have here the steering wheel angle raw output in blue. and then we have to apply a filter to treat this data, and then that's the filter in red.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now and join the online course today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
If you like what you see and you want to join the grid, get ready as Champions of the Future America Series is heading towards round 3 on March 21st through the 22nd at K1 Circuit for the first ever reverse race. You're going to climb uphill through the S's, plunge downhill on the Bank Rocky Moran corner, and you'll challenge yourself to a racing experience that none of these drivers will have ever done before. Visit championskartingamerica.com to learn more and get ready to join the grid.
K1 Circuit Winchester, we're ready for our final 3 podiums of round number 2 of the Champions of the Future America Series. And once again, we thank you for coming out and making this young series the event that it is. I always say this to owners, to parents, to drivers. You guys are the ones that make these weekends the things that they are. So let me hear one more round of applause from you guys. Let's meet your KA100 Sr podium here for round number 2. Starting with 3rd place, driving the 416 Formula Works GFC, Matthew Cagle. In 2nd, driving the 423 Pantano for Forward Direction Motorsports, Spencer Smith. And your race winner in KA100 Sr, driving the 459 OTK for Team Cartman, Frankie Mossman. Plenty of new faces coming from different places. Spencer and FDM coming from Colorado, and Frankie potentially on his way out. But he'll go out on top. Big smiles, lift those trophies over your head. And big smiles for my friend Andrew there on the left in the pink vest. Fantastic. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll give you a hand here in getting these trophies out of the way, as well as the helmets. And I think you know what time it is. Yep. Thumb over on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Grip it and rip it, boys. Thank you, gentlemen. One more time for your KA podium. We move on to your crazy old men, KA100 Heritage in third place, driving the 506 OTK for Nash Motorsports, Joshua Daly.
Let's go, everybody! Nash, let's go, boys! Woo!
In second place, driving the 511 LN Kart for Phil Giebler Racing, Paul Bonilla. And your race winner in KA100 Heritage, driving the 516 Best Kart for CRD, Ryan Kasner. A brand new manufacturer, a brand new team, and a brand new Heritage Master on top of the KA100 Heritage podium. Lift those trophies nice and high for me, guys. Big smiles for our photographers just left of the totem pole there, as well as on the scissor lift. Thank you, guys. We'll help you with the hardware. And these guys get the grown-up beverages as well. You guys ready?
I'll aim for the camera crew if you aim for the camera crew.
We're getting some coordination here. Waiting for it. I'm getting the okay here. 1, 2, 3. Let's let it rain!
You too, Paul! My profession sniper. Don't worry.
Thank you, gentlemen. And last, but certainly not least, we've reached our premier class, Pro X30. In third place, driving the 604 Formula Works GFC, Sergey Karamseli. In second, driving a Burrell Art for West Coast Motorsport, Eric Doan. And your race winner for round number 2 in Pro X30, driving a 614 Formula Works GFC, Jake Drew. And just like round number 1, it was the dogfight between all 3 of these gentlemen. but the shoe on top to go back-to-back in Champions of the Future. Lift those trophies nice and high for me, guys. Big smiles for the camera. Thank you, guys. Champions crew will help you out with the hardware and the helmets. Thank you, guys. And one more time, we're ready to party here in Winchester. Thumb over it. Big shakes. 1, 2, 3. Let's party! I think Eric ran out a little bit too early. It's all good.
I tried.
There was an attempt, and that is what matters. Guys, thank you so much, as always, for making Champions of the Future this young series that it is. Back in just a couple weeks' time for round number 3, we run this track backwards for the first time in competition history. For our entire Kart Chaser crew, for Nate, Dean, Caleb Viesca, my name is Jackson Lambros. Stay tuned in the coming weeks for more Champions of the Future America Series.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the express written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.